Hello, everybody. My name is Boulevard. I'm a lot more off-center than I thought I was. We'll handle that later. But joining me, of course, is Sparkling Ice TT. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing absolutely fantastic. You know what? The last time around when we had one of these big Mastering Runeterra opens, I was only sitting behind in production, but now I'm excited to again absolutely obliterate my soul with a 10-hour session of us casting while doing production. Can't be more excited, honestly. Also, this is going to be the first Mastering Open that is in the Eternal format, which I'm somewhat excited about. You know, I'm not the biggest fan of Eternal, but I'm excited to see what people actually bring, because we mentioned it between each other during the intro that we don't really know how this meta is going to shake out, because there is no defined lineup yet. There are a couple good decks everyone knows, but what you bring in the end, that's kind of open.
Yeah, there's like 5 very solid decks, but everybody, like, no one's bringing 3 of those 5 solid decks. Everybody's got a really harsh idea of what that like third good deck is, and everybody's very steadfast that they are correct. And today we're going to figure out who's right and who's wrong, and honestly I couldn't be more excited. But let's go ahead and take a look at the format of what we're doing today so that everyone is aware, because Eternal, it's just like standard, except there are a couple more cards in it. We're still going to be playing the standard, best of 3 deck, 1 ban, top 8 single elimination, with players not being able to bring 2 of the same champion or region combination, and each player only being allowed to have 1 championless deck. And there are a couple of championless decks running around in Eternal. Not that I think it's going to matter so much today, but then when we take a look at the prize pool here, we've got $1,000 guaranteed prize pool. I believe there's an additional 740 last time I checked thrown in there as well. And then we're going to get, $649.69. Thank you to whoever helped round us off on that nice even number. And again, first place going to take a hefty 40% of the prize pool, scaling down through our top 8. You can ignore the standings there more or less, as we are starting off with round 2. So, half of the tournament is 1-0 and half of the tournament is 0-1, assuming no draws.
Yeah, exactly, which again doesn't really matter currently, because we are going to play 7 rounds of Swiss today, which means that at the end of the day, even if you start 0-1, you still have a fair chance of making it in, and even if you start 1-0, might not look that good after the next few rounds for you if you drop a couple of games. Again, I did see, though, a couple of big names playing in today's tournament. We saw Trixasori there, we saw Koki Boki, we saw Broken Ball on his NA
Are you
account,
just
which
gonna
is
name all the EMEA players that are playing?
yes. I wait.
Talking about, oh
Let
yeah,
me
we
do
got
this.
big
Let
names
me
in
do
here.
this. We saw Broken Ball on his famous Bangyu Ukulele account, which used to be his Twitter name. Reset he changed that, you know. But no, we also saw Rodeo there. So a couple of big names playing today's tournament. Even though I know that a couple of players don't enjoy Eternal that much and are like kind of, you know, missing out on this tournament, there's still a couple of big names, especially because the next LOR Open is also going to be Eternal. So this is obviously, as always, the perfect place to test lineups, to test your strategies, and to see what other people would bring to such a tournament next week, which is always the case with these Mastering Runeterra Opens, and it's going to be the same today.
And don't forget that in 2 weeks there is another not Mastering Runeterra, another Runeterra Open in the Eternal format. We've got back-to-back Runeterra Opens. It's never happened before. It's unheard of. This weekend, I expect to be a shit show. Right? Everybody's got to be trying out absolutely everything. First Open happens, you reel it back a little bit. Second Open happens. Now you've got a whole Open to look at and be like, yeah, this is what people ran there. How do I counteract this? But this is your weekend to really go crazy. And with the Eternal format having so many different decks, and honestly, with the power level of the balance patch that we got alongside it, we're expecting some absolutely crazy plays. I know T was mentioning that like Timelines is back at full power. A lot of people have some strong opinions about that one. Another deck with a signature spell that they need to draw, Iceborne Spiders, performed very well at the previous weekend tournament. Haven't really heard anything about it since then, but it might show up again today.
Yeah, and other than that, obviously, we have a couple of powerful decks that quite, yeah, you know what? Honestly, quite obviously went over from the current expansion into the new one. Or went over from the current expansion back into Eternal. And then we have a couple of decks that got buffed again. So obviously, you in Eternal, you can also play Karma and you can also play Set. That deck is still pretty
Yeah.
okay, pretty good. But you can also now play Draven again. You can play Draven Scion again. You can try, play Draven Jinx again. Although Jinx is still paired with Echo, which is still a powerful deck that you can play in Standard currently, but you can also play in Eternal. Now you get excited back, which again, super great card for the deck. And I think that and Absolver are the only cards that the deck is currently missing in Standard. And they are absolute fantastic cards. And even though the deck is quite powerful in Standard as well, it's even more powerful now in Eternal with those cards back.
And I gotta say, I think Echo Jinx is a perfect example of people kind of getting baited by the Eternal format where they put Zillion back in the deck. When Zillion was legal, we had already moved on to Jinx after, like, Zillion's not better. That's not why he rotated. It was a flavor thing. It was the landmark destruction archetype as a whole was kind of moving out. Zillion's not better than Jinx. Stop running Echo Zillion. Go back to Echo Jinx. I don't know why you think you see Zillion and Eternal, you're like, I gotta play the Eternal champion. Don't do that. Just put the Absolver back in, call it a day. It's really simple. You guys are overthinking this one. I promise.
Yeah, for sure. I think this goes with a lot of things, right? I've seen people try like some mix between Scion, Draven, and Samira, which can be good, but I think overall has a worse win rate than just straight up playing Scion Draven. You don't have to
Yeah.
fit Samira in there. I know she's one of the best champions,
Well,
but you can probably put it in another deck. You can probably
I was gonna say
save
you're
the
gonna love
Samira
this
for
one,
another
T,
deck.
but a lot of the top Scion players are going back to the 2 Scion 1 Vi style of gameplay for Eternal, which we saw a lot before Scion rotated. So I'm not too surprised to see that one come back. But I do agree. I think like the 2-2 split with throwing Samira in there, especially with the Samira nerfs that were received, it's a little bit much. But you can throw in that 1 Vi.
You can always throw in that 1 Y, especially now that, you know what, in Eternal, we probably need some mid-game power again. We need some way to clear out the mid-game, because otherwise we have power cards like Lulu and Poppy completely running us over. And this is really scary, okay? These are also 2 champions that came back huge. Poppy also got buffed again, now even more powerful, and we have seen quite a bunch of decks that do run the Poppy. They are very similar to something we have in Standard currently, with which is the champion strength decks, right? But Poppy obviously providing that effect a bit more early is way, way, way more powerful. But if you want, you can also mix it. You can also put champion strength in a Poppy deck.
I think the Poppy deck that we're seeing the most is easily Ziggs Poppy, with Poppy going back to 3 attack, the ability to buff the Ziggs with her ability, putting that up to a 4/5. It's absolutely devastating. It's definitely the most prominent aggro deck in the meta right now. But as far as aggro is concerned, I know people got Decimate back and they were really excited for that. hasn't really been holding up as you'd expect it to, especially in the tournament format. Anytime you're seeing an aggro lineup, Scion is usually the third deck. It's like Ziggs Poppy, whatever, Annie, Jin, or Pirates, and then like Draven Scion because it's got blowback and get excited. It's like cosplaying as aggro in the lineup, but it's still just like an aggressively postured mid range deck.
Yeah, for sure. Mid-range is absolutely dominating the format currently.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, we also have some combo decks like Rise that are insanely broken, especially if they play against more control or slower mid-range decks. But if you look at the overall roster, we have Trundlevie, we have, Bandle Timelines, and we have Draven Scion again. I think the Poppy Ziggs deck is an aggro deck, yeah, but it also can go a little bit late with some card
Oh, absolutely.
generation.
It definitely has those tools.
It definitely has those tools. So really exciting meta, honestly. And one mid-range deck that is also in there is something I want to highlight, okay? That is Thresh Nasus.
Yes.
Nasus currently is also, again, standard legal and has a deck. I don't know how good it currently is. It unfortunately flopped a bit during the last World Championship qualifier. Wasn't quite played there, but I've seen a couple people try it, and I've seen them have success with it. Now, though, in Eternal, you have Thrashback, I think Nasus' best pairing, the best pairing for Nasus overall, and it's crazy how good Thrash really is, or how much I miss Thrash in this specific deck. It just works so well.
Standard and Eternal Nasus could not look more different, right? You take out the Vaults of Helia, you replace it with an actual card named Thresh. You're not as reliant on like, your landmarks not getting destroyed or like doing this. It's kind of weird where like the Vaults of Helia Nasus was just really reliant on drawing more removal, taking it to the late game. They wanted to vaults into the Nasus, get the Rekindlers going, and then just draw removal spells for the remainder of the game. Now that they've got Atrocity back, they go more for those early kills. They're really big on the early slay package again. Ravenous Butchers, Cursed Keeper received a buff. We've got that back in there. All these kind of self-slay, go wide, aggressive effects, and then riding into the late game on the back of Thresh and Nasus with the Atrocity. Yeah, this is not at all what the standard variant of the deck looks like. That one is going for vaults and then full removal with triple vengeance, things of that nature. Here we are much more aggressively postured, and I gotta say, T, I gotta agree with you. I really like this iteration of the deck.
Yeah, for sure. And this is, by the way, the deck of one of our first players on screen today, because we already talked about the matchup while we were going into the countdown. Me and Boulevard, we were like, who can we show for round one? And I didn't want to show him, honestly, but Boulevard said, okay, T, let's go with Simon. And I was like, sure, if you want to, sure.
That's kind of how the conversation happened if you put some really rose-colored glasses on. But yeah, we are going to be looking at Salty Simon for round number one, as we tend to do here. And I know it's round two. And yeah, you know what? Simon lost round one. Doesn't matter. Simon is hard locked in for our round one viewership, as he always is, as he always will be. But Thresh Nasus, you've seen it before. Again, just a little bit of a revamp of a deck that is existing in the standard meta right now. If we can go ahead and move on to the next deck here, T, I'm a little curious as to what Simon is rounding out this lineup with, because this isn't really indicative of aggro or control Simon. And of course, the Echo Jinx, like we said, please stop putting Zillion in there. But again, we see the Absolver and the Get Excited that we talked about that we're missing from the standard deck list, as well as Fallen Feline, one that we definitely need to shout out.
Yo, I hope the Master Runeterra viewers are not too tired of not only seeing Simon round one every time I'm producing, but also seeing Echo Jinx every time for the first game they see on stream. Again, it is round two, but it's technically the first game you guys see on stream, so we're keeping with tradition here, okay? And because Simon always brings this deck, you are always going to see this as well. It's one of his favorite decks, and it has had a long stay in the meta. And not only in Senate, but also in Eternal. So again, you can't escape this deck, whether it's Senate or Eternal, but let's take a look at the last deck. And there it is. Draven Scion.
Yeah. Okay. Like you said, T, that the meta is pretty mid-range dominant, and the mid-range decks like Scion and Nasus are a little more aggressive than something like, say, Trundle Timelines, but those are definitely three of the premier decks in the format, and then the Jinx deck coming in, sort of a good counter to mid-range decks, right? They don't have a way to fight through the board. They just kind of trade in, get rallied on, and lose against these Echo decks. But now moving on to Draven Scion, Blowback, one of the new cards released with the balance patch, very, very good for what this archetype wants to be doing. For those of you unaware, you discard up to 2 cards, and then you deal 1 plus however many you discarded to a unit and the Nexus.
Yep. fantastic card for this archetype. Just the ability to discard multiple cards is really needed sometimes, but it seems that we are ready to go in game actually.
Excellent.
So round 1, Simon versus Isobayan. Never heard of them, but they are also sure to have lost round 1.
I believe we've actually not played against. We've highlighted Isobayan on this tournament before. At least the name is standing out to me, so I have to. Maybe it was when Card Gamer was with me. So when you're producing, you don't look at the names. You're playing with nameplates off. You're not paying attention to these players and their storylines. That's okay, T. I get it. But like we mentioned, the ability to discard multiple cards is going to be very good in this early hand for Simon, where you have 2 blowback and then 3 cards that either want to be discarded or generate a card you want to discard.
We already see in hand this Draven. Newly buffed again, finally a 3/3. People ask for it so goddamn long. Can't believe it's actually back. I thought it was never happening. I thought Riot had just a hard stance on that. It's like, nope.
Yeah, I
Draven was good for 2 years and never again.
Thought it was too much into meme territory at this point, but a triple blowback hand for Simon is going to blow back in his face. I don't think this is what you were looking for. And on the side of Isobayan, this is the Jack Twisted Fate deck that is kind of currently getting iterated. Sometimes it's Jack Nora, sometimes it's TF Nora, but essentially what Isobayan is looking to do is summon a Fleet Admiral Shelly and condense it and, get 2 Shelly online and just ride that into infinity.
Which again proves that Shelly is the real champion in most of these decks, and I hope we actually get Shelly champion sometime. We got
That'd
Jack
be cool.
as a champion.
Yeah.
How about we got 2 Shellys already? What is the 3rd Shelly as a champion? That kind of follows the same copian that we will at some point actually get a Cythria champion.
I actually love the idea of just never giving us a Cythria champion.
Yeah.
I'd love for that to be the eternal meme of Legends of Runeterra's legacy.
She's gonna get a champion for sure. Nope. All right, blowback here. Again, we do have a couple of discard targets now with Draven as well, generating us a couple of targets. Nope, we don't use it. I mean, that makes sense. We just want to go a little bit aggressive. We want to push some damage. There's still 20 HP on the Nexus of Isobayan and Salty Simon, obviously. With those 3 blowbacks in hand, might want to deal some damage to the Nexus and try to finish the game out with some burn off the top, which is clearly quite hard.
It's pretty safe to go for the axe onto the Draven because, being back up to 3 HP, Bandle City Bilgewater is just full of pings. It's all pokey sticks and pie tosses and make it rains to deal damage to things. Lining up 3 of those spells onto the Draven is going to be a bit of a tall task for Isobayan, on top of the fact that with the triple blowback hand, if you can actually level the Draven and start getting 2 axes per strike, that's going to feed into this hand so much better for Simon.
That we do see the double Make It Rain not only taking out the threat to your Nexus, but also getting Draven down to 1 HP, and we already see in hand, we do have a way to get rid of this Draven. It's an unconventional way maybe for this region combination, but we can get vulnerable on this Draven, can get him off the board. He will generate another axe though, which might be important for Simon.
That is true, and it depends on how Isobayan actually wants to play this one, because Simon could either... because they have this Waking Sands. Oh, no, never mind. Throw it all out the window. There's a red card off the top for Isobayan if they want to take the super safe way to take out the Draven, because Simon is not running survival skills in this list.
Yeah, we do have blowback to play against the vulnerable, but if we go for the red card here or the gold card, Draven will surely die. That's it. Maybe you just want to go for a blue card. Okay, there's some blue card addicts out there.
There are some, I could see it. Okay, I was going to say, because you have the shakedown in hand, maybe you're thinking, it doesn't matter. I can just go ahead, give him an axe. What does it matter? But we actually do see the safer red card play out of Isobayan. Heads up, not falling for the blue card bait. And Simon just going to take it out immediately. But I got to say, I don't think this Scion is too close to leveling, T. I think he's got to be less than halfway there. And that's one of the issues people always had with the burn version of Scion, is sometimes you get these hands where it used to be Decimate, now it's Blowback. You're just drawing too many spells that aren't feeding into the cards. Like, you're just kind of very reliant on getting 1 Lost Soul in hand to feed into the level up, and Simon just didn't draw it. In fact, Simon's definitely running Lost Soul, right? We saw that. I'm not crazy.
Is running, triple Lost Soul, actually.
Okay, good. I wanted to make sure.
Just a bit unlucky. Simon has to calm down from yesterday. Went into Aegis, got a 3-0, completely decimated the rep pups, and, It appears that Asol decided to humble him. Ooh, okay. Yeah, get rid of it. Yeah, why not? Oh, this is, yep.
Okay, yeah.
I was waiting. I was waiting.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, his name's Salty Simon for a reason.
Oh yeah. No, I mean
That's not a coincidence.
we knew what was gonna happen, right? Like this
Yeah.
was not this was no
Was that an absolute lost
coincidence.
position? I don't think so. I don't think Isabayan had anything on board that indicated they were dealing 9 damage on the next turn. You can wait another turn, see if you can draw something to get your Scion going, maybe finally get that Lost Soul. But Simon says, I'm whatever, man. I'm going to the next game. The chances of it actually happening are so low, I'd rather just start fresh.
Yeah, it's a classic. You know what? And the game was pretty much lost. There was
He's
maybe
pretty
like a
much lost, yeah.
maybe there was a 10% chance. I don't even know if there was a
Yeah,
10%
it's not
chance.
high.
It's
It's
not
not
high.
high.
You know, somebody is not someone to waste time. Okay, when winning
Oh,
or losing.
absolutely not. Yeah, and that's what I appreciate about Simon. Saves a lot of because sometimes we'll see players where it's like, dude, you have like a 0.5% chance of winning, less than that even probably, and you're gonna drag this out for 25 turns trying to find it.
Oh,
And
yeah. Small update, by
you
the
know,
way.
you got to do what you got to do as the player, but as casters, we don't want to see that, man. That's boring. I don't want to get into the next one. And
Yeah.
Simon's gonna do that for us. A man of the people.
Well, yes and no. I mean, he is a man of the people. He was trying to get us the next game as quick as possible. But apparently the client is in the way. So it appears
Okay,
that, yeah, I just got a message from Simon. And it shows me an empty client once he got back from the game. So apparently
gotcha.
Riot didn't quite appreciate Simon just trying to get us there as fast as possible. They were like, "Oh, whoa, hold on. There is still something to be played for." And it appears that he's not quite out of game yet.
I thought you were going to tell me that Simon speedran it so hard that he actually just decided to concede the set on the spot, and we had to go into another game. And he was like, "You know what? Game one was so bad, I actually just don't want to play anymore. I'm already down one match. I'm out. I'm done for the day."
You know what? That's actually the great thing. That is not Simon. Like, yes, he will like ultra fast concede game one or maybe even game two if he sees, okay, this is over. But he will actually not like be so salty as to like completely like after one game say, okay, no, I don't want to play this anymore. Because like if there's one thing that is greater than his saltiness, it's his ego. He wants to win, you know? He wants to win those games.
That's fair. That's fair. You know, Simon's come a long way as a player. I remember the OG days of DOR. My first introduction to Salty Simon, I was casting with Gems, who I believe cast the most recent WCQ for EMEA, which was really cool. Finally, get to see him on the big stage. Very proud of him for that. And I remember we didn't have a spectate client. We still had to grab streams, and just mid game, Simon just shuts off his stream, just like shuts it off before conceding. And I'm like, okay, yeah, that's my first impression of Salty Simon. And
I
nowadays he just doesn't turn on stream.
Okay, listen. As someone who has you know, directed about every Fight Night EMEA ever, I can tell you, whenever we were showing or highlighting Simon, it it was a challenge, okay? Because we were also again working with Twitch streams back then. And Simon again also was someone to quickly shut off the stream as fast as possible. Once he lost, which again, if you know that you can shut off the stream without delay, meant that sometimes we were in the middle of a game and the stream was shutting down, and we were like, "Oh, I guess Simon lost." We already knew. It's like middle of game one, boom, stream goes off, and we're like, "Oh yeah, what do we do now? Do we just show like the game from one hand, even though everyone knows that Simon just lost because why else would he shut off the stream?" I don't know. That was
Yeah.
fun moments. Fun moments.
A little bit of a spoiler when that happens. The worst case I think of it ever being the first WCQ that we had, where not what they now call WCQs, but the actual Worlds qualifier back in 2021, where we were watching Majin Bay's stream and it was like coming down to the wire on his winning in, and he accidentally turned off the stream without canceling, like just shut it off to the like mid game, shut it off through the delay, and we never got to see how that game actually played out. And he was in a very bad position when the stream cut out. So we were like, how did he come back from this? And we'll never know, because you gotta check. You gotta check if you're ending it with or without the delay, folks. We need to be able to capture these legendary moments.
All right. Small update. It's about capturing moments. We are currently capturing a moment where actually those two can't get into game anymore. They are eternally stuck in a match. So I think at this point, we probably just search for another game.
Yeah, that sounds like what we do have to do here, T. Now, we've got our pick of the litter. We're only about 5 minutes into the round or something,
Oh,
so we should
I
have
already kicked
plenty
off,
of
sorry.
people. Okay, perfect. I was going to talk about how many options we have, but yeah, let's grab another European in here. Why not?
You know it. Hey man, gotta catch him early, okay?
Yeah, I guess.
They will lose later
You're
on.
going to turn me into an honorary European at this point. I've actually never been to Europe, so we'll see how honorary I can get.
You've never been to Europe?
No,
Oh,
I've
that
only
makes
been
sense.
to, yeah, I've just been to Japan, Canada, and the United States.
Did you say you've been to the United States? I wouldn't say
It's
I've
a
been
country.
to Germany. Yeah, well, I wouldn't say I've been to Germany. I've been born here. I'm born here. Of course I've been.
You know, I'm just saying, it's a country that I have been to. I'm sorry, I can't pop on a bus and be in 16 different countries, okay? I'm limited to 3. I gotta count all the ones that I possibly can.
Wait, that's actually true. Yeah, I forgot. It's kind of big over there. Yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
Actually, I think US counts. Like, if you've been on the East Coast and West Coast, you're like, you've been there. Otherwise, you just live there.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
is
you gotta get
probably-
the whole sort of style. So here we've got Sari up against Lech. This looks like Trundle Timelines, and I think that's the Pantheon guy, the new faded card that gets you back the last 3 cards that you targeted it with. Up against good old Catalog Conservatory, the broad main control, back with Katarina and Annie, so that you get that Blade's Edge and have a little bit more of a win condition. But Timelines is online, and that's going to be difficult for Sari to get through, especially with a tough unit there.
Ooh. Again, Timeline is one of the strongest decks, in my opinion, when it comes to mid-range decks in the Eternal format currently. And this is just completely out of pocket, to be honest. Getting tough here is so strong in this situation.
You dropped something.
Well, it's like my good friend Sparkling Iced Tea always says, tough is the best keyword in the game.
It is. It absolutely is. Okay, what did we just discard? Oh, another Trundle. That's fine. I don't think
yeah,
that
I mean-
cares too much.
That's 1 Trundle down. And okay, so this is the orange Trundle version of Timelines, which for good for Sari means that it's playing a little bit more like aggressively. It doesn't have the It That Stares buried in ice combo in it, so you can actually go wide on board rather safely. So actually hitting that Trundle, that second Trundle is really big because that Icequake would have cleared Sari's board.
Yeah, it also means that if you don't play It That Stairs, Sari's landmarks are kind of safe. Because otherwise, Sari
Yes.
would have, but you know, be kind of worried. Maybe you can pop off the first landmark, but the second landmark is going to be
Now, instead in this variant, you do get the Heartblood Mender. You're just a lot more in on the weapons, as Ornn would kind of indicate, but, you know, you're not running, like we said, It That Stares very nice. You're also not running, oh man, what's that 2/2 that buffs your deck? Revna?
Revna. No.
Yes,
no. Yeah,
yeah, it's
yes.
Revna the Lore Keeper, right?
Yeah, Revna.
Did I make that up? Okay, yeah, we're not running that.
you
We're
didn't
capping
make
out
it
on
up.
5 drops outside of Ornn.
It's a card.
Okay. And it's not in here, is the point that we were getting at.
Yes. Okay, by the way, I also got a message from Simon that the game is completely broken. He blames us for caster cursing, not him, but the entire match. Which, maybe.
I wish I was that powerful.
By the forge we create and we mend.
Oh, that heal was massive. This
Right, now
makes
that
no
I've finally gotten
difference.
this eyelash out of my eye, I can cast the game properly. Holy
Hey.
moly.
You just missed Ledge absolutely destroying all hopes and dreams that this Lord Broadman ever had of
We are
killing a
all
tough unit.
seeking an end to war, friends.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Did they change Disintegrate so that you have to deal damage to the card, or that you don't have to deal damage to the card? Because I know it used to interact weird with, like, Barrier and Tough.
It does not go through tough if you deal 0 damage.
Okay, I think it used to, and they changed it because it wasn't supposed to. They were like, no, you actually do have to deal damage to the card.
Which is kind of funny because it also used to give you a borrow through Brom, even though Brom died, which is now no longer the case.
Oh, that's
I made
interesting.
this
Speaking of
happen.
interesting, the
It was so
Condense in
good I
Sari's
named
hand,
it
sort of a new
Power.
addition to the Broadmain deck that has made players come back to it, being able to copy a Tibulk. But this card is weird, T. It's got some buggy interactions. The one that I ran into that was the most prominent, I feel, is I mini-morphed my own condensed unit, and it died immediately. It just disappeared. My opponent was like pokey sticking it. I was trying to mini morph to push damage, and it just died. The pokey stick was left on the stack, targeting nothing. I was like, what? What is this? So be careful out there with your condenses, folks.
I don't even know how that would happen, but apparently, mini T just too big to be condensed.
So Sari is lining up the Blade's Edge, and it says that the unit is dying, but that might be because it's running into the Tibulk. I guess we're going to find out now if Blade's Edge does work through tough with Disintegrate.
Let's go. No, of
Play
course
it
it
out
works.
for
It
me.
deals 1 damage because Tibulk.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay, never mind. We're not learning anything. We're just forgetting what Tibulk does, or at least
No.
I am.
No, we just learned what Tibulk did.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
You learn something every day. But sorry, in a actually great position currently. Now with the second Tibulk in hand already, we can start buffing our board. It's our attack token turn. We have Burn that is consistently on the board here. So Ledge kind of has to hurry up, but I don't know how.
It's kind of hard to say Sari's in a good position when Lech is about to drop a pillar into timelines.
Yay.
But our stuff didn't.
He's what?
But actually gonna lose the pillar here. Okay, there's nothing in the deck that is bigger than that. So a pretty nice hit there. But Sari doesn't have a lot of mana left.
True. So we can't play the second Tibulk, which might be like a little problem. Okay, so what weapon do we get? What unit do we get?
Ooh, that Trifarian Assessor's looking kind of nice.
Well, I mean, it's just a 4/3.
Yeah, you don't get the... I don't play timelines, man.
I think Ledge doesn't either. So I was like, yeah, do I get the summon effect? Nope, you don't.
No, you don't get both summon effects, right? You just get the one of the card that you play.
Yes.
That's why you play all these like weapon masters and things to synergize with it. Which of course Lech's build is going to be a little bit heavier on because we are playing the Ornn. My concern about Sari's hand state at the moment is that they don't actually have that many removal spells. They have the one Blade's Edge, and then they have a Katarina. Tibbers also kind of counts, I think, with the Broadmane especially. But Lech's units aren't damaged at the moment.
Yeah, but the one thing is that Ledge doesn't really have like a lot of damage either, right? The overwhelming weapon is on a unit that currently is not really threatening Sari. Sari's still on 17 HP. Sari's board is growing and it can actually match the board of Ledge.
I gotta say that Blade's Edge, or not Blade's Edge, that... No, not Whirling Death. Death Lotus, there we go. There's so many Blade's Death's cards in this game. The Death Lotus is gonna do a really good job of cleaning up the board here. That is the go...
Don't cast it.
Just kill me.
Cast it later. You keep that one for the next
Go
attack for Ledge or
away.
something. Like, damage a few units, then cast it. If you
Just
cast it
kill
now... wait, sure... Why are you doing this? You can ping the Trundle afterwards. After the Trundle hits. You don't have to do this, sorry. I mean, if you want to, you can, but like...
It doesn't really matter. Trundle is still going to take the damage and die as long as Lord Broadmane is still in play. But there is that Three Sisters in Lech's hand, the OG Telestone that could turn into an Entomb and take Broadmane out of play, which could actually just straight up kill Sari.
I really don't like this.
Currently, you can't go to 1, right? You can't even go to 2. There are 2 revealed stance swaps in Lech's hand that will deal 1 damage to everything if they want to.
Alright, I like this way more. Get rid of the board organically. You can get rid of the Trundle afterwards.
And don't die to Three Sisters.
But the problem is, again, Lord Broadmane can be Entombed, but this would cost Ledge a lot of mana, and I don't think Sari would be too unhappy. The Trundle stays alive, that means another Trundle can't be played, which then means there will not be a pillar generated for Ledge. We know that there's only one Trundle left, by the way, because Sari did get one with the discard.
Can you improve perfection?
Oh, that is a 4 damage ignition. We've got 1 mana decimates popping out on the side of Sari, and you have to imagine that that Thermo Beam has to go onto that Ballistic Bot rather than the Lord Broadmane at this point. You can't sit here and let Sari get a couple more turns with that. Unless Lech is going to look at triple Ram stance?
Sure.
This all
Right,
we got?
nope.
Hey, I've done more with less.
You know, one thing that is not being played in these conservatory decks anymore is Arachnoid Sentry. think that's one of the big cards that Annie Jin and just the Noxus archetype in general got back with Ravenous Flock, and just no one's playing it these days, T.
True.
My
It's kind of
prize.
crazy how things actually changed around. When you... There are quite a few decks I would think would be played in Eternal, or quite a few cards that I think would be played in Eternal that did not end up getting back into it.
No going back.
All right, we've got 1 damage shy of lethal from Sorry currently. Got 3 decimates in hand between the 2 Blade's Edge as well as that Ignition. And Sorry gonna send in the Katarina, see what we find. The answer is probably going to have to be that 3 Sisters Flash Freeze to deny the second Blade's Edge from happening.
Look, that's fine and all, but like, we are currently 1 of lethal, and this controller just has to find something.
And it's got a pretty good shot at finding something, right? You're in Bandle City, Noxus. I think those are the most, like, those are the regions with the 2 most amount of 1 damage, 1 mana pings.
Not only that, once you get your opponent down to 1 HP, all of a sudden, like, again, they can use a Sandstorms or something else, but they can't Boar Stance anymore. Just kill themselves.
You also, Lech also has to win the game on the open attack, or Sorry's just gonna get another Ignition.
And... Alright, that's a whiff.
All right, nothing there. Lech has to use one of these stances for Overwhelm onto the Trundle here, I think. Because again, you do have to win on the open, or Ignition is putting you down to 1, and then you can kind of assume that Blade's Edge or something is coming out. But
Yeah.
Lech chooses to bank the spell mana.
I like how Sorry plays this. You see, Sorry doesn't commit to the Blade's Edge now, because obviously you can just use it for lethal later. Keeps it in hand with this Integrate in case, as you mentioned, that Overwhelm does go over the Trundle.
Yeah, and instead, just without Overwhelm on the Trundle, Lech has no shot at finding lethal here on the open. And of course, Sorry doesn't really care if the Ballistic Bot goes down. Already got the Ignition for the turn. There's no health gain in Lech's deck, at least not in a meaningful way. I believe they can gain 3 here off of that 5-drop that we were talking about earlier, the one that forges, but Sorry's got 8 damage.
And there we go.
Spell mana, Lech. Nice spell mana. You saving that for next game? Good to know.
Great
Good to
game
know.
from Sorry. Great game from Sorry,
Yeah.
though. I wonder if this was game 2, game 1, or if this was even game 3. I mean, as fast as Simon's game went, I can imagine we might see another Sorry game. Nope, we won't. This was the last game already. Unfortunately, that does mean Sorry won, though. 2-0 for Sorry in that case. Great performance. Let's actually check back if Simon maybe
Is able to get back in the game.
managed to get back into game. I might have bad news. This might just be over, unfortunately. It would be funny if this also... No, I mean, it wouldn't be funny, but it would be kind of funny if this also means that this opponent just can't keep playing the tournament because he's also eternally stuck in that game. Simon's like, I might be going down, but I'm taking you with me.
Oh, man. I mean, there is an internal timer on how long a game of LOR can last, but I believe it's like somewhere in the vicinity of an hour. So it might be that long before the internal timer kicks them out of this fake game and lets them start back into the tournament. So they might end up missing round 3. We don't know. I would say we'll keep you updated on it, but we probably won't. This is almost certainly the last that you'll hear of it, unless you want to go check Salty Simon's Twitter. Then you'll probably hear all of it. But we are going to look for another game. Or
We are going to look for
not.
another game.
We are going to look for another game.
How did
Of course
you
we're gonna look
know?
for another game. Let me see here. Smooth Swallowist looks like they're still in game. Oh, but we're gonna find Kakibaku, of course. Yeah, got to keep it in Europe.
Hey, same with Smooth, but yeah. Showing all of them in round 2.
Yeah, because you know they're
It's
gonna be
get
out
better,
later.
folks. Yeah, it's gonna get better, America's folks. Okay. Y'all
Yeah,
won
they used
these,
up all their luck in the America's Aegis League. Is
Yep.
there even an EMEA Aegis League running right now?
No.
I didn't think so.
Nope, it's not. There's not. Yeah, when they reached out to find casters, I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna sign up just like last season. And I was like, oh wait, there's only the Americas League and it starts at like 2 a.m.
Yeah. I did the previous season, and then all of the sudden, for the first time in their lives, all my friends wanted to start doing things on Friday nights, and I was like, come on, man. I just signed up for this league because we never do anything on Fridays. We always do things on Saturdays. I thought I was good, and then took a break this time around. But much love to the Aegis team. Anybody that is out there willing to run tournaments, much love to you. except Cash. But no drag onto the Seraphine from Baki.
No, I think we have fearsome on everything. I think we're just like swinging for the fences.
Yeah, that'll
here.
do it. Yeah, that'll do it.
Oh, crowd pleaser.
Okay,
comes
one
in. We
blocker.
get one blocker. But I mean,
That's not enough. You need 2.
yeah. Oh no way.
Oh, and there's 2. But this just means that Golden Pro lives.
Right, there's 3.
Okay, yeah, sure, why not?
Put them all in. We actually get the hand now, so we can actually check what else is in there. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, maybe
Okay.
one more turn is all we need.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, you know, running Ezreal as well as the Pursuit of Perfection. Okay, Golden Pro.
We get it.
I'm gonna take the least amount of damage here.
Well, this gotta be frustrating as hell on Boki's side. To see that many randomly generated cards that get you out of lethal
We'll
range.
see which one of us is
That
stronger.
was kind of crazy, though.
Have we met?
That it was, and now Double Darkness down to pick off the Akshan.
Boki here really just has to get another attack token turn. But, unfortunately, again, there's a Pursuit of Perfection in hand.
Yep.
Play it now. You just go in for the open attack.
Could be a quicksand off the top for Cocky. I mean, this is Varus as well. There could be the flash or not flash freeze, but the frostbite spell that
This
Varus gives
pay
you
by
access
the
to,
hour.
which is called Unforgiving Cold.
It is. You sound
I
so
spent
unsure,
so
but it
long
is.
calling it Caught in the Cold that I'm now at the point where I can't remember if I always accidentally called it Caught in the Cold or if it's called Caught in the Cold and I accidentally called it something else.
You know what? I have a very similar experience with them. Oh my god, there's leveled Ezreal as well. Are you kidding me?
Oof. Been a while since we've seen that one, eh, folks?
Kid, I really won't.
Oh god.
We've come so far.
Well, yeah, one more turn was all that was needed, and Kokiboki goes down here in that game. Let's see if this was actually the final game, or maybe just game 2. Again, these kind of games do tend to go a bit longer. Seraphine, Karma, you know, they were responsible for some of the longest Mastering Runeterra opens we had to suffer through. So this might not be over.
No, it might not be. And, you know, I am glad that Seraphine's back, but in a more finisher-focused way than she was in Standard. Yeah, you know, the Jack Seraphine really would drag things out, had that
Yeah.
like mischievous Mirai build up here. We've got Ezreal, just take him out. It's not as big a deal. And the Karma sets have moved over to Shadow Isle, though, so those are probably going to take us a little bit longer than the Piltover and Zon version did. It's a bit of a
Right.
trade-off. Also, Anivia's playable again, and whether or not it's good, people will play it, so...
I'm people.
I was streaming making the tier list for Eternal like I usually do, and anytime I mentioned Anivia, it didn't matter the context. People would be like, why are you talking about Anivia? Why is Anivia good? And I actually had to pull Subway servers up and make them stare at that while I talked about Anivia so they could actually hear the words that I was saying. Mostly Buy Attack was the one who like really focused when I put Subway surfers on stream.
Yeah, he is a zoomer. Guy just turned 14, you know.
Yeah. Finally able to make a Twitch channel. This game is progressing very quickly, though. Baki not wasting any time, throwing down the Sivir. Gonna get taken, well, not taken out, but damaged here, at the very least.
Yeah, Golden Pro now
Stun.
on the Katarina Annie. We saw Sorry play this deck already with some success. Again, you have the Raven Bloom already on the board. It's constantly ticking down. Kokiboki here on a timer for this entire game. Really doesn't want to get to the point where all of a sudden a big T-ball can actually buff up all of these little pings to actual removal spells.
I mean, Baki's got a pretty good hand for what's about to go down. I mean, Rite of Negation is so effective against these Disintegrate style of decks. They have to put so many of their spells onto the stack at the same time. And Baki's going to be able to just, not just one combat, but 2 combats, take all of that away from Golden Pro. But like you mentioned, we are getting very close to that Tibble already, down to countdown 6 at the time. I was going to say of recording. For some reason, I gotta
Oh my
get
God,
my vernacular straight
content
here.
Brain.
Yeah,
Content brain. God damn it.
I'm sorry, T. I've been content pilled.
Whoa, tough! Come on. Come on! You can give it quick attack as well, I guess.
Is that what the T
Yes!
stands for?
Yeah.
Does the T stand for tough?
Sparkling Eye stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Blood
Ooh.
for Noxus.
There's the Absolver. Again, one of the cards that really had an impact on Shuriman when it got taken away. It was such a crucial card for so many decks.
Gonna line up from Baki here. I mean, it has the removal spell on the Furious Wielder, but it is very dicey to try to throw that out into a Ravenous Flock. Baki would be able to momentous choice out of that, but doesn't want to risk it. Is just gonna let the Katarina
They'll
level,
never
understanding
know
that's a
what
pretty
killed
big
us.
mana commitment for Golden Pro at this point, who so far has been unable to bank
We're not
spell mana.
taking it. We're taking it back.
Look.
You know what?
Elf, that's not
I'm not.
ours.
I'm not getting the feeling.
What feeling?
The one.
The one?
I thought I would feel something, but maybe it hasn't been long enough. You know, when I see these cards, I was like, maybe now that I see a tournament, you know, in Eternal, I would be like, wow, oh my god, you remember this card? You remember this card? I'm like, no, it's been like a month.
Yeah, it's been like 2 months.
It's been
People
like 2 months.
really, people have been deck building like Eternal was 7 years ago. Or like we had, they're like, oh my god, dude, like Ezreal's back. You remember Ezreal? And then I checked the last 6 months of Ezreal in Standard, and there's just nothing there. And I'm like, yeah, I remember that dog shit champion. What about him? And they're like, he's back. I'm like, have you looked at the new set? Did we get anything that helps Ezreal? No. Okay, there's gonna be like one Ezreal deck, and it's Seraphine. I promise you, it's
Yeah.
Seraphine Ezreal. Don't build Karma Ezreal again.
It's the one Ezreal deck we had before, and we now have
Yeah.
it 2 months later again. So yeah, I'm not quite feeling it. I think this is gonna get a little bit better, or like progressively
Rob 'em blind.
more feely.
Once we go back to Standard at the end of the month, and then, you know, we don't see Eternal again for another like 3 months or whatever,
Yes.
because I believe the plan is for the last Runeterra Open to always be Eternal. Is that, do we know if that's the case, or are we just guessing here?
I'm just guessing.
I'm also guessing, but I know that they said they plan to support Eternal, and the only way you can really support an Eternal format is by having events in it. Otherwise, interest is going to wane very quickly.
Proven by that none of these people here that are playing this tournament today have played Eternal before.
Also
You
proven
can't
by
put it in the format.
every other digital card game that has ever had an Eternal format.
Yeah, unfortunately, yes. I have not touched a single game of Wild in Hearthstone in my life.
Everybody Wild popped off for, you know, the first
We
month
made
like you
it.
expected to.
Yay.
And then I just remember while I was still playing Hearthstone seeing like, hey, I made a new account. I'm playing Wild. Why am I playing against a legend player? And it's like, well, homie, no one else is on the Wild ladder right now. It's just you two.
Ooh. Bookie here assembling a big Overwhelm board right now. And there is currently no real defense on the other side. Now we do get 2 stuns off it.
Astounding
Obviously we take the pure red
curiosities
here.
lie ahead.
Great cut pop spell shield and get a stun, but it looks like Bogey is probably going to go for the open attack anyways next turn.
Yeah, and it should be lethal on the side of Bogey. We've got enough
What's
damage to
behind the
pump
story, you
into
think?
this
Deadly
Zolani
traps,
to
angry
overwhelm
guardians,
even
bunch of
over the
gold.
Badger Baron. With no Disintegrate in the hand of Golden Pro, they're not going to be able to even attempt to kill that unit. Even if they were, still going to have mana for the Rite of Negation.
I am ascended.
We currently have enough to block the damage here, but again with... Oh, wait, this is a bit awkward. We can actually...
Life.
Go away.
Wait.
With
So-
Absolver and Momentous Choice, it's enough.
Yeah, with Absolver Member's Choice, it's gonna be enough. Wait, I think we can't even like block enough damage at this point. Now that I look at it.
Yeah, just you know, Baki being 1 unit wider, the change on the Nora spell Portal Palooza to being focus speed instead of burst speed means Golden Pro can't even try to develop
Yes.
another blocker here.
Also, the way Boki orders is that the Sivir is actually gonna flip from Solani, so we ordered it correctly.
Yep, got more overwhelm damage coming through in that case.
Which means we have exactly lethal just with the overwhelm damage on board. Yeah, this is still... Wait, this is more.
Cursed relic.
This is enough. This is like,
Wait,
I think it said minus 11 or something.
Sand
Yeah,
and
it's going to be
treasure.
Baki picking up the
Couldn't ask
series.
for more.
Keeping Akshan's, or Varus Sivir Akshan alive, rather. This is an archetype that's kind of like been in and out of Standard. I'm very surprised to see Baki on it, considering, you know, all of the nerfs that came through to the Varus archetype.
Just
But
earned her bonus.
players have their loves, and I mean, Baki's a long-time Sivir player.
Yep. Obviously, we got that 11 damage because Sivir was sharing the overwhelm keyword afterwards again, which is also the ordering by Boki I really like there. We ordered it in a way where Sivir not only levels from the Xolani hit, but also then gives overwhelm to all the units that follow. So kind of
Yeah, and the
maximizing
plus-
our damage there.
The +1 damage on the Sivir level does matter more than the quick attack on Zolani, which is why Zolani wants to go first instead of Sivir going first.
Yeah, for sure. Also like the keyboard sharing and everything. Great game here by Boki. Again, I think Boki made super sure they would get lethal there, because I'm pretty sure that even if Solani somehow gets stunned and Sivir doesn't level off Solani, if she levels herself, then she also grants overwhelm to all the units behind her, which then again means that you get that lethal done. So Koki Boki really making sure there and moving on in this bracket. Another EMEA player doing great in the early rounds. Let's see if it keeps up for the later ones, though.
Yeah, we will see, won't we? Won't we too? I mean, so the last Open was won by Attack, famously European. So, Attack.
Oh, great that you mentioned his name, man. So let's go into Biotech versus Infinity Patriots.
Jesus Christ, dude. You know there are American players too, T.
We can get them next round, okay? Next round will be Americans only, maybe.
Maybe. Okay. Maybe. You know, if we had APAC players in here, we don't even have APAC players for me to shill for. At least not any that I can, like, off the top of my head. I'm like, okay, yeah, we have Cannon, and I think that's it.
You just described a lot of tournaments.
Yeah, I know.
Now we actually have the comeback of Aphelios. This is a deck that I've seen Broken Ball play quite a bit. It's just going to be the Victor Aphelios, yes, and on the other side, this is the deck that you mentioned, the Spiders.
Yeah, Iceborne Spiders actually got a new tool. I know not everybody looked super closely at the new cards that came out with the patch, but we see one of them being taken out here, and I actually have to look at Infinite Patron's deck list because I need to read the card again. Grave Companion. 4-mana 1/5 dog. Each round, the first time another ally dies, draw one.
You know what? I think it'd be very interesting. Didn't lose the game, but it's not looking great. It appears that Biotech has already casted
There's
Glorious
nothing
Evolution,
to fear.
which means that every card that he is going to put on this board is going to become an insane threat. You can also get a 6-mana Destroyer. Oh, okay, this game is over.
Yeah, this game is over, especially with the 0-mana Gravitum to back it all up. But I do want to, you know, just... Iceborne Spiders did get some new tools coming into Eternal, right? I mean, Wraith of Echoes is another new card that people were really excited when it came out. The 5-mana 2/5 that says a round end for each ally that died this round. Grant all allied copies of it everywhere +1/+1. That didn't exist the last time Iceborne Spiders was around. So, I mean, the deck definitely got some new tools. Unfortunately, players just still aren't really willing to get put on it.
I mean, I will surely try it out. So far, my Eternal experience has only been Draven Scion versus Thresh, like all the boring decks, you know. When Iceborne Spiders does sound a little bit more exciting.
The only other player who, like, I've gotten a rundown of their Eternal format experience so far is Broken Ball, who just had a tweet that was just F Darkness over and over again until he ran out of characters. Unsurprising. We all know how BB feels about that.
Yeah, that means he didn't play against Timelines, because otherwise that tweet would just be F Timelines.
F Timelines, yeah. We'll see how it goes.
You know, there's 2 decks that BB really hates. He doesn't actually hate other decks. There's only 2 decks that he hates.
All right, we got Darkness.
Darkness. I got Timelines.
Is the other one Timelines? Okay.
The other one's Timelines.
Okay.
And unfortunately, he's gonna meet both in this format. So you know what?
Yeah.
Also, not the biggest fan of Eternal, Mr. Broken Ball, but he's a competitive player. He wants to
compete.
play in the open. You gotta compete, and if this is the format you compete in, this is the format you can compete in. And also, again, BB is a player that is a cook. He's a cook at heart, you know? And even though sometimes his soup might be a little bit salty, he usually hits it on the head and does find some great decks in every format. So I'm excited to see what he actually brought to this tournament if he continues, because I think he went 1-0, so this tweet would make it appear that he just lost, which means he would be 1-1 right now.
I was looking at Broken Ball's decks because I did want to see if he brought back the Lulu Jinx. I know that's a big, big Broken Ball archetype, but actually did leave it at home this time around in favor of the Vandal City, Piltover, and Zon championless timelines.
That makes sense. I complained to him about this deck yesterday a lot. I complained to you about this deck, okay?
Yeah.
Once you get hit by, like, Banana Blaster into a 7/7, you're out. You quit the game for at least 10 minutes, okay? You're gonna do you make room for some chores, you know, and yeah, you just quit.
Are we finally at the end of our rope here, Tia? Have we run out of Europeans to spectate?
You have run out of Europeans. So that means we will go into a break and we will see you guys with round number 3. So stay tuned.
Hello, everyone. We're taking a break from the break to come in and let you know why round two is taking so long. So, as you all know, the Mastering and Terra events are put on primarily by Jason Florent, who decides to play in them as well, leaving us all, scraggling around backstage. Whatever, Jason. I get it. I see how it is. But why would you come into the tournament playing the decks that you are playing, knowing how stressful it's going to be on your staff? So we're going to fly Jason Florent's deck list here so that you know why he is the one that is holding up round number two. First off, we have the championless concurrent timelines, the deck that literally does nothing if you don't draw timelines. You have to try and stall out. But that's not the deck we want to talk about. The second deck that Jason Florent has decided to rapture us with today is Karma, Set, Piltover, and Zon. Do you see a win condition there, folks? I sure don't.
Yeah, the win condition is obviously getting to turn 10, but sometimes it doesn't even work out, and then you have to, keep the game going and going and going. And, knowing Jason, every deck is a slow deck, okay? The Timelines deck is a slow deck in Jason's hands. So this Karma Set deck getting to turn 10 already takes an hour in Jason's hands, okay? Because you have to get through 10 turns to get there. That's tough.
And then after
That's really
you
tough.
play 2 1-hour games where you beat him with it and then he wins with it, we get into, that's right, Aphelios Seraphine, the slowest version of Seraphine out there because you only play one Ezreal. And that's right, T's doing his best to scroll down on the spells there. I think that's as far as we're going to go. We're going to assume that there's some Pursuit of Perfections in there as well. Yep, there's the 2 whole win conditions thrown into this deck, and the rest of it, that's right, folks at home, it is about stalling. And thus, Jason Florent has decided to cosplay the villain of this Eternal format, Mastering and Terra Open, by holding all of us hostage in round number 2.
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, he does face quite a good opponent in Cephalopod, so that does make sense. I'm getting word that it is finally over. It appears that Cephalopod has broken Jason and finally has ended the round. So this time we can actually go into the real break, okay, guys? We're holding you up the entire
back
time.
to the break.
Back to the break. I mean, it's just gonna be a minute.
It's just be a minute, I promise. Why not?
Hey,
why would it be longer?
Because maybe, something in the tournament breaks. Some people completely miss checking in for the next round. Yeah, we never know. We never know these things, okay? So, you're pretty sure, though, that it's going to be a minute. Pinky promise.
I ain't pinky promised shit. And Tay's pinky promise is real. It was only a minute. We are back. We are looking for who we're going to do in round number 3. I say that, but we already decided. We know who it is. That's right, everybody. It's your favorite European, Shadox, who is actually Canadian. He's from North American Europe.
Yeah, they speak 2 languages.
They speak French. That's a European-ass language.
English isn't?
Nope. That's American, baby. We claim that one.
Yeah, okay, yeah, no, you know what? That makes sense. Go ahead and claim that. I have no problem with that, okay? You're not gonna find anyone outside of the British in Europe that actually would have a problem with you stealing something from the British, so go ahead. But you know what?
Excellent.
You know what? I think we got to take a look at Shadow's lineup here, because that man is not stealing, okay? That man is full of creativity. First deck is something that we have seen already, but it is something that I'm really excited about, and it's going to be the Aphelios Victor. Again, we only saw like the tail end of the game where Bash just got off the Glorious Evolution. It is missing here and won the game. So how do you think this one plays?
T, if I may be so bold, This is a Rubin pile.
Yeah, it actually looks like a Rubin pile.
This looks like, I know that Rubin pile originally was like Zoe Vi, but when you look at all of the followers and spells, that's classic Rubin pile. Just outvalue your opponent, submersible as the top end. We're not going for any crazy win conditions here. You're just kind of trying to like really outvalue your opponent.
You know what this actually looks like?
What?
Aphelios Vi.
Yeah,
Which used
I
to
mean,
be a
like
deck.
you could have put a number of win conditions in here, right? We could be running Glorious Evolution, we could be Winding Light, but the idea of the Rubin pile was always like there are no dead cards, so you just play things that generate value. Win conditions can be awkward to get down sometimes. It's why everybody finally got on the same page and cut Captain Farron from the Bandle Conservatory decks.
True. But yeah, I would sort of quickly go on, by the way, because I think the games are already almost starting, and
Oh, sure, yeah.
yeah,
Oh,
we want to make some
that's
space for these
not what
for
I
the spice,
expected.
okay? We're gonna make some.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, because you know what? We've been looking at some boring ass decks the entire time. Sort of swaying. But here we have Evelyn Viego. Again, I think you could play this in standard technically.
I mean,
Just
without Atrocity,
Atrocity.
Viego doesn't really get that I win button that it kind of feels like he needs since he's taken so many nerfs.
That is true. Atrocity, again, a huge card, got buffed back up again. Remember the card, getting moved on to slow, which killed the
Yeah.
card immediately. But
Oh, yeah.
yeah, we got it back. We got the good, fast Atrocity back.
Yep. And then what's this third deck, T? Lay it on me. Is it as spicy as the Evelyn Viego, or are we going back a little more traditional on style? Oh, okay. Bandle City, Jaceheimer. You don't see that one
Yeah.
very often.
Hell yeah. So this is a deck that obviously heavily takes influence from the Jace Hammerdinger Shadow Isles deck. Just a slightly different version. Again, we have the Conchologist in here generating us some cheap cards that we usually don't really need in these kind of decks. But then we also have Mini Morph as the top end, not a Vengeance, rather a card that is a bit better suited for going up against something like Cyan. So this could be a specific tech going up against specific mid-range decks that are currently in the meta. And we have the Condense in here. And the Condense is obviously going to be used on cards like the Hextech Handler, like Albus Ferrus. So it is maybe one of the reasons, together with the Minimorph, why you would be in this region combo instead of Shadow Isles.
Yeah, and it is a little, I want to say it's a little weird to look at the spell lineup and understand Jace's place in here, because the only spell that you're getting you're not really getting value out of doubling Minimorph, right? It's really just Formula and Shock Blast, and then, kind of whatever comes out of the Pharaoh's Finance here, but it doesn't matter. Jace just being a 4/4 challenger is good enough, and, you might be thinking, oh, well, like, why not play Vi then? And the big answer is really just the mana cost. Vi being the same amount of mana as Heimerdinger does really make the curve a little bit more awkward. And, Jace doubling up the spells, it doesn't matter if Minimorph gets doubled up and it doesn't do anything. As long as Heimer's on the field, you're still getting 2 copies of the 6-mana turret, which is the big payoff here. And I like what you mentioned about Minimorph being a bit of a meta call here. Not only is Scion back in the meta, something that you don't want a Vengeance, but there's also Nasus, there's also Karma. There are Rekindler decks that are coming back. Anivia will be played in the event today, regardless of who is doing it. And being able to take these champions out of the death pool for a lot of the more revive-focused strategies we get in Eternal is apparently an appealing enough option to Shaddox that they decided to go for this over Shadow Isle.
Yeah, for sure. And also, I want to mention that obviously Jace also has quite a better champion spell than Bali has. If you have 2 Jace in
Yeah.
hand, it's just that having that Shock Blast threat is huge, and just having the additional value of having more removal cards because of Jace, absolutely fantastic. Conch also, I think I want to mention here, great card, obviously, in the moment. Doesn't really help with your overall game plan of activating Hextech Handler, which is already kind of hard. You have Flash of Brilliance, obviously, plus Ferrous Finds here to generate you some cards that you can activate the Handler with. But you mentioned it, Jace already, not that many cards to double up. Also, not that many cards to naturally level up the Hextech Handler, which is also going to be important because, again, that plus Condense is going to be a huge game plan.
Yeah, the one Shock Blast is a little weird because in the traditional Jaceheimer builds, you really want to jam a 6-mana spell on turn 3. And I mean, Production Surge is in here as well, right? Like, let's not overlook that. Being an X cost spell does mean it. But there's no Thermogenic Beam. The one spell that this deck actually did lose to rotation is not present here for Shaddox, and just, again, might have a little bit of difficulty dealing with taller units if your only answer is 2 copies of Minimorph.
You know what? I'm going to go ahead and say it. I don't think you are actually missing Thermo in standard. And I don't think you don't necessarily have to put it in if you go to Eternal. I think Thermo, while being a good enough card, it's not that insane. It's not necessarily an auto include. You know what? Before, as a one-off, we always had it in here, but I think it makes a lot of sense that we actually don't have it in here.
I didn't expect to see Shaddox's name is Bondrude. I thought that said Boulevard for a second, and I was like, wait, what the shit? I gotta grab my mouse and keyboard. I gotta get in there.
What do you need the keyboard for?
I like to press space to pass.
Whoa. Okay. Are you also attacking with like A? Or is it just space?
If I only attack with A if I'm attacking for lethal, and I know it's gonna be lethal.
That makes sense.
I just hit A spacebar.
It appears that we do have the second hand up now,
Awesome
which,
day for progress.
again, we are looking at an aggro deck on the other side. Dr. Evander 51 going in with, you mentioned it already, Poppy Ziggs, the definitive aggro deck of this meta, just because it also has a Poppy, has the stats to go up against these mid-range decks. Otherwise, you're just going to get outpaced so easily by them. And here, you have Shaddox, aka Bondrude. Yeah, I don't know what the name is. Going
Bondrude is a villain from Maiden Abyss. So he's being a little bit of a weeaboo right now.
Oh, okay, thank you. I was like,
Yeah.
sure,
Yeah, no, that's an anime.
Maiden
That's an anime.
Abyss. That?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Shaddox
Okay.
is showing off his weeb credentials here.
But you don't often have the chance in LOR, to be honest.
No, you never really get to flex how much of a weeaboo you are. Do you ever do it, Ice-T? You got like a Smurf or something with a weeby-ass name? I do.
You do? No, I don't. My Smurfs are all like tea related.
Oh, I gotcha. Flat iced tea.
I'll do better this time.
What? No.
It's
like-
the opposite of sparkling iced tea.
Flat?
Yeah, flat. It's not sparkling.
What? You just go in the store and buy flat water?
I mean, I wouldn't call it flat water because that's kind of the default, but
Isn't it like the default?
my name was
of
like-
ice?
if-
Wait, is the
yeah, but if
default
my
of-
name was like sparkling water, I guess it'd be still water is what I would call it, but that has different implications. That's like, you know, a pond or a puddle or something. It's still water is usually a bit of a bad thing. I don't know what you want from me, T, okay? I'm not creative enough to think of the different tea-related... What do you got? A 99-cent can is one of your Smurf names?
No, Rooibos vanilla tea.
What is that?
So Rooibos is like a root thingy from Africa that you can make tea out of, and you like spice it with vanilla usually. Anyways, enough tea lore. Let's get back to the game. There's a whiteboard on the other side, but luckily we do have the answer in hand. Not only do we have the Hacksack Handler, but we also have the Production Search if you want to go a little bit wider this turn. That said, if Heimerdinger and Jace already in hand, Dr. Evander actually has to hurry up here, because the clock is ticking on Shaddox just building too big of a board to ever get damage in, and you always have to like count the turns where you can actually deal damage with your units on the board if you're playing an aggro deck, because there is going to come a time against every deck that you're going to play against where this is no longer possible. So Dr. Evander probably thinking, hey, next turn is going to be the last turn where I can actually deal some meaningful board damage. And let's see how Shaddox deals with this, because Shaddox also knows that that is the case.
Oh, and if Shaddox wants to get a little crazy here, they actually could take Mega Inferno Bomb and clear out the entire board other than Ziggs if Dr. Evander wants to try and develop a Poppy on the following turn. Although this does take them off of... You would assume it takes them off of the Production Search. But maybe it doesn't. Poppy in the top deck for Dr. Evander, though, might bait them into this Mega Inferno Bomb, T. We might see the big payoff.
Oh, no. Okay, that would be absolutely insane, game-breaking. But no, Dr. Evander goes for the open attack. Really wants to play it safe. There are a couple of pings in Shaddox's hand. Mystic Shot here can take out the impact on the 2-2. We can take out another 2-1. And not a lot of damage is going to be dealt to the Nexus. We do have a couple of points of burn in hand, but I doubt it's going to be enough.
No, that's going to be a rip on the Noxian Fervor, you would assume. Your opponent has already lined up a Mystic Shot. You might as well take advantage of that unit, understanding that it would have to be a second Mystic Shot or some combination of spells out of Shaddox in order to recommit onto that unit. And one of the big things about being Bandle City instead of Shadow Isle for Shaddox is absolutely no healing. You don't have the Piercing Darkness, you don't have the Vile Feast, you don't have the Withering Wail. Your life total is very static in a matchup like this, and I don't even think you could generate a spell that's going to heal you off of the Pharaoh's Financier. So we're going to get that Noxian Fervor coming out down to 12 on the side of Shaddox, which does mean 3 decimates away from lethal, and Dr. Evander already has one piece of that puzzle assembled in their hand. But outside of that specific string of spells, I think Shadox is going to be able to stabilize from here and take it away.
Yeah. We already see Heimerdinger and Jace ready to be committed on the board again together. With all the big spells in hand, the Mega Inferno Bomb not only being able to clear up the board, but also developing more blockers next turn. This could be really, really tough. The Venom here just taking the chance to deal a little bit more burn damage off the top. Again, this still means that you will need 3 Decimates or 2 Decimates in the Ferret. Like the only thing that this does means that you could possibly top deck 2 Ferrers plus the Decimate that is already in hand to get it done.
Yeah, I don't think any more unit damage is coming through. The only way that Shadox might fail to stabilize here would be if they had gone for the production surge and actually hit a T-Hex. And then, you know, it just makes another T-Hex, so Dr. Evander would actually be okay to just drop down the Poppy and go in for a big open attack. This is Dr. Evander's opportunity, though, to get this Poppy to stick before the Mega Inferno Bomb can come out on the following turn. And with Ziggs being the target here from Shadox, it's actually going to be able to develop Ziggs and Poppy.
Another day, another explosion.
Okay, Shadox is actually going to deal some meaningful damage into the Nexus.
A sturdy construction.
Which means that the time that Dr. Evander has to actually find that lethal is going to be
Very
cut down
low.
drastically, yeah. Like, look at this. So we already have 12, 15. So do we just have...
I think we're a little shy. It's looking like 18. Actually, hold on. If you overwrite Heimer, I think that is
it's
lethal.
just lethal. Yeah. Well, okay. So, that's it.
That'll do it.
It turns out there really was only one more turn.
Yeah. You know, sometimes you just gotta put your foot on the gas and not take it off. And you're like, hey, this is an aggro matchup. And then you look at your deck and you're like, now I'm the aggro player. You just gotta do it to him sometimes. That Decimate, that's 6 mana. What are you doing playing 6 mana spells? I'm over here playing Formula. That's a 3 mana spell.
Yeah, and this is why aggro kind of struggles in this format. Not only are like the big control tools back, we have something like Withering Well buffed up to 4 mana, but also the mid-range decks that are currently in the meta are just so much stronger than they used to be.
Yeah, I mean, so T, let's talk about people putting the blinders on for Eternal for a second, right? Decimate's not a good card, guys. I don't know if you remember what aggro looked like pre-rotation. It was no Decimate Annie Jin. That was the aggro deck.
Yeah,
And all of a sudden we get it back at 6 mana, and you guys are like, oh my god, dude, remember Decimate? Like, yeah, I do, from 2021.
Yeah, actually take it out of your deck. We actually have a 5 mana Decimate that also generates unit on board that you can clear your opponent's board with. Like, currently, in Standard, we have a better Decimate.
What are you referring to, T? Let the people at home know. Say its name.
Wait. So, if you don't know what I'm talking about, shame on you.
Yeah, shame on you folks at home who don't know what T's talking about. Because I do, and I'm waiting for T to tell you what it is so that I can confirm that we're talking about the same thing. Okay, never mind, it's a secret. Big,
Oh, wait.
Big EMEA secret here.
No, oh, we are talking about the Powder Pandemonium for sure, though, right? Right?
Oh
Or are
yeah,
you
that's what we were
something
talking
else?
about. Powder
No, wait,
Pandemonium.
what are you talking about?
Yeah, we've been talking about Powder Pandemonium, everybody. That's what I was talking about. Kaisa.
Wait, this makes so much sense.
Kaisa's
though.
5 mana, 4 damage.
Wait. Okay, we have two better Decimates in Standard right now.
Encouraging words.
I stopped looking at Standard as soon as the Eternal ladder opened up because I needed to get in the mindset of the Runeterra Open. So I like peeked back at the ladder for a second. I just saw that like Kaisa's the #1 deck, and I'm like, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Alright, now though, Dr. Evander, off to a pretty good start again, can swing on the board early on with a couple of units, develop Poppy.
Plenty of fire
Currently,
to go
there is no removal for Poppy, except this small
Spike.
little thing in hand, the Hate Spike. That
Yeah.
is one of the best cards that actually got added to the Shadow Owl's removal package in recent
Was
times.
hoping you'd stop by. She's
Dox
been
goes for
But-
the Evelyn.
Yeah, that means we actually can't remove the Poppy this turn.
Oh, and if,
See what's beneath.
I mean, you know,
while I
there is the
see what's
possibility
inside.
that the opponent is going to give a little bit of an opportunity to remove the Poppy, because at the moment, an open attack with the Poppy here doesn't look super impactful. There is going to be a Legion Rearguard or something that gets down
Yes,
alongside it,
I
because we do
fight.
still have the cost reduction from the Vandal City Mare.
Busy
But
tonight.
Dr. Evander could go so much wider with that Poppy on board if they want to greed it out a little bit.
Look, you know what I'm seeing here?
All right, team.
I'm
seeing
again
this?
seeing that the aggro deck is kind of getting aggroed down, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it kind of has to be an open attack from Dr. Evander just because Evelyn's not going to be on her flip side in order to contest the Poppy, and getting off a second attack with Poppy could be so good. Yeah, just gonna run it out straight up on the open. Couple of blocks coming out of Shadok's.
Tough day, friend.
Well, I
The
don't know
window
if
to
it's...
cleanly remove the Poppy has been closed.
Yeah. So we are gonna like only take 3 damage here.
I know that look.
And why do I feel like good change on the block here, obviously, if you want to use the hate spike. Why do I feel like next turn we could again look at a situation where like Turks just finds lethal?
Probably because there are 2 elusive husks. On top of the fact that there is, you know, like a drain card in Shadok's hand in case they are just a couple shy. I do like the sack onto... I actually really like the sack onto the husk because the husk getting slain flips Evelyn for the block. I didn't know that. I've never played Evelyn in my life. That's the one card. I have to read it every single time.
No, but this is so goddamn dangerous. I think we might just get lethal next turn again. Because we also got another impact, which means, again, Evelyn will have 2 impact. She will have elusive. Plus, there's going to be an impact, elusive. Neverglade Collector that also drains 2. No, it drains 3. Wait, there's more impacts!
Oh my
These
god.
keywords
How
are
does Shadok's
insane.
do it?
Okay, we need to top deck like further on the other side to get out of this. No, we didn't. Wait, this is just lethal again.
I don't even know if... Well, I guess Fervor could have gotten you out of it because of the Evelyn.
Yeah,
You would have had to put it onto one of your 4 HP units, which I assume Dr. Evander would have done anyway, but yeah, like you mentioned, all of a sudden...
Yo, how do you play aggro in a meta where mid-range decks just kill you on turn 6 like that?
You can't. And, you know, there haven't been a lot of rumblings about Evelyn Viego, but people were... When I was doing up the tier list, a lot of people were speaking on behalf of Grandpa Roji and saying that Roji is currently very big on Viego decks. I'm not sure of the exact flavor. I think he's a little more on the Ionia version of Viego, but here, this was the Evelyn show through and through.
Damn, Viego.
Let's do this again sometime.
Oh my god. Yeah, Viego's just the insurance to go up against other mid-range decks, right?
Yeah.
But this was just... But, again, perfect keywords. Maybe...
No tough,
maybe,
but, you know.
Yeah. Maybe you can kind of fold Shadok's opponent there for not blocking that one turn where Evelyn just caught it in 7 damage. But then again, I feel like this wouldn't have been lethal. It actually would have been 2 of lethal if we blocked that Evelyn that turn. But as the aggro deck, it just feels so bad to actually block a unit that early on, especially if you are preparing a huge Poppy open attack on the next turn. So I can kind of get why we didn't do that. I can kind of get why we didn't block, but again, that game was over in a snap.
Yeah, I don't think they expected a Neverglade Collector to come in and just instantly rip a Decimate into their own Nexus. It's forgivable, right? It's a little bit of a blunder, but it's a forgivable blunder given the amount of explosive potential that Shadok's sort of put on display on those last couple of turns. Definitely not something Dr. Evander was ready for. But I assume you're peeking at which European we're going to be spectating next now that we've finally gotten in our one American player.
You know what? No, I'm going to keep my promise. We're going to spectate some Americans. Okay?
Are they playing a European?
No. I was
Okay.
just
Okay.
like, you mentioned Roji, so like we're respecting Roji.
Yeah.
You mentioned he's also on Viego decks, and he's on a Viego deck. He's on Kindred Viego. A little bit different, but it looks like he is going to be healing for quite a bit if there's no Mystic Shot, no Pytos, no Wall. Okay, yeah, well.
Nope, there's a Pytos. And unfortunately, Barrier does not function in a way that you can get around a ping like that, so Viego just goes down, but Roji's looking to be in an okay spot, right? We've got a little bit more lifesteal in hand, not only on the Tasty Faith Hook, but also on that second Refuge, and Kindred's already on, I believe that's the level 2 art.
Yeah, that is a level 2 for sure. To get a rocket.
No.
Yeah, why save it? I think there are very few units, if any, in Roji's deck that actually get killed by a rocket here.
No, it would just be softening up a Tasty Faith Hook for a second ping if Cyrus wanted to hold that back, but given the fact that they are kind of all in on this Jinx, I don't think you could really afford to not be pushing out that damage where you can.
Ooh, okay. Station Archivist going in.
Oh, we're timelines.
The same calling card from our other case.
Hold on.
I mean, Vandal City Piltoverns on timelines exists. We know that. Usually it's championless, sometimes it's Nora. I didn't expect the Jinx. I don't think I've seen that before in this archetype.
Roger here, not in the worst position. Does have the unit. Does have healing in hand. And on board. And this deny makes it really awkward for Cyrus because you can't quite get rid of the 4-2 here, even if you have maybe a Mystic Shot in hand right now. Because there is a deny. You don't want to block it because everything you have currently on board dies to the block, which means that also Kindred gets another trigger.
You did one Yordle portal.
But if you just let it go through, you just let Roger heal 4 for free. That's a big jinx, though.
Oh yeah, biggest jinx I've ever seen. Because most people aren't playing decks that are buffing jinxes.
You know what? Where's my Iceborne jinx deck?
What do you want an Iceborne T? The Poro? The Daring Poro?
Yeah, the Daring Poro.
Going back to that.
I will just ignore that Poro Cannon card is now 1 mana. What? By the way, this is a 1 card they did not buff. We're like, yeah, okay, we're buffing Draven up again, sure, why not?
Alright, to be fair, during the World Championship especially is when I started to be like, okay, dude, we need to do something about Poro Cannon.
Oh, yeah, that kind of has been out of pocket for quite a while.
Oh yeah, especially once Champion Strength released, that's what kind of really put it over the top.
Alright, Mystic Shot is coming in here, we have the option to deny it. We could just let it go, we have some healing
Not much longer.
outside of it. But I don't know if you want to really slam a Spirit's Refuge on any unit proactively.
Yeah, the deny here could just really solidify your life totally, right? You would probably, like, if you want to Spirit's Refuge the Kindred as well for just, like, maximum life gain, you go back to 16. You're sitting at 2 units on board. Cyrus is going to lose at least 2 units here because the Chump block plus the Kindred ability is going to kill the marked unit. We actually don't see the second block out of Cyrus, which means they might be looking to take aim at killing this Kindred somehow.
How? 1 card, I mean...
I'm trying to figure it out too.
You could run cards in this deck that could take it down, right? But... Okay, no, this doesn't make sense.
Because it's not Get Excited, because you don't have any other cards in hand. Also, the Kindred's now up to... Yeah, probably should have blocked that extra bit of damage.
We just got into Atro range for fun.
As a little treat.
A little treat.
Oh my
Give him
goodness.
the Atro out.
So, I'm taking a look at Cyrus's deck here, and I did notice that their lineup is actually triple timelines.
They deserve to lose.
It is Jax Vi timelines. This is rather than play champion less timelines, they put 1 Jinx in here. So this is not like, oh yeah, I think Jinx is really good in this deck. It's like, I guess they thought they couldn't run no championless deck, so they put 1 Jinx in, and then the last one is Orin Trundle timelines.
Oh right.
You must be getting ready to have nightmares, waking nightmares about this T, that you are seeing a triple timelines lineup.
I really, yeah. Not enjoying it for sure. But you know what? It's taken a win here.
Hey.
Yeah, we lose the Jinx. We didn't top deck any removal.
Oh, yeah,
what do you want to do?
lose
What
the
do you want to
Jinx.
do? What do you want to do?
Yeah, I forgot she had a loose. I was too busy looking at the deck list. I forgot that the Sump Work map had come out onto that. Yeah, that'll do it.
Yep. So even though we just took 5 damage for fun and put ourselves in Atro range, maybe you know what? Maybe Jordy doesn't play Atro. That makes sense. Is this timelines lineup just like winning now? I don't know if this was the final game. If this triple timelines lineup makes it to top 8,
It's really good when you draw timelines.
It's
My issue with the
just
triple
really
timelines
good.
lineup is Trundle timelines is a functioning deck when you don't draw timelines. A lot of these timelines decks are not.
Yes. Yeah, you know what? If my opponent would have played a Banana Blaster without actually getting that goddamn 7/7 out of it, I wouldn't have lost that game.
Yeah, like you're main decking things like Risu, the 5-mana 1/1 that makes the 7/3 with Impact 3. Like, that card is unplayable without timelines, but Cyrus is apparently just so good at drawing timelines that it doesn't matter.
Also, Cyrus is now playing a new deck, and Grandpa is still playing the same deck. I assume this is going to be game 2. So I'm going to put it in the score, so don't crucify
This
me.
is based on the timers, because they were both in the red on the previous game. This has to be game 2.
Game 3, you mean? No, it's
Yep.
game 2? Oh my god.
Yes. There's 30 minutes left on the clock.
When did they start?
Late, apparently. Look at this. 5-2. The philosophy behind the timeline nerf was a very good one when it was initially nerfed. I don't know why we undid it just to be like, hee hee. Here's timelines again.
Oh, I like this interaction. Now we get another ephemeral unit. Maybe. How many 1-mana ephemeral units are there?
I mean, it's going to keep the ephemeral keyword though, right? Oh no, it's not.
No,
Okay.
no, it's not.
I can never remember how transformations interact. It's one of the sort of like least utilized mechanics in Legends of Runeterra.
Well, now you condense a Minimorph can get familiar with it.
Yeah, I can figure out that Minimorph kills transformed units somehow.
You ever tried to condense a timeline unit? No, I should.
I haven't.
Alright, Roji though, with
Honoring
a great hand.
by pounding bad guys.
Problem is that also Cyrus has a great hand, so you know what?
Yeah.
Kinda going tits for tat here, so
The other issue is that Kindred is very good against low to the ground decks. You know, those Vile Feasts getting 2-for-1s is absolutely insane, but when your opponent resolves timelines, there's not going to be a lot of 1 HP units left on the board, especially given that this is the Weapon Master exclusive version of timelines, right? Pretty much every unit in here is going to generate a weapon. The chances that you actually find a 1 health unit to kill with this Vile Feast is impossible.
the good thing is here, you can potentially take down the Jax if you really commit to that line. You do have the rebuffed. Nope, never mind.
I thought you were
Maybe
just going to say
expensive.
block with the Twin Discipline, which it was rebuffed, but
Yeah.
not on the health side. Still +3, always has been.
Yeah, but like you could still kill the Jax here if you want. That's it. Maybe. Oh yeah, no, you know what? I forgot that we get a mana back. Great choice from Roji here. It does matter because there are cards that do, like especially in the Weapon Master region, that do give
in this
+1/+1. Not in this deck. All right.
Nah, it's just timelines. In the 1 mana slot. Because Catch got... I know they made some spells Weapon Masters. Did they make Catch a Weapon Master? Or was it just Fish Fight?
No, I think Catch has always been Weapon Master, no?
I don't know. Maybe.
You know, great, we can actually look it up. Yes, always been Weapon Master.
This is a hand from Grandpa Roji. Probably going to develop the Kindred, but just wanted Cyrus to commit some mana first because Roji would be totally fine passing this turn here. Cyrus fires off their 1 time trick, though, and finds something. Offers the round end. Roji, are you willing to take that, or are we developing the Kindred to have the Kindred spell available next turn and maybe take out this Jax? It is just going to be a pass.
Yeah, Fish Fight would be a bit brutal. Like, if we look at Jax right now,
There's no
Jax...
Fish Fight.
What?
There is 3 Get Excited, 3 Blowback, though. So, Kindred can't really come down with 1 mana protection into 3 mana.
I mean, Fish Fight would have been a bit scary because it also would have leveled the Jax, but I get the blowback because like you generate a lot of weapons in hand that you might want to get rid of, so like why not?
I mean, this deck is triple Get Excited, triple Blowback, triple Parts Made Whole.
Okay, what does that guy do?
Oof.
You just got
Probably
released
something with
the variety
coins?
patch. I mean, yeah, for sure.
I haven't read most of the Variety Patch cards because they don't matter.
Yeah. So he generates
Okay.
followers when you refill mana, which actually does.
Yep.
Weapon roulette.
Yeah, does not matter. But it is a 4 mana 4/4, and he looks cool. Okay, I'm actually a little mad because he is tossing coins.
I mean, he works with coins, you know. He spends.
Yeah, that's
What's-
fair. Yeah,
What's his name? The guy. Perfidious Promoter.
Mr. Hammerhead,
Mr. Hammerhead.
Perfidious Promoter. What's that on your shoulder, Perfidious Promoter? Is that a little squid guy? That's so cute.
Looks good guy.
For
It's like a little
Acacia.
TFT,
And you
little
know
legend.
what? Also for me.
Max is going to level and go down, though, and that means Perfidious Professional. Also not long for this world. Roji still has the protection for the Kindred should a Get Excited or Blowback come out from Cyrus here. And if that does happen, Cyrus is looking low on cards, but with that not happening, there's still 6 unrevealed after the draw for turn.
Cyrus unfortunately not adding any of the spectators cards, so we can't get the PoE. But I mean, what's it gonna be? It's timelines, okay? It has some burn, has some units.
I love the idea that Cyrus is an EMEA Smurf and was like, okay, I actually only have the cards for timelines, and if I just craft 10 more cards, I can build a whole lineup.
It worked out so far. But this game, it seems like Roji really has Cyrus's number. Now if the Kindred develop on board stable, I don't think that Cyrus is ever going to get a board big enough again to actually threaten Roji here. Now, Roji does not have the big win condition, doesn't have the Eagle. But again, once Kindred is actually flipped, it doesn't matter because she is also scaling into infinity, and with that atrocity in hand that Cyrus can't deal with, is going to get really scary.
I think Roji really wants to use the Kindred spell here. I think getting the Kindred to level 2 is so important for Grandpa Roji right now.
Not plus,
just getting it outside the range of everything.
This is the only way you actually get rid of the 5/8.
Okay, Roji's, yeah. Because that also does it, right? Then you don't have to use your Kindred. Oh, this probably just is a block from the 5/8, but no, Cyrus thinking you got something up your sleeve here, and I'm not going to fall for it. Cyrus thinking, but again, Timeline's the only 1-mana spell in the deck, so nothing playable on the side of Cyrus.
Yeah. You know what? Sometimes I do love these like little silent moments we have when we 2-cast, because whenever we 2-cast, it's like one of these Mastering Runeterra tournaments, and we just like everyone knows that we just have to cruise at 50% for like half of it.
Yeah.
Their pulse fades away.
I think I am using a little bit too much of my brain right now. I'm gonna really regret this later, but
yep.
You know, sometimes you just gotta be silent. You don't have to fill the entire cast with nonsense. We'll give you a little break from the ads.
All right, it looks like Grandpa Roji is in total control of the goddamn game. It's really tough for Cyrus to come back here, even if we get to develop a Jax here, alongside of some huge units. Yeah, there he is. We do have the stun on Roji's side, and again, with the removal in hand, we can actually comfortably take down the Jax currently. Just kill the 3/2. Yep, still harvest it.
And again, there's no catch, so you can't throw something onto this to get it out of the range of the Soul Harvest. Looks like Cyrus might be taking one final attempt at the life of the Kindred, or using a Get Excited on their own unit to deny the Slay.
Oh.
Now, three spells. What is that?
Hold on. Oh my god. Wait, what are you in 2 Kindred? You're already not confident that this is going through. You gotta be so unconfident with this going. Why would you do it proactively though? You can do it after the Kindred. What? No,
There's
wait,
no good reason.
hold on.
There's no good reason.
You do it on a Kindred, and then if your opponent has an answer, then you do it on your own unit. This is just...
Cyrus just wants to... They don't want to waste any time. They're taking the Simon approach. They're like, look, I know you're going to counter the double Mystic Shot. I'm going to put my Mystic Shot preemptively on the stack in order to kill my own unit.
What if it works? Can Roji just let this go through, please? For fun.
It would be really funny if Roji did, but Roji can't. Look at this hand. This hand does nothing without Kindred. But boy, oh boy, would it be funny. I imagine the reason Roji hasn't responded yet is because he has fallen out of his chair laughing and has finally clawed his way back into his desktop and will now be able to use the Discipline of Force. Nope, puts it back, thinking about syncopation instead.
Wait, this is actually so 5-head from Cyrus. He just knew. Like, this guy had an answer. And you know what? I think Cyrus is employing some hand reading here. Because Roji hasn't played anything meaningful in quite a while outside of this Kindred. So he's like, yeah, like, that guy has to have protection in hand. Those are spells for sure. And he is right. He's right. Those were spells. I still don't like, even if this was like a 5-head moment, I still like how we went about it.
The sequencing there left something to be desired, but Cyrus gets the desired result of denying the Kindred Slay.
Which again makes this atrocity a little bit less scary, this potential atrocity that it could come down. Alright, Little Castaway, what do you get us? You know what I don't like about timelines?
Hey, Captain.
It's also not a fast deck. Like, whenever you have to pick twice, it's just gonna hold up.
Yeah. It reminds me with my original gripes with Karma Set Piltover and Zon, where I would look at, like, you know, it's round 12 and I look at the history and my opponent has played 40 cards and all they've done is like kill 2 units.
Heart beats fast now.
It knows.
Here comes the punchline.
Oh, whoa. Hold on. That would be so cool if it wasn't for
Concussive
Ionia.
buff. Yeah.
Goddamn Ionia.
Pink region enjoyers here in the Americas.
You know where to design is. Nope. Oh, that's region combo. Oh, and there's another one.
Okay, now we can blame Shadow Isle as well.
I'm actually fine with shit odds. You know what? I'm fine with my unit dying. I'm like sad. I'm like, oh my god, it died. But like this, it's just like, oh my god, I got so close. What?
I tweeted recently about how Concussive Bomb is actually just one of my favorite designed cards in Legends of Runeterra. I can't lie. I can't deny it. I'm not a big pink region enjoyer, but damn do I love Concussive Bomb.
Come on.
Ooh, this gotta hurt, okay? You just gotta give up another unit to this Kindred. He's
Yeah.
gonna grow to 9. Again, next turn, once we have 2 units, once we commit a unit, we can kill it, and then we have the actual rank up. So
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be 2 units though. The first, like, you can put Vengeance and
Yeah.
Atrocity on the stack, and it'll just take out the unit. And unless Cyrus get excited to play around it, so Roji needs to not throw everything on the stack like Cyrus did, or it could get outplayed and just lose the Kindred.
that would be a funny ending to the game.
Yeah, it would. That's something that you can go ahead and just use a rather dinky removal spell on though. And from here, Cyrus will not have an answer to the Kindred. For 9 mana, even triple Get Excited will not take out this 10 HP unit, so Grandpa
You know-
Roji is now safe to press the Atro button.
Viego really is a little princess. Okay? This is like the second Viego X game where X is winning the game for Viego.
Yeah. Diego's just chilling in
even shown
deck,
up.
commanding the armies.
They know little lamb.
Doesn't need to. Gets it done with Kindred.
Great game. That means we will get a game 3. Because as
More timelines,
as
T.
mentioned, yeah, more timelines. Whoa.
Because that's
I
what the T stands for.
Oh yeah, now it stands for timelines. Sparkling Eyes
Yep.
timelines. You know what? I did play a couple of timelines games back in the past. It was like one of the only viable on decks, so I kind of had to.
I kind of got my fill of timelines the last time timelines was good in standard, so I've had people like ask me to play it, and I'm like, I don't feel like it, dude. Like I already played this deck ad nauseum.
That is not happening.
What was that? Whose hand was that?
Oh, it's no one's hand.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So
We just
we got
just can't-
another big enjoyer of Varus Cive over here. I think in EMEA we obviously have Boki, but Roji is like kind of like the American Boki. Oh, people are gonna flame me for this one.
They are both very big mid-range enjoyers. I think the
Very big
biggest
mid-range
difference
enjoyers.
between them is I've never seen Roji play Frostbite mid-range.
Yeah, and I've never seen Boki play Talia.
Liam Malphite, yeah.
So
One of those is more reasonable, but I actually do want to check Roji's lineup because I would assume... Oh, okay. I'm actually a little surprised by this. Roji was singing the praises of both Viego and Kaisa in Eternal, so I thought his last deck was going to be Kaisa, but it's Nasus Thresh.
I mean, yeah, it's a pretty good deck.
It's a pretty good deck. I just thought, you know, Roji would come in with the Kaisa, test for the open a little bit harder, but maybe just deciding that, you know, maybe played a bunch of... Wait, hold on. Is this far as Kaisa? Is that what the Sharima is? No, it's got to be Akshan, right? Okay, yeah, it's Akshan.
How often can
Woof.
we hit timelines before we hit our first unit, by the way?
I mean, Cyrus is 2-0 so far, right? So apparently, like 9 out of 9.
Just keeps hitting it, and look at this big matchup here. This is 6-4.
This is why timelines got nerfed in the first place. They didn't want... They were like, yeah, you know, sometimes you do just have... I mean, last game we even saw like a 5-2 with impact on turn 2. It's crazy.
Roji has to throw everything in the kitchen sink at this to actually kill it.
There's not enough weapon removal in the game to deal with everything Jax is outputting either.
Oh my god. Well, this is also, by the way, half of Jack's level up already done. One hit.
Very close to the Ornn level up as well.
If we were
Just a
playing,
couple
yeah.
more attack points. Does Ornn have to see the unit strike for 8
Nope.
damage?
No. This
Okay.
has to happen.
Gotcha.
We just have to let it happen.
Love that song.
Alright, we get a Fury on board. Let's see what we actually can get out of it. Again, the weapon is super important, but I mean, having a wonder if it doesn't die immediately, also pretty nice. Oh, we get a barrier unit. That's pretty okay.
Yeah, I mean, well, in this exact situation, it means nothing, right? Your opponent's unit has Fearsome, wouldn't be able to block that anyway. You're going to lose the barrier by the time you actually get into your scout attack. But Roji would have to commit quite a few resources to actually take down this Badger Bear just for the weapon to get past somewhere else.
I think Roji is actually going to do it. Like, the danger of this one actually growing with the pigs is quite scary, you know?
Yeah, that would level Ornn, right? This would be an 8-5 with tough.
Yeah, but like, okay, why are you so obsessed with leveling Ornn?
mean, you know, Ornn's not in this deck, but like, you know, think
you know
about
what?
it.
You know what? I get it. I also think about it a lot.
I'm so used to Jack's Ornn and Ornn timelines, and now I'm looking at Jack's timelines with no Ornn, and I genuinely keep forgetting Ornn is not in this deck.
Ooh, what did we? Oh my god, we just got a
You
bunch
want
of
to talk
cards
about a
get killers.
swing turn here?
Wait, what just happened? What did? We just got
Cyrus-
real cards for this.
Yeah, Cyrus really looking
I-
to take out.
Don't know about this.
Yeah, I do. I know it's bad. I know you over prioritized the shit out of this Keeper of the Mailbox. That's not good. That's not conducive to a game-winning strategy.
I mean, it did mean that we actually did not get to use these aggressively. So we actually had to protect our unit. Could not give it any additional attack points.
In all fairness, the only way Roji actually got around that was double momentous choice, and Cyrus just saying, I don't think you have it, which was a reasonable call, but now that it has been punished, it is a game-ending punish.
Yeah, he just wasn't familiar with Roji's game.
Yeah, Cyrus, if you can draw timelines every game, your opponent also gets to draw the exact 2 cards they need every game.
Yeah, give him a little something.
That's a treat.
Okay, so is it Akshan? Is it just Bloodletters? Get Xolani on board?
I'm a little surprised that Roji is running out this 1-drop rather than equipping the Swinging Glaive to the Fearsome unit so that we could actually double block the 2 larger units on the side of Cyrus. But it looks like they wanted the 3rd blocker so they could take out the picks for good. And still use the Absolver to trade onto the Badger Bear if Roji wants to as well, which I think is one of the reasons they're thinking so hard about this top deck, because Roji's hand at the moment isn't great. But that Akshan can really get you back into the game with the Swinging Glaive, should you decide to pick it up and clear Cyrus's board here, utilizing the Absolver, but that's not going to be the case.
Good buffy from Cyrus. Gets his unit outside of the range of just a simple block. Now Roji has to invest an additional card if he wants to take down this big Overwhelm unit. Really, really like this play from Cyrus. Roji technically would have the facilities to actually do that with the Violent Spot in hand.
Quit struggling.
He's willing to take it. So
I don't like these
Roji,
blocks,
we
though.
know that they got the Bloodletters, right? Because we did buff up our Bakat, which only happens if you get a Darken, right? Is it Darken or Champion, or is it just Darken? Pretty sure it was just Darken.
It's just Darken, yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't Akshan, it was the Bloodletters. Oh, Tutorel and the Varus, though, does make the Bloodletters a little more understandable, in my opinion.
Okay, so I don't like how we blocked down Roji's side if we plan to do this anyways. I think we could have swapped around the blocks, no? But
There was almost certainly a more efficient way to do it.
yeah, after 4 attack unit, block the Badger Bear, put it on 1. It doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, obviously, but
Still, you like to see players play like, you know, that's kind of what you're striving for when you're at the level of Grandpa Roji, right? It's like those last few percentage points to like always make the most optimal decision, even when it doesn't really matter.
now with the arrows finally on board, can maybe try to finally hit back, swing some damage into Cyrus's Nexus.
There's a price to pay.
Especially with that quick attack, can also get rid of this Badger Bear.
Shadow and misery.
So, actually 4 out of 7. Okay, I thought we would be a little bit further. Take it back. We don't really have the option to actually swing into Cyrus's Nexus here. Could you put the Bloodletters? Yeah, I like
really
this.
debating.
Yeah, you gotta retain a unit to sacrifice for. So if you do this, you actually get a unit that you can sacrifice for Xolani. So you get another big blocker.
I also like just attacking with the Keeper of the Box, trying to keep Cyrus's board clear before they can start throwing weapons onto this 3-2. Well, actually going for the Swing Glaive onto the Varus. Well, I do like this. I'm curious if this is going to get some kind of action out of Cyrus. No, it just continues to pass the round.
I will not yield.
Ooh, I like this from Roji. We're just getting back into the game. I'm telling you. Next time we get Xolani on board. Another big blocker. Spell Shield plus O+2. Couple of great cards here. Varus flips as well.
I am more than this.
Case scenario for Cyrus at this point is probably Vi and finding an overwhelm weapon. Roji doesn't really have an answer for something like that.
Who's next? Bring it on!
But outside of that, like, I don't think Jax is getting
more
as
stars
much
than
done as
years.
Cyrus
Got a
really
lot of
needs
years.
right now.
No, not all of the cooked units on the board currently.
Roji picking up a card that will generate another blocker. Should that be an issue? Combat Cook gonna eat the timelines for the turn. There's a pick. Here comes pick number 2.
Did I see you using my lamp to stir the pot last night?
And we get a
Sorry.
Shiraza the
Spoons
Blade
were
with
dirty.
Fearsome.
Oh, so do we have an overwhelm weapon, right?
I think so.
Yeah,
I believe that's
but-
yeah. Ooh,
That for sure has been cooking.
Oh yeah, it has, and it's about to pay dividends. Although it will still just be 6 attack on the Shiraza, so still not enough to get through Varus and actually get Nexus damage in.
Yeah, but that does force Varus to block. Again,
It
we
does force Varus to block.
Can, yeah. But Cyrus does know
Or-
that Roji has a way to
Think you
save
can
that
fish
Varus
up
in hand
something to
already.
eat after this battle?
Catch and release only.
I mean, Roji also could just like
Wait,
eat
what?
that little bit of damage. Okay, that's
Oh, ho. Wait. You could have.
Guess I'm the main.
Wait. I guess. Now you just like.
I'm trying to figure out what that
Die
was.
now?
T.
I feel like you just die now.
Know if you die, but just because Zolani's so much mana,
Do we need to pick someone?
I think
Maybe we-
so.
Maybe we just
I don't think
flip up-
Roji's got lethal here. I
we
think
just-
Roji's
yeah,
got like 18 damage, but
I think we equip double absolver.
Varus math is always so difficult that I'm never totally sure how much damage output is about to happen. Obviously, like Absolver Return is on the table. It's that plus Swinging Glaive is all the damage that Roji can output here.
Yeah, I mean, even if it was easy, I wouldn't do it.
That's fair. I respect that about you, T. It's definitely a 2-turn clock.
There's a price
Definitely
to
2
pay.
turns. And also, now we have to block with the units we could have attacked and force a block with, maybe. So, maybe it's correct to not attack.
I think
that.
Absolver adds 8 damage, which is less than the total blockers Cyrus could output. So if Cyrus wants to, they live here. If they are expecting the Absolver return,
Do this.
then they can full block and they will live. 100%. If they don't full block, though,
Oh!
I think Roji might slip through lethal. I'm never sure when Varus actually caps out. So Varus might cap out before we actually have lethal. Doesn't look like that is
Nope.
going to be the case,
It's
though, and it's
21
going to be
damage.
21 damage, yeah.
Wait, okay, we still have blowback plus Mystic Shot here. I know we already saw that combo this game. Maybe you...
Maybe we do another one. Okay,
Oh.
well, there's a spell on the stack. Cyrus got something cooking.
Oh!
Cyrus got a couple things cooking.
Oh! Okay, it's not quite that, it's even better!
Yeah, this is still... Oh, actually?
That's pretty insane.
Roji's only got 1 blocker, which means Jax gets to connect to the Nexus because you have to block Shiraza the Blade or you do literally die, which also opens up the possibility for Cyrus to find something else to try and push through that last bit of lethal on the next turn, because currently Roji has no additional units. If Cyrus just draws a unit and plays it, that could very well be lethal.
Yeah, you gotta go for the Challenger here, the most useful keyword, but it doesn't matter because you need to sacrifice this unit anyways next turn to actually get the block done. But that was a crazy call. We actually had enough cards to discard for blowback and get excited, both dealing 3 damage there. Oh, that's a lie.
And it's Vi,
Wait.
which means if Roji didn't draw Akshan, would have just died to the Shiraza the Blade, but Akshan coming down as a blocker does mean
Is he leveled?
Roji will survive.
Is Akshan
Akshan?
leveled?
No. Akshan is not leveled.
But then Vi just pulls a 7-4.
I don't
Roach
need
just died.
rules to know good from bad.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, that is how that works, huh?
Wait,
No! Cyrus! Cyrus! No! Cyrus saw that double momentous choice in the earlier game and thought, no, Roji's always going to have a pump spell. Roji's always going to have a pump spell. I can't afford to run this Shiraza into it. But no, that was the line, T. It was pull the Shadow Fiend to the side,
I
let
guess.
Shiraza through onto the Nexus, and Cyrus just doesn't find it.
But you know what, Roshi might still lose because we need to top like.
Oh, Roji almost certainly still loses. They're completely out of options here. They didn't get bloodletters onto anything, so there's nothing to sacrifice to the Zolani. There's nothing to play this, whatever the name of that Euro man is, Lucky Find onto. And Cyrus is still looking... Ooh. 2 units as a top deck, not bad here. Roji finally going to get back on board, and while I don't think this necessarily leads to a victory, it does make it a lot harder for Cyrus to win the game currently.
Yeah, you can actually pick Solani now.
Roji, I don't think... Well, actually, now Roji has found himself in a position where they're tapped out below Get Excited, but it doesn't matter because Cyrus doesn't have a second card in hand, did play the weapon onto the buy.
I am ascended.
Love the attitude.
That's
Jax's Counter-Strike is going to
That's
keep
pretty
that
good,
card
actually.
alive.
yeah, that just makes. I think that makes Overwhelm lethal almost a given extent.
Not quite. Just shot. Did Jax buff
No.
himself?
Yeah, yeah. Also via
Okay.
weapon. This
Yeah,
is
I
the
know
forge,
what
so that
Jax
this
does.
stays on. This is a forge, so this stays on, so he's always going to be a 5 from now on.
Okay.
Plus, the Vi, like having a weapon plus Jax having a weapon plus buff him up quite significantly. Shapestone, I don't think gets him out of range. Yeah, I think Jax is going to be a 7 attack unit here, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, maybe I'm mistaken. No, I'm not.
7. Yeah.
Well,
I have not read the Weapon Masters. I don't know what Ornn does. I don't know what Jax does. I don't know what half these Forge cards do. And I don't, previously I didn't have to learn. It didn't matter. Jax was never like a real standard deck. Broken Ball, cover your ears for that one.
Would you say you know Jax shit?
I do know Jax shit. Jax is shit.
All right.
It's a good way to put it, T.
Yeah, good way to put it. All right, this game is
Yeah.
over though, and Grandpa Brogy has lost the series, which
Which
that the
means
triple
Sparkling
timeline
Iced Tea's
stays 3-0.
favorite triple timelines lineup of all time, going 3-0 so far in the event. T, I've never seen such a look of horror come out of a human being's face.
You know what? The one thing I hope is that the one person that hates timelines more than me currently, Broken Ball, has to face up into this, because it might be the case that Broken Ball is up 3-0, which gives him a good chance to play into this.
I can't wait to see his Twitter if he loses to Cyrus.
Yeah, he is 3-0, by the way, so that there is a chance that he will face up against a triple timelines lineup. And how strong is it? How strong is it? Especially if you draw timelines as consistently as we just saw, okay? Absolute fantastic timelines drawing ability there.
Yeah, the rest of it was a little questionable, but the timelines drawing is certainly on point for Cyrus. Hopefully they can clean it up a little bit. We definitely saw like some bad sequencing out of Cyrus earlier in those games. The preemptive Mystic Shot in the face of the Kindred, not presenting lethal by pulling the Akshan. But as long as Cyrus can keep drawing timelines like they have been, it doesn't really matter.
No, it certainly doesn't. But again, I think we had some fun this round. We can close it out for this round, right? There are a couple games more going on, actually. Cephalopod is still playing, so you know what? I'm wondering if we have been too harsh on Jason. Maybe it wasn't his fault. We have yet to check out Cephalopod's decks, so
Maybe Cephalopod's playing too slow. Let's
Yeah.
check. Let's take a peek here.
yeah, maybe it was Cephalopod's fault all along, and we've been just flaming Jason for no reason. All right, do you have his decks?
I have Ornn Trundle. Oh my god, I think it's triple timelines.
Oh, come on.
Okay, no, the Fizz Nora is not timelines, but Ornn Trundle and
Nice.
Championless BCPZ definitely is.
All right,
So
Fizz
double
Nora-
timelines plus
yeah.
Fizz Nora.
Fizz Nora could have been timelines as well, if
It could have
really
been, but
wanted
it's
to.
it's the condensed Fleet Admiral Shelly deck that we saw a little bit earlier. Again, like Jack, Twisted Fate still floating around as champion options for that deck, but the players are still kind of figuring it out. None of the champions are a given,
Yeah.
right? Nora, I think, is probably going to find her way into the final list, but I have seen a fair amount of like Jack TF.
Yeah, this looks like a great deck, though. I gotta say, this is just the evolution that we saw from the boring Seraphine deck. I think this is a little bit more exciting. I know some people, kind of hate against Nora, but I like the old granny. Okay, she does add some like RNG and some unpredictability to the game that can be really fun if you don't play against it. But that said, I think this is enough for this round, and we are gonna see you guys for round 4 after these replays and after this break. Stay tuned.
welcome back everyone to round 4. It feels like we're speeding through today, Ice-T, but I'm pretty sure that's just because we weren't here for round number 1. But we are now cresting into the halfway point of Swiss, and we are going to be taking a look at, surprise, surprise, an EMEA versus EMEA matchup in Trickster Sorry versus Pat Pat.
You know what? I'm almost down to call Pat half an Americas player because you know what? Pat has been grinding these Americas tournaments ever since he started his competitive journey. Pat is a real gamer. You know, he embraces the gamer hours. Okay, he is down to play tournaments till 4 a.m. I think
And that's why he's my son.
Okay, a little tidbit of lore I didn't know, but
Yeah, Pat is my son. For those of you that didn't know, I've claimed him since the first time I saw him play on stream when he was playing Monastery of Hirana Burblefish.
Yeah, and you know, I think you can be proud of your son. Has been doing quite well in a couple of these tournaments and is looking to get top 8 yet again in this one. Is currently 3-0, but so is Trickster Sorry. And Sorry is someone who has won one of these tournaments back in the day. And I say back in the day because Sorry has been taking a little bit of a break from competitive, is back now. And is someone that, again, in Eternal can make a lot of waves because I don't think a lot of people remember this, but Sorry probably likes me to mention this every time, again. He actually invented Ness's Thresh. Did you know that?
I'm just not gonna believe that. I'm gonna choose to just straight up
Few
not
people do.
believe you.
Few people do.
I'm gonna ignore that. In true dad fashion, though, I will never tell Pat I'm proud of him. But Sorry, on the other hand, has gotten a couple of top 4 finishes at EMEA seasonals. So, never got a win. So can't be super proud of him either. But I guess this is the fight for my affection. Here's what we're gonna, sort of label this because, did he really invent? Sorry, does he really claim he invented Thresh Nassus? That's probably the better way to phrase that.
He does claim he invented that deck. He does claim that.
Yeah, this is why I don't put a lot of stake in inventors of decks. I just you can never tell if they're lying or not.
Well, for some there is a way to tell, you know?
Yeah.
Because sometimes you have someone playing a deck that literally nobody else plays, and you're like, hey, I made this deck. And I posted it on Twitter, and they're like, then you see like all of a sudden people keep picking that deck back up again, and you can clearly
but
see.
it's usually hard to find those.
Yeah.
Like, 6 months later when they're like, oh yeah, I want you to shout out that like I invented this deck. I'm like, I don't remember that, dude. Do you have paperwork? Do you have a patent certificate?
That's why I tell everyone you gotta post that shit on Twitter. You
gotta post it on Twitter. If you want me to recognize you as the inventor of a deck, you do have to get a patent from the global patent office.
It shouldn't be too hard. I think once you explain it to them what you are doing here, I think they will be happy to give you one.
Oh yeah. Because Mogwai's got tons of patents. That's why Mogwai's, like, every time a deck comes out that's a Mogwai deck, he gets credit for it. Like Ping City. Ping City's a Mogwai deck. He's got the trademark on it.
Bro. Low blow.
You should have fought him in court. You should have fought him in court over that patent, but he got it.
Look,
he got the patent through.
I have that tweet, okay? I have that tweet.
You have the tweet. He has a patent, Ice-T. I don't know I'm pretty sure one of those holds up in court.
Well, what if I just burn it?
Oh yeah, you can do that.
Alongside of the Mona Lisa.
I don't know why you got to bring the Mona Lisa into this, but like I was never a fan, so you can go ahead and do that. I actually don't know what country the Mona Lisa is in. Is it one of the ones where like they pass it around? Like sometimes it's in Europe, sometimes it's in America.
I probably always in France in the Louvre.
It's in France?
Yeah, I think it's France.
Then why would they put it in France? I guess you need a reason to visit the country. Anyway, I thought you said Sorry and Pat started already. I thought we'd be like getting into the game in a second here.
Oh,
I thought that
it kicked me out immediately out of the spectator.
Oh, so, okay, yeah, that'll do it.
Great times. And,
Sorry did tell us that they didn't want to get caster cursed.
Oh, what if we just did the same thing to Sorry that we did to Simon? That would be kind of funny, no? That would be so.
I love feeling powerful.
Hilarious.
Caster cursing is like the only time I really get to like, mess with the players. Like I'm playing the game. I'm the one that like says this is on the top of the deck. That's me playing the game.
Yeah. By the way, I take it that you have not watched Glass Onion.
I have not. Been meaning to, but I have not.
Yeah, okay. I'll never mind then.
I don't like to interact with European things.
It's not a European thing.
Big Doctor Who hater over here. I don't know. I don't think it is, but Daniel Craig's got some kind of accent going on, so.
Oh, that dude is British for sure.
Yeah.
No, but I think probably a lot of Americans for you in the movie to enjoy.
It's true.
You need them.
I do. I love a good little self-contained murder mystery. that is those and like Groundhog Day type movies. Those are my every little
Huh?
one that I can get my hands on.
Okay.
I will.
So what do you think about groundhog type, like groundhog romance movies? Because I feel like there have been at least 5 released on Amazon Prime in the last 2 years. You can probably enjoy.
My love of Groundhog Day movies is overshadowed by my hatred of Amazon Prime original series because I can't think of any of them that I've seen off the top of my head that I've enjoyed. I'm pretty sure there's like a famous one or two that I'm just not thinking of that I've watched and liked, but Amazon Prime originals are easily like my lowest tier of streaming service originals.
Yeah, and then it's Netflix. And then I don't know what other streaming services there are. And then
I
HBO
mean,
is pretty good.
Hulu doesn't always have like originals, but they'll like take it from a network and claim it as an original, which is a little weird. But hey, we'll let them do it.
Hey, that community, right? Okay, so I literally can't get into Sorry's session.
Damn it.
So
Damn it.
I don't know what.
Okay,
he did.
sorry, fine. You invented Thresh Nasus. Okay,
yeah.
can we spectate the game now?
Yeah,
Please.
fine, Sorry. Okay, you didn't want us to spectate you. You know, you could have just said that. He alluded to it.
Oh,
No,
okay.
he didn't straight up say it. But then now he just hacked like the whole LOR code to not spectate. Kind of weird. Sorry.
Yeah. Maybe he's
Apparently,
not in the
I can
game.
spectate Pat. So you know what? We found a way around it.
All right. Yeah, we're gonna get in there one way or another. Sorry.
Yeah,
Just
take
when you
that,
thought
Sorry.
you were safe, kids, Boulevard's still coming for your games. Okay, that's got to be a timelines deck. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say there's no way we're playing this ephemeral nonsense. But on the side of Pat, what is? Oh, it's Yasuo. Oh, it's Yasuo.
Silence. Death comes.
That was a
Sleeves
deck.
for the guiltless.
Yeah. Like
You know-
yeah, it's pretty good against mid-range decks. So you know what? I kind of like this as a
My
meta.
kind of lessons.
I'm mostly shocked by the fact that both these players have boards.
Yeah, because both players are from UMEA.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Why? They should be allowed to play on their EMEA accounts, right? Against each other?
Theoretically, yeah. Well,
It's like,
okay,
why
so
wouldn't you be allowed to
Rather
play
be
on
sharing.
EMEA?
you would be allowed to, but I guess they're just like already signed in. They don't feel like switching servers and switching accounts, and like we know that they're playing on their NA accounts because Pat is Pat.
Yeah, there's an extra pad.
Yeah.
That he
So we
never
know this is the
understands.
AM account.
Yeah.
Ooh, setting up for a get excited here or a blowback. That Puffcat Peddler is dangerous. Pat's gonna want this game to go out kind of long if they do end up winning, and I feel like Sari's about to put around 9 to 15 shrooms in the deck over the next couple of turns.
Dying's easy.
Oh, and losing that Yasuo is so unfortunate. Again, the Vestayan Disciple really stopped seeing play once that spell went from burst to focus, so not going to have a blocker here is Sari. Or is Pat, rather.
Yeah, if Sorry goes for this open attack, this would be, alright, 7, 8, 10 damage
9,
push.
10, yeah.
Yeah, that would be
Woof.
crazy. I mean, you obviously have to think around stuns. But I like the open attack because like your opponent does have the option to stand on a Katarina now, or does have a couple of other stuns that they can slam down. So I don't know.
You did one
didn't
Yordle
have to be
portal
afraid
and
of, like,
suddenly
any possible
geography
attack.
means nothing.
I mean, so I understand what Sari's going for, right? They have the O2, so they're like, even if you summon out a unit here, I can still pull a blocker to the side. I can probably get a little more damage on. Arachnoid Sentry is the big punish, and Pat does actually top deck it as well.
Yeah. Oh, Sorry, just losing out on a ton of damage here.
But more shrooms in the deck, though.
Oh, you know
No.
what? It seems
What?
that Sorry has hexed this spectator account and this spectator account only because I do have his hand from the other spectator account now.
Beautiful. All right, we get the Mystic Shot onto the Sentry. That's going to push a little bit more damage for Sari. And with the Get Excited in hand, I mean, it might be enough, right? This is 10 damage coming through, or 9 damage coming through. So missing out on 1 damage from the open attack.
All right, all
That's
tuned up.
fine.
Try now.
Yeah, with the amount of shrooms in there.
Cute.
Oh, it's 9. Go ahead,
Yeah,
chill
but I
out.
mean, it's about to be a
Now
little
have
bit
the upper
more.
hand.
Ooh.
Probably 9 is enough.
Yeah, it might just be.
Especially
That
with the Get
timeline's a
Excited as
beautiful
well.
discard target.
Yeah. I'm gotta be a bit careful here. We can't commit too much mana. We have to play the Yasuo.
Destiny
unfortunately.
waits. Death is like the wind.
And that just signals to
always
Sorry,
by my
hey.
side.
I can play a couple spells. I can play the Get Excited if I want to. The Serpent is back as a 2/1.
Pat, I just took a look at Pat's lineup. Pat's on some wild shit right now. We've got Katarina Yasuo, we've got Aphelios Victor, and then Ryze.
Oh, no, please no. You know, there's one thing I potentially dislike more than timelines. It's not even darkness.
Ryze?
Like, yeah, it's Ryze.
Yeah. I was playing a lot of Control on the Eternal Ladder. I ran into one Ryze deck. I lost. I was like, oh, dude, this sucks. I'm going to play Ryze. I went 0-7. I went 0-7 with Ryze. I tweeted at Yang Zera. I'm like, please don't think I'm MMR fixing. I swear to God, this deck just
Life
sucks.
and death on a blade.
It always looks so good on the other side, though. You always play
Oh,
against
yeah.
it, and it's like, oh my god, they're popping off. They're like leveling me on turn
I noticed
6.
that. So I had 3 losses to Ryze on Eternal Ladder, and I figured out what it was. It was all of them open double delves to the past.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I didn't do that. That
Quick
makes sense.
footwork,
That's why I lost,
fast
because they did
strikes.
that, and I didn't. From here, though, yeah, Pat, gonna be going down. Sorry, just putting more and more shrooms into the deck. We do have the deny for the get excited, but Sorry is also just wider than Pat is. So I assume the open attack comes out from Sorry, and Pat doesn't actually have any stuns in hand. Whispered Words might be able to find one, but in that case, you will be tapped down below the deny for the get excited.
Yep. Not only that, but you also draw a couple more cards and see what's gonna happen here. Oh, no shrooms.
No shrooms and no
Also
stuns.
deny. Yep, nothing. And Timeline takes this one.
Yep, let's hoot it.
You happy about that, T? You like seeing that?
Time
No.
to start over.
I mean, I'm always happy to see Sorry win, you know, but like, not like that.
He deserves it. He deserves it.
That yeah, he deserves a win. He's getting old, you know. It's like how many?
What is he,
more-
like 24?
How many more of these mastering Runeterra, like 4 a.m. type of things does he have in him? You know, not.
Sorry's definitely one of those players where, like, when Runeterra started, I would say a majority of the competitive players were in college, and it does slip my mind that like 3 years have passed, and a lot of them probably just aren't in college anymore.
Yeah,
But what is Sorry, like 24, 25? Gotta be a young kid.
I think he's like 28, 29.
Holy shit. That's an old man.
Yeah.
I see why you call him Old Man Sorry now. That makes sense. Okay, it's all coming to me. Meanwhile, Pat's a child, barely older than By Attack. They actually share the same birthday party.
Yeah. Went to the same school.
Same elementary school.
Yeah, 1 grade above him.
They trade snacks at the lunch table.
Yeah, against Pokemon cards. No, wait, that's not true. Pokemon is way too old. It was a day trade. It was like
They day trade
kids
LP.
play.
The kids play LOR.
True. Now, we do have Yasuo back in hand, but on the other side, we have Sorry on the Raven Conservatory deck. Another deck that is fine if it goes late. We have a couple protection spells, but those don't really matter against this deck, right? It's just full of executes. What's more important is having the deny, having the Notify, especially in Notify against Sorry's deck. Hugely important because you can, you know, negate one of those crucial interactions with either the flock or the disintegrate.
Yeah, it's on the surface, right? Pat's got a really big uphill battle. Sorry's deck is perfect for dismantling the pillars that Pat has to set up, like the Yasuo, like the Katarina. But with Deny and Nopify, you know, Sorry has to try and commit 2 cards to kill anything, be it Disintegrate, Ping, or Flock, Ping, or Ping, Execute. And as long as Pat can have a cancel spell for the Disintegrate or the Ravenous Flock, that Ping doesn't really stick as much. Now, Lord Broadmane does make this more of an issue, right? Because that is not an easy card for Pat to deal with, because this deck is mostly stuns, it's not a lot of recalls.
Yeah, not a lot of removal otherwise. This is a big problem. Annie here swinging in. We also gotta be a little bit afraid of Annie leveling. Do get the stun in here. That does not really matter for the Annie.
Here's our chance.
Saves us some HP though.
You dropped something.
I dropped
This is actually huge
everything.
for Pat. Like, you would think, okay, yeah, I'll lose a card here. This is pretty bad, but Aloof Travels hitting a 6-drop, and conversely, not hitting either Yasuo or
Death is
Windswept
like
Hillock
the wind,
is insane.
always by my side.
Fortunately, Pat doesn't actually have the Windswept Hillock, which I think would go a long way towards them actually winning this game and sort of ignoring the fact that Sorry is currently able to match them on board.
You know what? I appreciate this.
I love this from Sorry.
Yeah, I love this from Sorry. So just throwing it out there, not overcommitting, committing extra spell. You know what? After the triple Mystic Shot play we saw last round, I'm happy to see something like this.
We're appreciating some good sequencing here. Unfortunately, with that card getting hit by a Nopify, Sari doesn't actually have a follow-up to try and kill this Yasuo for the time being. It's going to have to be Lord Broadmane coming down on the following turn and then following it up with a ping, which Pat might have a deny for, but the Broadmane's going to stick around, and with Pokestick and Blade's Edge, Sari's eventually going to take down this Yasuo.
Yeah, we can pre-ping Yasuo this turn, just to like be a bit more mana efficient, and then just have Lord Broadmane's effect potentially take him out. Yeah, all of this, damage everything. Lord Broadmane comes in, you already have to deny the Lord Broadmane effect. And then like all the pings can come in on top of it.
Yeah, I don't think you're actually allowed to deny the Lord Broadmane effect. I think you need to find a different way to deal with that card and hang on to these denies for Disintegrates or Ravenous Locks in the future.
Okay, but like, what's the big plan? How do we actually deal with it?
The problem is you can't. You need Yasuo on board to deal with it, but I don't think a damaged Yasuo is ever going to deal with Lord Broadmane. I think you like absolutely have to find Windswept Hillock in order to deal with this card. Otherwise, Pat's deck just isn't built with an answer.
Annie is getting taken down. Obviously, she was.
Oh, Tag
about
Out will
to
do it.
level.
Tag
Tag
Out
Out,
is
yep.
sus. I mean, like, Tag Out is the one recall you have to actually get Broadmane out of the picture for a turn. Unfortunately, if you tag out Yasuo here, you are opening yourself up to just getting hit by one of the two pings in Sari's hand. Pat's going to go for it and might even just get baited into denying the Pokestick here, still losing this champion to the Blade's Edge.
Yeah, Pokestick
And
comes
Tibble
in.
pops.
Deny comes in, and there's another ping in Sari's hand, and there's so much investment on this Yasuo, but it's not gonna pay off.
Oh, and Sari's even kind of free to run out the Aloof Travelers next turn. The only... Even if Pat top decks Windswept Hillock, then the
Oh
Aloof
my
just hits
God.
Yasuo.
Yeah, Pat almost. That is almost as bad as buying face stock at the start of the year.
That was a good one.
Pick on someone your own.
And a second Aloof for Sari on top of the Condense means Pat has no shot of having threats for the remainder of the game. I don't even know if Sari wants to condense the Tibble here. It might be better to just hang on to these Aloofs. That said, Sari has fallen very low with taking that damage. They're down to just 6. And while Pat doesn't really have over-the-top damage, it's like just Blade's Edges that you get out of Katarina's. Sari's got to be careful.
Look, a thing.
Elle, that's not
Oh
ours.
my no! We did it!
Oh, hits the Whispered
Yasuo.
Words. But
Oh,
it
that's
doesn't
good.
really matter because Pat needs level 2 Yasuo to threaten the life of anything meaningful, and there's just haven't been the stuns there. The tag out getting denied also stopped a recall for the level up progression, and Pat just feels like they are floundering at this point still. Honestly, I might have preferred the Whispered Words. What is this Yasuo going to do for Pat? He's got 2 stuns in hand. And he's kind of got to wait until his next attack token to take advantage of any of it. Meanwhile, if Yasuo sits in hand, it might get hit by the other Aloof.
By the way, I'm just looking at Twitch chat and they're really running with your disdain for people claiming decks. There's someone in chat saying, "Hey, why is this guy playing this Yasuo deck I invented?"
Perfect. That's exactly the reason.
Is a
Yasuo
leaf's
gets
only
committed on board.
purpose to fall.
No answer from Sari currently for it.
Yeah.
That's something.
No, that's actually nothing.
Oof.
Never
Right,
play
that is a way.
fair.
You see Sari top deck a Katarina, and you just kind of got to whisper at Pat like, bet you wish that was you, huh?
We immediately take it down though. Yasuo is still far up leveling. I think this is gonna be 3 out of 5, so we can't actually get there. Lord Broadmane is just gonna chill on the board.
Underestimating. I dare you.
So the Katarina got dealt with. So now Yasuo can die to Ravenous Flock. That said, Sari's only other option to get on board this turn is Aloof Travelers, and if they really want to get spicy, they can fit in a 1-mana Aloof as well. But with just 6 life and Pat having that stun spider,
You dropped
Sari
something.
might actually be in danger here.
No, I
Goodbye, stun spider.
think you condense Lord Broadmane. Hey, it's another removal plus unit, basically.
It does remove the Yasuo here.
And then you still have the flock open for like to ping
7-2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't go for it.
I mean, at the moment, Pat's only threatening 1 damage, but if Pat wants to get spicy, they actually could be threatening 4. if they
you're
want
right.
to aggressively
have
twin
to.
discipline, which in this situation, they very well could be forced to.
That would actually be a play that Sorry just can't deal with.
Yeah. And actually, you know, now that we're kind of looking, it's kind of awkward, right? Because Pat could have played for this cheeky lethal. Granted, I don't think they knew they were getting the Vestian Disciple. They drew that off the aloof, but, you know, could have hit the face with the pirouette rather than the Lord Broadmain. But I understand Pat setting it up for Ravenous Flock, right? That's the idea here. So, unfortunately, just, like, unaware that they were going to draw an elusive, and that Sorry, at present at least, would have absolutely no way to deal with that, and could have put their opponent at 1, which is 1 Katarina top deck away from lethal.
Imagine do we have another twin? Top deck?
Oh, gets the flock, so, you know, gets rewarded for... Well, rewarded's a strong word for being able to take out the Lord Broadmain at this stage of the game. Especially given that if Sorry really wants to, they can just condense it and look at Pat and go, you don't have a way to deal with a 1-1.
Which, fun enough, Pepper actually doesn't. Pepper has 1 more Yasuo in the deck. I don't know if he's actually going to find it. Oh, more pings!
Let us take a
Great.
peek at life beneath
Lovely.
the waves.
Which actually means that Sorry gets to take out this 9-2 in response to the flock, but Pat gonna hang on to it for the time being. Doesn't see the need to proactively remove the Broadmain, which in this situation, very smart. But once Tybalt comes down, it doesn't matter as much. You can't really use Twin to save your 9-2. You kind of have to use that to push damage later on. So Pat finally gonna get the draw. It's a House Spider, which is not enough.
Not at all. We are pretty healthy on Pepper's side, but I feel like we're just prolonging the inevitable here.
Not only that, but if Sorry goes for a second Tybalt, that is 8 overwhelm damage coming at you, with 3 damage pings from here on out.
We go Portal Palooza first. We don't hit a portal, but we do
We
find
hit Conch.
Yeah. Like, again, we saw Conch already get lethal for Sorry before, right? He just gets another
Yeah.
ping and then that's it.
11 overwhelm coming at Pat alongside the flurry of other units, and Pat really feels like they need to hang back. At the very least, this Vestian Disciple.
This is gonna do it. He's gonna draw for sure. He's not gonna get pinged.
Oh,
You have a way to save him, but you know what? It's actually getting really close. Like this gives +3, right? Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm almost getting there. I'm just getting a 4 damage ping.
Unfortunately, though, like Pat needs to aggressively twin in order to actually have any shot at winning this game, and Sigil from the Conchologist does feel like a final nail in the coffin here. While we were already kind of scraping for ways for Pat to bring this back, right?
No going back.
There's Katarina. She is gonna get pinged. Then we're gonna try to save her, and then she's gonna get pinged again. Do you play Decimate in these kind of decks?
Katarina Yasuo.
Hey, you never know.
You know, that's fair. You never know what Katarina players are up to.
Well, probably another option, quite an expensive option. I don't think Sorry's gonna go for it. Oh, never mind.
Ionia misconstrues our noble intentions.
Yeah, it is dealing 4 damage here. Although, that does mean if those Ravenous blocks were twin disciplines, Pat would win the game here.
Pepper is one of lethals. No, wait, Pepper has lethal.
No,
he
they don't
doesn't.
think it hit with a pokey stick.
Yeah, he got sick. Oh my god.
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, it
never
was-
mind. Yeah. Why did I get excited for nothing? I just woke chit chat up.
We got to
that's
reel
what
you
it
back
is.
in for a second there, T.
Yeah.
Lesson learned.
It's close though. If there was a second twin in Pat's hand instead of one of these 2 Ravenous blocks, that would have been lethal.
Yeah.
Instead, I don't really see Sorry surviving this, or Pat surviving this open attack from Sorry.
Maybe no. No, yeah, especially not now. Oh. What? So we
no.
no.
Greater in unity.
Yeah, we what? Talk me through it, T. Tell me how Pat. Here's how Pat can still win.
A lot of copium. No, but great from Sorry here with the 2-0 once again proving that there is no such thing as a caster curse. I don't know why we always get accused of that. You don't have to be afraid of it. Just let us cast your games. God damn it.
Yeah,
But that means we do have to search for
we
another
feel
game.
powerful.
Well, they don't, right? Like they complain about a caster curse and then it's just not happening. It's just
Yeah.
yeah, just they like
They just love to hate us, T.
no, but they also they talk you up like that. Like you're like a big thing. Like you can actually influence the outcome of a game.
And then when they talk to me, they talk me down. They're like, "Who are you, dude? You don't win tournaments. How many seasonal top 32s do you have?" I'm like, "None. Why would I?" But if I could, like, if I wanted to, I could have had 3 at this point.
hey, Bill was actually saving y'all by casting. Okay, you don't even
That's
know.
what I keep telling them.
what he's
Y'all don't
capable
even
of.
know.
All right, but let's see what Smooth Swallowist is capable of, or how he's
I'm
called in
always up
America
for a
as
round or
Smooth.
two. Hold it,
Small
partner.
Smooth Lowest. Small Smooth Lowest.
Seeing a TH followed by an L is really doing a number on my brain here, T. The day is too long for Swole to be putting out names like that.
Yeah, but he is also putting out games. There's a Banana Blaster. Oh my god, I despise this card.
Your favorite.
7/7.
The thing that kills me about Banana Blaster is that it is tied to the attack of the card, not the health of the card, so I can't even play around it like I would Devourer of the Depths.
Yep. And sometimes they hit the 7/7 from this one, and they just get it.
Yeah, like, can't Mystic Shot to save yourself here. Not that it would work in this situation because it's a 4/4 into a 2/2, but you know. It is going to be a dead TF. Players really on the multiple timeline variations more than I thought they would be, to be honest.
Yep, and this is the champion list deck, and you know what? This is why we gave you guys the format and the rule set at the start of the day, because we knew this was going to happen, right? We knew there were a bunch of champion list decks.
When I
Everyone's
mentioned
going
that there
to
were
champions.
a couple championless decks in Eternal, this is the one I had in mind. I can't think of a second one off the top of my head, but I feel like I have run into multiple different championless decks. 99% of them have just been timelines piles.
Ooh, and there's a treasure trash, of course.
The same
There always
calling
has to be
card
treasure
from our
trash
other
somewhere in
case.
there. But it does
Unfortunately,
look
it is
like he-
fleeting, so
So
Oh,
we
I'm
have all 3. Oh, we have 3 out of 4 evasive keywords on the board right now. I was about to say all 3, but that's not true anymore. We have 3 out of 4 evasive keywords on the board right now, ready to hit through this 2-1.
Meanwhile, Golden Pro's hand looks like garbage, T.
Wait, that was kind of crazy though. We discarded the
Warning shot.
warning shot. Yeah, did not actually get the removal spell, but it doesn't really matter because we're just gonna swing through here. Swing through and swing true, it seems, because this looks like lethal on the stack. Does Golden Pro have anything here? The Mystic Shots backing this one up? I don't think so.
I mean, yeah, one Mystic Shot to take out the keg. All of the hand is revealed from Golden Pro at the moment, other than the Condense. And, I mean, Smooth could even just hit OK on this and then Mystic Shot the Nexus. And that's exactly what Smooth is going to do.
Boink, boink. 9 damage go in. Mystic Shot on the top. Nothing we can do here. Oh, well. If
Golden
Smooth
Pro
has-
wants to knock him down, and Smooth says, I like that. I'm going to take that and double it, give it to the next person. And there it goes. 2 damage at Golden Pro's Nexus, and that is going to be Smooth picking up that game. Is that score count accurate, too?
I don't think so.
Okay.
But
I
maybe.
wasn't sure if you had fiddled with it on the back end, if you knew something that I didn't.
I believe this is Smooth winning this one.
Okay. Another Timelines player moving on, see? Yeah, how many
Another
Europeans have we spectated that haven't been playing Timelines is a good
Look,
question,
it's a
actually.
cheap- look, it's a cheap deck, okay?
I understand now why you hate playing the Eternal Ladder so much. It's because you're playing an EMEA. Come over to the Americas. It's like all Anivia and Karma decks on Ladder. There's like, well, I guess now it's probably Timelines has been picking up over the last couple of days, I will admit, but it's probably not as prominent as it is over there. I did play against a Vlad Braum a couple of times. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
They're out
it's
there.
Also really bad.
Your people are here.
Yeah, I also tried to play it, and then I was like, "Yo, this is the one cool thing about Eternal, man. I can finally play my favorite deck again." And like try to queue it, and like I run into like someone playing Timelines into like a 4-mana 7/7. It also hits a unit of mine for 7. I'm like, yeah, maybe I'm just gonna skip this one.
You're never gonna let that go, are you?
I'm not.
You're gonna like anytime you meet a rider, you're gonna be like, let me talk to you about Banana Blaster Timelines real quick. We need to
Listen
talk
up.
about this interaction.
Listen up, buddy. Why did you buff this card? Alright, we have Void versus White Rebellion here. We This is actually a flipped Ornn. Hey, this is Jack's Ornn. Let's go. This is a cool deck. This is base.
It is. You've been talking to Broken Ball too much.
Oh no, I think this.
Oh no, he plays Jax Vayne. He's a Jax Vayne enjoyer.
Yeah, he's a Jack's Vayne enjoyer. This is more like a Rico Rex and IC kind of deck.
That's fair.
You know, I invented this deck.
Fighting food and cooking evil. No, switch those.
I believe it, T. I absolutely believe it. I have no choice.
I even convinced Rico Rex to like. I mean, to be fair, Rico Rex made the first like actually like ladder viable version of this. But I spent like 2 months setting him decklist and screenshots of me getting some huge overwhelm lethals with Ornn until he finally tried it. And then he popped off of it.
You hear that, everyone? If you just harass your favorite content creator enough, they will eventually queue up your shitty list and fix it for you.
Yeah, that's a lesson.
Get in their
that's a lesson
DMs,
taken.
folks.
Just
Apologies in advance to Majin Bay.
Joy is a good look in a book and a cat in a lap.
Right. Why Rebellion's got to have something, right? You don't just throw down Nora into a challenger without a Ravenous Flock. And Void doesn't have an answer for this. Yeah, no weapon in hand to throw in with the catch that's going to do it. At least not that I saw.
Oh, we have a +3/+3 Light of Acacia. This is an
I didn't
deck.
realize that. All right, I didn't realize that was a +3/+3 Light of Acacia, all right?
Look, this might be a Jack's deck. with
Oh,
an
it
Ornn
doesn't
deck.
matter.
It does.
What
And
is
2
vain
portals
in
off of
the
that.
time of
Holy
evidence?
moly, is Y Rebellion popping off right now.
Ah, that's hot.
Hand is looking strong.
Insanely strong. What? Can it get rid of the Ornn?
I gotta ask T. I don't know if you have a preference here. I'm just kind of making small talk with you now. But do you have a preference on these Bandle Conservatory decks on whether it's like Nora or Annie? I think everyone agrees like Katarina's got to be in there, but
I prefer Nora. I think I just like Nora. She has I like her voice lines. She's kind of chill. She gives me some like RNG to play with, you know. Annie is just like so predictable.
Portals, portals,
Yeah.
up
if
and
you heard it
down
here
and
first,
all
folks,
around.
Ice-T likes grandmas.
I'm like Gilfun.
That's the takeaway here. Still
I
no
hope
way to
Ryan
deal with
is
this
not watching
Ornn,
this.
though, like you had mentioned. Ryan watches all of our broadcasts, T. I don't know if you know that, but there's always at least one.
I hope they don't. If any Riot is watching this, sorry, I'm just sorry, guys. I'm like doing 3 tasks at once here, like casting, doing protection. and
Yeah,
other
so how
stuff.
much he likes
So,
grandmas just slips out when he's
Yeah, that just
multitasking
slips
too
out.
hard.
It's just slips out. You've never hear me talk about this on an official broadcast. I believe
You
so.
will hear me talk about it on an official broadcast. That's a promise.
I'm excited for the
Another nail
next
for hammer.
Worlds Qualifier seasonal.
Yeah, me too, man. Me
Runeterra
too.
Open, World Championship, whatever.
At
yeah.
the moment, though,
That's a wampin.
okay, I was about to say with those blocks, Y Rebellion does have lethal.
Another nail for hammer.
Oh, this is still not enough. There's 3 damage in Y Rebellion's hand.
Yep, this is
and
just
fro,
lethal. Oh my god. Ornn doesn't even get to swing in once this entire game. This is very disappointing. I'm gonna say.
There he goes, Light of Acacia. Ornn also still is Ornn leveled? Is that the level 2 Ornn arc?
Okay, so like now we just have lethal with like one of those 3 things. That's nice.
Yeah,
I will tell you of
that's
all.
cool.
No. What have you heard?
Okay, how do you only put 1 on sec? What? I would have put everything just 1 on sec.
I knew this would happen.
That is going to be a defeat for Ornn for the time being. And that's what you get for not playing Ornn or Jackson timelines. You took 2 timelines champions and you put them in the same deck, Void. That's not how you're supposed to do that.
Yep. Nah, this one does not go into replays. This was sad.
Sad.
Very, very sad. And it appears that Void might have also lost the series with this one. Yeah. They are out of the challenge. So that means that Void is going down with the Ornn deck here. It's fine though, because I believe Void was up 3-0.
Yeah, Void's going down to the 3-1 bracket, but Void has also been pretty quietly like tearing up the Latam tournament scene lately. feel like every day I log into Twitter and I see Void tweeting about like another top 4 or like finals or first place finish in one of the smaller Latam events. So usually goes unnoticed like outside of Santupi's Twitter.
It appears that we have another banger matchup here. We have Rogio versus Renrek that we can hop into. And it's more PNZ.
All right, you know what? I will take it because Renrag is playing Seraphine without Vandal City, and I thought players would experiment a little bit more with Seraphine. I'm not crazy about the Samira, but I do like the Ezreal.
It's like,
oh, this is just the this is the
is this a standard deck where you put in Ezreal?
no, this is the I believe this is the like full on Plaza Guardian version.
Oh yeah. But I think even in that one, you might also
Sorry,
play like
Papa.
at least one of.
Only a fool would enter battle
Yes.
unprepared.
I think so.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Stuff.
I mean, is this good? Probably not. Is it really fun to watch, especially comparative to
Yeah.
other Seraphine lists? Absolutely. That said, it might not be enough. Rogio currently does have a couple of elusives. There's also that Submersible in hand. I almost forgot its name because, you know, we only talk about Pursuit of Perfection. It's been so long since we've seen Submersible. It probably rotated. It probably doesn't matter if it did or didn't,
Yes.
but we finally get to see Submersible again. Shield Vault to snuff it out, though.
Okay, that's a randomly generated card you'll love to see.
Absolutely.
Oh, and that means that we will not find lethal this turn.
Well, definitely not, but Rogio does still have a good bit of damage in hand. Elusive. Oh, is this Submersible like not turned on? Because Submersible plus Flight theoretically would be 7 damage plus 2 draws.
Oh,
So, looking for those Mystic shots or something, but instead, looks like we're going for a Gravitum. This will turn into, I have to imagine, Infernum. Maybe Crescendum just to try and survive the next onslaught as well.
that's gonna be a tall task.
Oh no, Gravitum is what was grabbed there. So, oh, and now coming through with a Progress Day from Renrag, totally tapped out, but unlikely to get punished for it.
I think Renrek knows this. 11 HP still. Rogio can again try to deal 5 damage here, elusive. But on 6 HP, I think you feel pretty safe still. I don't know how many Get Excites on Rogio's deck, but like 2 Get Excites again is a danger, but maybe if you are playing against a version that does not play as many Get Excites, maybe doesn't play them at all, and then in that case you don't really have to worry about your opponent all of a sudden.
Yeah, but at the moment, Rogio is poised to survive again. You know, quick attack, not the most impactful keyword when it comes to a finishing card like this. It is going to take out all of Rogio's board minus 1 unit, right? Be it Aphelios or the Flight, or rather the other elusive, whichever one Rogio actually feels like saving. Probably the 4/5 elusive. Whoa. Oh, and that Guile was picked up off the Progress Day, so Rogio's not even aware of it. That said, Rogio can set up for a lethal open attack here.
We gotta watch how much damage we take here.
Guide him, mother.
Like, you take 1.
I don't know. Can we? There's an Ezreal in hand on the other side.
Then that 1 doesn't matter.
That might still matter. Ezreal still deals 1 damage to the Nexus if you don't target a unit with a spell.
Yeah, I think the biggest concern is right now, Renrag could go Ezreal plus
All
the
the spells in his hand.
Sputtering Song Spinner,
Yeah.
followed by second Stuttering Song Spinner on the next turn.
Oh yeah, also by like a couple 0 mana cards. Like there's a
Yeah.
1 mana card. Yeah, yeah. Let's see if the Ezreal
That said,
actually
though-
leveled. Oh, 6 out of 8.
6 out of 8. Okay, so actually has a chance, but that said, like, Rogio does have Hush, so not only be able to take out that elusive blocker, but potentially stop it from actually killing Rogio in response to a lethal open attack on the following turn. Gonna time trick first, see what we find. Guiding Touches and Aphelios number 2.
Find peace in the quiet, Fel. It's just us.
Take a guiding touch.
This will help with the Ravenous block. Everything going down, though, I assume? Okay, yeah. It was some kind of elusive granting spell onto the Pantheon card that I assume Rogio is just main decking 3 copies of that to synergize with the Aphelios weapons. No shot.
The
This is a
Camel Cloak?
Pantheon deck, right? No, not the camo. Well, I mean the Camel Cloaker, but I meant the 1/2 faded guy. The new
Okay.
guy.
Opens before us.
That's what I thought. But you never know with these players. Sacrificial Scholar, that's the name. Never would have guessed that.
I think it probably synergizes quite a bunch of cards in this deck. And not only do you Helios weapons, but you might also play a couple of gems. Yeah, Camel Cloaker is here.
Yeah, it's not like you need insane game-ending combo value off of the Scholar, right? Just getting a little bit of value is probably good. Winding Light is top decked, but as previously mentioned, actually no, Renrag doesn't have the Guile anymore.
Yeah. We have another loser view deck we can also throw down here. That said, the Ezreal is now flipped.
That said,
8 HP.
I was-
Can we get through 8
From
HP? this turn?
darkness, light.
you can force the Ezreal to block.
I'm so good, I surprised myself. The world's a big place. Let's see all of
I mean,
Well-
we hush him anyways. We hush him next turn. We have to. Like, otherwise, we know we
Oh,
die.
I don't know why. I did not realize it was still Renrag's turn. I
Yeah.
thought we were already into Rogio's turn.
Oh, do we get here? Seraphine! Oh, yeah. Well,
Moonlight has some
The crowd writes the songs.
Well-
I just sing them.
We don't know what has and hasn't been doubled. Or what will and will not be doubled. But with Spong Spinner, you kind of have to assume that
so, what you do is you hush.
Camo Cloak.
No, yeah, you hush and Camo Cloak, or if you want to go Burst Speed, or you can hush and Winding Light, or hush is versatile. I've got a couple of options you can take here, but like, the problem is
It
no matter
has
what
to
you
start
do-
with Hush.
Yeah, it has to start with Hush, A, and B, like, even without Ezreal being activated, the Seraphine is so scary, because we do have the Sputtering Song Spell in hand. It can find so many answers. It can find stuns, it can find healing, it can find removal.
And at the moment, Renrag does have exactly enough hand space for a full Song Spinner to resolve. Okay, Hush has been committed. Rogio, what comes next? Is it Winding Light? Is it second Submersible? The clock is ticking down, Rogio. Make a play. It is Submersible number 2. And now, clock's back on Renrag.
Alright, draw a couple cards.
Yeah, draw 4. Not loving to see that if you're Rogio. It's more Plaza Guardians, more Seraphines, a Caustic Rift.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that is so...
It's hard to know what will and will not be doubled, though.
Believe,
Yes.
offenders.
Man, this is so much easier when we have a bar. I mean,
I know.
I appreciate that we don't
I-
see a bar currently. I'm not a big fan of bar,
I-
but it makes so much easier.
I actually did lose a game a couple days ago because I had a bar out and I played a Mystic Shot that was at a reduced cost, and it turns out I drew it off Progress Day,
Oh no!
so it didn't double, and I was like, oh, whoops.
Maybe I've been relying on these tools a bit too much.
I have absolutely been relying on the bar too much, and it looks like it's going to be a full board clear for Renrag 27. No damage getting through onto the Nexus means Rogio is absolutely dead here. Only 1 mana left. No way to deal with this Seraphine, the Ezreal, the onslaught of Plaza Guardians about to come in next turn. Rogio is dead 6 ways to Saturday, folks, and we are going on to round number 5.
Alright, how do you think it will happen? Is it just an open attack? Just get it done? Or do you think like some flexing involved where we just burst speed people with Ezreal?
I think you want to swing on them so that you can really like flex the Plaza Guardians.
Yeah, flexing Ezreal is like... What are you even flexing at this point? We've seen this a million times.
You're gonna flex Ezreal 100 times over the next couple of days. Yeah, just send in the Guardians, man.
Alright, and with that, I think we have round 4 done. What a game to end it on. Plaza Guardians coming in huge, but honestly, Seraphine again carrying the day. It's just really rough to play against it, especially if you're also playing a slower deck that needs a couple of turns to get it rolling. And we saw there, if you're playing a PNZ deck and you go up against Ezreal, you're not in for a good time.
And I gotta say, T, now that we've seen that as well, between the Plaza Guardians and all the different timelines, Eternal looks so cheesy, man. Like, on the surface, you look at the Eternal decks that are doing well, and you're like, you're kidding. This is a joke, right? Next weekend's gonna be fun. For me, because I'm not playing in the open. It's
Yeah,
going to be a
same.
blast for me. For the rest of you, good luck, man. Holy moly.
It's gonna be tough. All right, but with that, we are gonna send it to a quick break, and once we are back, we're gonna bring you the next round, round number 5 of this Swiss stage, and then only 2 more rounds more left. So the players they gotta start winning, and the players that have been winning, they gotta stay winning. See you after the break.
Well put, T. Welcome back, everybody. We have reached the halfway point of the Swiss rounds, going into round number 5 here of the $1,000 Master Runeterra Open Tournament. Actually, $1,613.69 is the total prize pool. Just to remind everyone what they're playing for. I know you see $1,000 up there. Guess what, everyone? It's a little bit flashier than that. But we've seen a lot of timelines. We've seen a lot of Europeans. And this round, we're going to see more of both, as we are going to be taking a look at Alexander, which was Ice-T's thinly veiled ruse in order to get Broken Ball on camera.
Oh, I'm so good at this. I'm so incredibly good at this. You know what? I did it again. But let's take a look at the standings and see why. Alexander at 4-0. Broken Ball there. Benjio, Ukulele, that's Broken Ball. Also at 4-0. You know, you gotta show the best of the best. That is what we are here for, Boulevard. If not for that.
Is that Broken Ball's real name, or is that like a meme that I'm just unaware of?
No, I don't even know if it's a meme. Like, it was his Twitter name for a long time. We all appreciated it because it kind of sounded funny. And then he took it away. And then, what is happening, Broken Ball? No, his real name is, I think, Cesar. I'm doxing him right now. But yeah.
Well, if Benjio Ukulele was his real name, I'd be doxing him right now. So, I don't know. It always kind of read like a Banjo-Kazooie meme to me or something.
Sure.
That's all I can think of, man. All right, there's not a lot of words to come to mind when you tell me Benjio Ukulele.
No, same. Maybe it is. I've never played those games, actually.
Me neither.
So, maybe it is.
So yeah, it's a
Maybe it is.
Banjo-Kazooie reference. If you guys really want to, you can you can DM your favorite content creator, bug them to play your deck. You can DM Broken Ball any questions you have about the lore of Banjo-Kazooie.
Yeah, but let's also take a look. The prize pool roughly stayed the same. We have Riot Rebellion, Trixie, Ash Wilson also at 4-0, so quite a roster of good players here. And actually, you know what? You're wrong. This is actually not Alexander versus Broken Ball, it's versus Riot Rebellion.
Oh, you asked me if Alexander was an American so you could show them versus Broken Ball, but no, you tricked me again. It's Why Rebellion. And we didn't get into the lineups, and that's for your sake, folks at home, because Alexander is on a very slow lineup here. We've got the Ezreal Seraphine Victor, we've got Ryze, and we've got Katarina Nora. So kicking us off with Katarina Nora, not the fastest of the decks, but, you know, looks like we might actually just have our first mirror match in this case of Conservatory Nora Katarina.
Portaling away.
Which, I gotta say, not a great mirror to be our first one of the day. Timelines at least would have been exciting if both players drew timelines. Here, at least no one has Conservatory.
Hey, we had worse, though.
Astounding curiosity.
Oh, of course we've had it worse.
Remember the
going
comma?
back.
To the world
How could I
Mirrors?
forget?
Oh, the Seraphine mirrors? Yeah.
Oh, how could I forget? You know my least favorite mirror in LOR? Darkness.
Oh, yeah.
I will straight up concede a Darkness mirror on turn 1. I don't give a shit, dude. I'm not spending my time doing that.
You know what?
Quick as the
There used to be a
blade.
time where Darkness Mirror was just literally, okay, you found a go hard randomly of a controllerist, I guess you win the game.
Or like, hey, I jammed my Vigar and you didn't actually have an answer for that, and that's really cool.
That also happened, but not quite as often as people just out.
No, absolutely not.
And then,
Yeah.
So, it appears that we do have... Oh. Already involved on
Fans.
the other hand, huh? Yeah.
Yep. And actually,
I love how whenever you enter spectate on two sides, it's not always synced up to like, the same moment.
I do love that it just looked like you decided to swap the side of the board Katarina was on while she died, instead of, you know, showing us what came out of the conchologist. But roughly an equal hit for both players. The difference, of course, being that Why Rebellion has a fast speed 2 damage spell, and Alexander is able to split up the damage should they see fit, which I think actually gives the advantage to Alexander. I think the ability to ping 2 things is a little bit stronger than having the fast speed availability in this matchup. But I seriously doubt that either of these cards are going to have like a drastic impact on the outcome of the game, at least in their differences.
You know, it's so hard whenever
Persistence
these
is
kind of
key.
mirrors where you just have like 2 value decks, 2 decks that can slam down units after another, after another, and another, have like little pings play against each other. You never know really what decision. Like sometimes you see it, but sometimes there are like small decisions that you don't know whether they change the outcome of the game or not. Like sometimes they just don't look very impressive, And they just don't look like they do nothing because, oh, your opponent is going to get another card, your opponent is going to get another unit. And whatever you do, it feels like it's just refilling, especially in a mirror like this. But sometimes you get these little advantages in these kind of games that do have a big impact on the outcome.
And I think one of the flashiest ways that we're going to get to see something like that in this matchup, T, is how the players play Condense, right? Are you, sort of like Alexander could use it here onto the Aloof Travelers to try and get another draw, knock something out of Why Rebellion's hand? Do you absolutely have to save it for Tibble, Core Lord Broadmane? Is someone going to use it on a Junk Construct to try and get just one more portal to level their Nora? And I agree with what you said. There are a lot of like micro decisions that are hard to analyze the impact of. I think that's one where we're going to get to see the impact a little bit more clearly, is in the way the Condense is played. But at the moment, neither player has actually found Conservatory, so Tibbles are not on the table just yet.
Not quite, but Alexander's hand is also looking quite a bit worse. No pings in hand, no draw in hand. See, even if we would find the Tibble, if we would find Lord Broadbane on the side of Alexander, we really don't have anything to work with currently.
Yeah, but that said, if Alexander does, if Why Rebellion doesn't draw anything impactful off of this Aloof, then it is going to hit their copy of Lord Broadbane, and then how does Why Rebellion's hand look without Broadbane? I would say equally weak.
Yeah, equally, if not more. If not weaker.
Especially with double Sentry, Alexander is finally at a point where it looks like if that Broadbane's out of the way, Alexander might finally start to get to overtake the board of Why Rebellion and push through some meaningful damage.
Wait, look at this. We randomly generated Grandfather Faye, giving us another randomly generated unit. And Nora is getting close. But because we didn't start off with Travelers, Lord Broadbane actually gets to hit the board. Nice from Why Rebellion to just pull the trigger there. Not a huge value target, obviously, but you'd get your Lord Broadbane in the field and save him from a Aloof or similar cards.
And now with double, I assume if you're committing one Sentry, you're committing both Sentries and just trying to push as much damage as possible while Why Rebellion is down to just 2 mana. You know that there's a possibility 2 pings come out, but they'd have to come out onto the same unit no matter what in order to actually take something out. And at the moment, actually just going to go in for a bit of a smaller attack. Alexander pulling it back, thinking about it again, going, I kind of need to hang on to the second Sentry in case I do draw a Ravenous Flock. I don't have anything else for the time being. Pushing through this one little bit of extra damage, and this might be one of those micro decisions that you were talking about, Ice-T.
I don't like it as much. I think we could have committed the Nora here in that case. I mean,
it would have taken 2 1-damage pings, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, we do know that Why Rebellion did have the answer in the Pytos plus Flock. But I agree with you. I think I would have liked to see the commitment of the Nora, because there's not a lot of difference between that 1 extra health on a level 1 and a level 2 Nora in a matchup like this, especially while Broadmane's in play.
Yeah, the only thing that you do have is if you have draw in hand plus Nora on board, obviously that would help you a lot. But the draw you do have is either slow speed, focus speed, or, again, is a ping and that you don't currently have. If you would have a poker stick, maybe you could think about it. But since you don't, it's not really helping you to not commit the Nora last turn. Because when else are you committing her? I don't think you will ever find a safe spot. So you gotta be committed to either playing her last turn or only playing her when she is leveled. Which is kind of hard because look at this. We have no portals. We have nothing. How do we ever get her leveled and then still have portals in the deck to actually get a value? So we need to level Nora, find pings that draw, or find draw, plus have portals in the deck.
Yeah, I think that the nerf from Portal Palooza from Burst to Focus has done absolute miseries for all Nora decks. At least in the past, you used to be able to be like, hey, I'll throw down a Nora, and then I'll play a Nora's Portal Palooza in response to you killing my Nora, so that I kind of just get a free Portal Palooza. The other Nora is back in my deck. This is enough of a grind fest that I'll probably find her eventually, but now you can't do that because once the kill spell is put on the stack, you can't use a focus speed spell, and Why Rebellion finds the Portal Palooza. Probably gonna fire it off here. It looks like draw the card, get a portal, maybe 2. No, just 1, and it's gonna be. Unfortunately, it looks like the portal happens to draw, so we didn't actually get the Green Glade Elder buff onto our Aloof.
Yeah.
But honestly, I can't tell. I didn't see an animation, and that's really all I have to go off of here.
That guy has an animation, right?
Believe so.
Alright, it looks like we are gonna kill the Lord Broadmane though. Still, a couple more cards in the hand of our Rebellion, plus another Aloof Travelers gives us even more advantage on Spyro though. And until the big Seabox drop card advantage is really all you need here. Whatever you toss here, by the way, viewers, I mean, most of you will know this if you are watching and playing competitively. It doesn't really matter. You're not going to see these cards anyways. It's always funny when people are like popping off, oh my god, this got tossed. The only thing
Like,
that
it's at
really
the bottom
happened,
of the deck.
yeah, the only thing that really happened is that you and your opponent got a little bit of info.
Yeah, which at the moment, though, Y Rebellion did toss a Condense, and that is good information for Alexander to have, knowing that should this come down to, like, a Condensed Tibble Core, Alexander will have a leg up, but, like, that information isn't going to impact the way Alexander plays the game. What you'd be looking for is, like, disintegrates that your opponent has already played 2 copies of or something, right? And you're like, okay, there's no way there's a third one there. Get a portal out of Alexander as well, though. Broadmain gonna go down for it.
Yikes! It's not getting better for Alexander.
No.
Not,
Y Rebellion could save this, doesn't choose to, wants to hang on to that buff spell.
Okay, like, one thing though, is you don't know board, you know, the Scarab is getting a little bit annoying.
Yeah, Alexander finally pulls the trigger on being the first player to condense in Aloof Travelers, and are going to hit a Lord Broadmain out of Y Rebellion's hand. Now, Y Rebellion down to just 1 Broadmain left. That would be an impactful toss. Good information for Alexander to play with, but
The double.
may not see it yet. I don't remember the name of this unit, but I do remember that it gives spell mana at round start.
The Wizarding Wizard.
You made that up. Oh my goodness, it is the Wizened Wizard.
Okay, I said Wizarding Wizard because I was like.
That's
kind
what I
of
thought
trolling.
you said, but it was, yeah, you know,
I was kind
I'll
of
give
trolling,
it to
but
you.
Close.
You got really
insanely
close, yeah. I would actually, it'd be a lot funnier if his name was Wizarding Wizard.
All right, Katarina swings in. We did find another champion here.
Only fools.
Oh yeah.
hesitate.
Nope. This is actually massive for Alexander, though, right? Even though this Katarina is probably not long for this world. She's going to strike, she's going to level up, and that's all that really matters. The fact that all future Katarinas are level 2 as well. Oh no, Y Rebellion's going to deny it with the Blade's Edge, it looks like.
Yep. Gonna kill our own unit here. Pie
Yep,
toss,
there's the
right?
Pie
Yep.
Toss. Same thing.
Love to see it. It's a nice and needed action because next turn you have all the mana in the world to take her down.
Yeah. And Alexander pretty likely to use the Blade's Edge to take out the Aloof.
Oh dear.
And from here, folks, kind of back to square one. Honestly, very unfortunate for Alexander that they have rolled 2 0 attack units off of their portals.
Alright, but look at this. We have all the threats currently in the hand of Alexander, and all the removal in the hand of our Rebellion. Only have 15 cards left as well, which does mean we are getting closer to drawing our champions.
Ooh, and we get the first conservatory of the game. Unfortunately, though, Y Rebellion did hang on to the condense and has the removal for the actual Tibble, so gonna be pretty neutral in terms of value there. Disintegrating Katarina rather than going for a double ping or a ping flock.
I mean, this Tibble is still huge. Like, finally, our duds that we have on the board, and the 2-0 attack units are going to...
Oh, condenses the
I like
Aloof
this.
to hit it!
Yeah, okay, I like this.
A little punishable by a Broadmain top deck into a 50-50, but no, just gonna snatch the Tibble away from Alexander. Well played, Y Rebellion.
Right, yeah, now you're committing to it. Let's go.
Portals.
Unfortunately, I think this Nora is just going to die immediately. And like you had mentioned before, there's just no draw in Alexander's hand. And I think there's also just no portals in deck for Alexander currently.
Yeah.
And this might, yeah, take out the Aloof and take out the Nora effectively with the stun into the block. And now
Oh,
Alexander,
look, it really hurts.
yeah. I mean, now what do we do, T? Because, like, there's a 1-4 Dandy with 9 health of blocker on the side of Alexander.
Well,
You took that?
So, we wait till one of them draws another Rave from the Conservatory. That's what we do.
I mean, that is what we do. So, T, since that's an undetermined amount of time, how you doing, buddy? Holding up okay?
Honestly, it's fine. Like, I don't know. I'm not a big I like summer, but ever since I moved away from the coast, like to the middle of Germany, summer has been getting less fun. You know, like at least at the coast you have like a nice breeze and stuff. And here just like I feel trapped sometimes, like in the middle, like surrounded by land.
Hey, I live in a hole on the ground off the highway. I feel you.
It's not nice.
I realized that sounds more like a joke than it actually is because my apartment is like half underground. Like my windows are ground level.
Oh damn.
So I actually am in a hole in the ground right off the highway.
Oh. Well, okay, this is gonna get hot as hell in the summer.
Yeah, but that's what I have my AC for.
Okay, I thought this was like a Dorohedoro reference.
No, that's just actually how Boulevard lives, baby. But there's a state park not too far from me, and I walked over there last Monday. It was like 3 miles from my house, but like it's a pretty nice park. I've been walking a lot.
Same.
Yeah.
There's also like there's a park like 5 minutes from my door. That's pretty nice.
I felt kind of bad though, because like this like teenager was passing me on the walking trail, and someone just like drove their car over the parking lot, like through the park, and I was staring at the car because I was like, what are they doing? And it happened to like just be behind the kid's head, so it looks like I'm death staring him, while in reality I'm like, what is this car doing? And he just like nervously waves at me, and I'm just not even perceiving him.
It's like, what are you doing here, kid? It's my park. Ooh, lightning rush.
Yeah, finally getting a little bit of action here on the side of Y Rebellion. You know, going a little bit wider than Alexander is. But I think this Lightning Rush really, really wants to get used onto Conchologist if you can save it.
But do you know that I don't have an AC? Like a lot of Europeans don't have ACs.
I've heard about that. Why?
I honestly don't know at this point. Like I would love to have one. I might buy one. But like it's kind of hard. Like you don't get as many inbuilt ACs in like the flats and houses.
Oh yeah, you don't have like a central air. You usually get like the window unit. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I know it goes kind of weird, so I might just not. I'm a big fan.
Yeah. I actually have the AC and I have a fan because I don't like leaving the AC on overnight. I'll just use the fan.
Hey, stop that!
But I even use the fan in the winter. I think I just like the white noise.
Keeps you calm.
Yeah, you know, I sleep with like I have the fan on one side of my bed and then like a TV on the other side of the bed. I'm just surrounded by noise the whole time I'm trying to sleep.
Like, can you fall asleep to the TV? I can't.
I can't fall asleep without the TV at this point.
Oh my god.
I think I've been falling asleep with like either something on some screen next to me for like the last 10 years. Like all through college, I would like have my laptop with League streams on me in bed. Now I just have like the TV on all the time.
I usually fall asleep to common words. It's not
Well, I am glad that we haven't had any of those to like put you to sleep just yet. I know this one's getting close though, right?
Yeah,
Like we finally see a Nora level up on the other side, but as previously mentioned, like I don't actually remember what Alexander has in hand. I assume they have a removal for this. They don't, but Nora also isn't. Well, actually, she can get unstunned, but that doesn't matter. Alexander doesn't have the mana to play their own Nora.
Yeah. So we have Broadbane, so we can now kill Nora, which is
Right.
pretty nice. But then we answer this with Lightning Rush on the other side.
Yeah, which actually does mean Nora gets to come down and stick for Y Rebellion. Into not an open attack though, because the Bubble Bear is there.
The good old Bubble Bear.
Bubble Bear holding it down.
How many bolts do we have? 1. So Nora's sticking actually kind of matters.
Hold on. How many cards are in Alexander's deck? Because there were 7 in Y Rebellions.
7, 12.
12? Ooh.
Easy does it.
See, that might be what it comes down to.
My research.
I know we've seen a lot of Portal Paloozing and a lot of Aloof Travelers.
Oh,
There's another
one.
Aloof Travelers.
Hold on.
Oh, and the Raven Bloom for Y Rebellion. If Y Rebellion throws it down, Alexander gets the revenge of the Tibble.
We made
This is so funny.
But our stuff did it.
Draws the Condense as well. Y Rebellion giving off the Sad Bard Trumpet. And if Y Rebellion tries that again with another top deck, Alexander has the answer for that as well. But Katarina is a pretty good top deck from Y Rebellion to try and force through the end of this game because they are running out of time. Down to, I believe, now 5 cards in deck.
Never play fair.
Yep. That said, this will accelerate to portals, right? We don't have an answer for this. Oh, yeah, we do have an answer for this. Never mind.
Ooh, and we're going to broad main the Katarina.
Noble intentions.
That makes sense.
That said, though, Alexander is going to lose their Nora if they offer it up as a blocker for Y Rebellion's Nora.
Yep.
But you also, I do not think you can give your opponent a portal.
Not with only 5 cards left in the deck.
No.
watch this.
You don't want to give them any out here.
Here comes Dandy as well, just getting in one more damage. Alexander has not been willing to block this Dandy. Finally gonna throw something in front of it.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the only way you lose, right? Oh, we're not gonna lose. There we go. This is the only way you lose, if you somehow die. Like, maybe even though, like, the one damage matters so much if you don't.
Yeah, I guess the question is, with 5 cards in your opponent's deck and one random 4, 5, 6, or 7 drop, or 6, 5, 6, 7, is that what Nora level 2 does? High toss to take out the Nora before the portal comes out, though. Makes this a lot less interesting.
So, what little decision won this game, huh? I feel like we stopped paying attention like quite a while ago.
Oh, we did, because there wasn't anything to pay attention to.
That's what we think. But maybe there wasn't. Twitch chat is going to tell us. Twitch chat, you guys are going to like.
You think Twitch chat was paying attention? We dropped down to 20% viewership as soon as this started.
Yes. There's gonna be one guy.
Yeah.
One guy. We get one guy.
Maybe,
okay?
maybe Aikedo woke up and will let us know. I heard Aikedo missed check-in and the Mastering Runeterra podcast by oversleeping lately.
Respect.
Little EP guy.
You know, I freely take some caster flame. If you guys tell us what really happens then.
Another draw for why Rebellion puts them closer and closer to the lost condition of deck out.
Oh my god, no way.
And it's not even a draw card that does anything. It's one that just dies to the Perilous Pastry.
This is a whole meme.
That said, Alexander not willing to use it, debating, hanging on to it, trying to figure out what's left in Y Rebellion's list. And I assume one of those cards is a Conservatory. I think we've only seen 2 from Y Rebellion so far. Or 1, I don't know, 1 less than we expect. I didn't keep track of the tosses, which makes it even harder. And honestly, I think that's the micro decision. I think it was pulling a tosser out of your
You
portal.
could have killed it earlier. Honestly, you could have killed it earlier. And I think at some point, Alexander, like, even prioritize killing some small units alongside other toss units.
And here we go. This is what Alexander was saving the Disintegrate Pastry for, was this 3rd copy of Katarina. And now with this going down, there's no way for Y Rebellion to cycle through. They only have 1 card left in deck. Even if it was another Katarina, never going to have an opportunity to use that champion spell.
Yeah, Alexander can actually go AFK now. After killing his Katarina.
Yeah.
There's no way Y Rebellion ever wins this game.
Even disconnect is no longer an option.
It's just a neck.
Alright, coming in. I would reckon you can wait for next turn.
Yep.
Yeah, sure, if you really want to.
And we know it's not a 3rd Katarina because you've already killed 2 of them, so...
Oh!
It's a Portal Palooza.
Right.
Beautiful.
That means we have the chance to go out in style.
Yes, we do. That is going to be game number 1 going to Alexander. And I got to say, for a deck out game, Y Rebellion's at like -4 minutes on the clock, Alexander's at -2. That's actually really high on time, I would say.
Sure, yeah.
For a deck out finish. That game only took like 23 minutes. That's pretty good, honestly.
No, yeah, I would agree. In general, today has been going quite a bit faster. So, you know what? Maybe
Really had to remind us what's going on here.
Yeah. But yeah, that was a deck out game still. And
yeah,
I feel like we still have a couple of games left like this because you do know the other deck that Alexander is playing, right?
I know they brought Rise and then something that,
Yeah.
okay, it was the Rise that is unbanned. I think Seraphine was their last deck, so still not like super quick. It's against Thresh Nasus though, so hopefully Y Rebellion just like crushes it here. Because one thing Alexander does not have is early removal. And the Nasus builds in Eternal are much more aggressive than their standard counterparts, but Alexander opened the double delve in the past necessary for Rise to be a real deck, so we've got a game on our hands.
Double delve, double rise. Let's go. Yeah,
Y
and not a
Rebellion's got
great
it.
hand from Y Rebellion. Not a great hand.
No. I was tweeting earlier because I just like copied a Nasus list and I was running it on ladder, and I think I have lost more games to drawing double Atrocity than I have lost to not drawing Atrocity. I don't know how
we go.
people keep playing 2 copies of this card, man. We're looking at Y Rebellion's hand, and like if one of those Atrocities was just a different card, it looks so much better.
like using all of spell mana here just to refill 3 actually, instead of just 2. You can actually like kind of carelessly throw down Rise as well.
garden.
Oh, or we just like, yeah, we could just go for healing as well.
Yeah, a couple different options. The Tasty Faith Oak also would be backed up by Deny in case White Rebellion tries to stop the healing with a Hate Spike, but that might be a little bit too cheeky to try and get Deny value out of. Yeah, White Rebellion just going to pull it to the front instead. It's still a good amount of damage pushed through, 7 in total. From 20 anyway.
A lot of these units though. Next and again, Alexander is going to start drawing, going to start refilling the mana. Health potion. Oh, we can.
I long for the
You know,
day when this
Yang
is
Zera
over.
wrote an article for Mastering Runeterra about like the top 5 most impactful cards coming back for each region, and he put Health Potion in Ione, and that was kind of wild to me. Because how often do you see a main decked Health Potion?
Not
The
very
answer
often.
is now. Yeah, now and
Yeah.
like no other time in history. Does fire off the Health Potion here though, even though Rise does not trigger the landmarks on attack on level 1. So, not going to get the spell mana back here, but we'll get it back next turn. So, it doesn't really matter when it's fired off.
Okay, we have Realm Warp in hand. We have Deep Meditation. So much draw in hand here on the side of Alexander.
Yeah, Alexander has the ability to draw, what, 10 cards, unironically? Not right this second, but in general.
Generally, yes. Another Duel of Homecoming as well.
They did not know.
Homecoming is definitely what Rise got back from Eternal.
Yes, it's such a mean card. As a mid-range player, it's such a mean card to play against.
Yeah. So it's impossible, I think, for most regions at fast speed to respond to a landmark being bounced.
Yes. There are a few regions, but even then, usually you don't play the cards that would help in that situation.
Yeah.
This is still looking really scary though. Okay, Shout of Hope. Can protect Rise from this from the initial thresh hit. Would still get taken down.
Yeah, so could-
obviously.
Of love. Warrant
I was gonna say Madness could as well, just getting the Rune Prison and stunning out the Thresh, but
Cannot
understandable that you
stand
want to go for
by
Hope so
in
that you
the
are
face
healing up
of
the Nexus a little bit more
apocalypse.
often as well.
I forgot that Rise like flips here. So yeah, no, you can't take on
And
Rise
get
at all.
Spell Shield.
Yeah.
Not that the Spell Shield matters a lot in this particular instance, and I mean, this is like... Why
Okay.
Rebellion can't even Vile Feast their own Cursed Keeper, because it's going to be a 1-2 with Spell Shield. If they wanted to try and push as much damage as possible.
I'm so sad. Yeah, I'm telling you, these Rise decks, I think, if they really get the Delves early,
Yeah.
it feels so tough to play against. They almost feel unbeatable. They feel like they have Exodia.
Yeah, I mean, Alexander potentially could have lethal next turn, right? If they find a couple more Delves, that's it. There's nothing Why Rebellion can do about that. Well, depending on how much mana is left over, which is going to be a lot because every time Alexander actually plays the landmark, they're going to refill their spell mana, they could Vile Feast plus Atrocity to kill the
Now
Rise.
you will understand.
So, it's a tall ask for
I don't like
Alexander to not have the mana for Deny or Second Rise, but see how it goes.
You don't have yourself a deal here. I don't like that at all. So,
There's a Delve. And it costs 1 less.
oh, but this means that you actually won't have enough mana to play all the shots this turn. So no lethal this
True.
turn.
True. No lethal this turn.
Their power
That said,
match your will, but they cannot
next
do
turn-
the rest.
Not looking great either.
It's very much wrong. Except 9 mana.
Especially because this is going to take out the Spell Shield, which is really important, actually, so that Nasus doesn't have it, and it's an easier target for Alexander to deal with on the following turn.
Yeah, we have a lot of stun and recall in hand already from Alexander's side. So I don't think there will be an equal fight for next turn. That said, we have to be a little bit careful on Alexander's side. We can't actually commit to winning the game next turn. Like, we can't set up an open attack defense. We gotta keep the mana open because Atrocity is also still a thing. So if you let a little bit of damage through, all of a sudden Atrocity becomes a real threat.
Yeah. Although, with Alexander having another blocker available in this Otterpuss, I think they're looking pretty safe for the time being. Let's just pass, though. Open up the mana.
This madness no longer.
More Delve in the deck. Deny off the top. Not what Alexander was looking for. We go in for a big attack here.
Yeah, so we have all the... Okay, so the double deny might come in handy, actually. So we have two... We can stun recall and still double deny here, right? No, we can't double deny. Never mind. I forgot that we don't have the 2 mana. We haven't played the shard that gives us 2 mana stun, actually.
Yeah, it actually has to be this very fragile go to 1 HP. Because now you have Deny plus Unworthy Soul. So the question is, does Y Rebellion go for the Atrocity plus Rite of Negation? I'm going to kick things off with the right. Says I would like to hit you with this unit. From there, Alexander can go for Unworthy Soul. Y Rebellion can fire off the Atrocity. We can get a Deny in response. And then Alexander does still have to hold Deny mana for second Atrocity on the following turn.
Mm-hmm.
You think your choices are hard?
What if we just start with Atrocity instead? Oh, deny. Stun
I
comes
don't
in.
think it matters. I think either, no matter what happens here, Nasus ends up back in hand.
Deny first. I like it. I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, you can still recall, but the Atrocity is committed.
Yeah, it's
But
just a matter of what
if
you
our
want to
Rebellion
still
lets
have
this
in
one
hand.
go? Yeah, what if our Rebellion lets this one go? Says I push
And
10.
then-
Okay.
Yeah, nope, not going to let it go. Which you might as well not, right? Because the Nasus is going to end up in your hand anyway, which is not where you want Nasus to be. Your best shot at winning the game is by attroing this turn and attroing again next turn.
Yeah, but I was like, what if you let this one go? And then you just like, maybe Alexander does a mistake. Maybe they commit some mana.
Maybe.
If we are to thrive, we must.
Although I think they were always going to get
free.
mana plus because they were going to replay the shard that refills their spell mana.
And you have to attro now, and unfortunately the next deny is already there. And that means that Y Rebellion knows that there's nothing you can do now. You gotta hope that there is not another Delve drawn, but it is already in the hand of Alexander.
Yep. I'm trying to remember if... Okay, well, Y Rebellion didn't know this was coming, but I assume Y Rebellion hopefully lets us play out the Rise animation because I don't remember what it looks like. I'm pretty sure there's either, like, no animation or it's incredibly underwhelming.
It's I think it used to be off-center.
Okay,
I know
well, we're
what
getting
I
it.
must do.
Attack from Alexander. GG Shens, commit. Okay, that's right, yeah. It's just like... It doesn't have Rise in it, which always kind of threw me off a little bit, I
Enjoy
think.
your victory, but learn.
But
No,
I was
it
always,
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I was kind of critical of like the Star Spring and the Bandle Tree. Like Bandle Tree animation I thought was pretty good. Star Spring animation I thought could have been a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
Fiora I was fine with. But like Rise and Star Spring I'm pretty down on. Bandle Tree and Fiora I'm good with. As far as like game ending animations. Cam 4 the Doubt looks more like a game ending animation than Rise does.
yeah. So I think what they probably wanted to implement with the Rise animation is, yes, you don't see Rise, you see the runes, right? Because they are the star of the show.
We see one rune, right?
True, but like I think like not including Rise kind of sort of makes sense because like he is not the one ending the world. It's like he's controlling
Yeah.
the runes. Like the runes are the ones
But
that actually do the stuff.
then you should have leaned into the meme and given me the Exodia style, all 5 runes forming together into the body of a man in order to push. You know what I mean? Like, lean into the meme. You know Exodia exists. You know Exodia is another 5-card game-ending combo. Play into it a little bit more,
I could have
LOR.
also done the Thanos meme where all the runes like just assemble into Rise's
You
hand.
see Rise's hand come up and snap.
Yeah. No, good. I appreciate them not doing that. But yeah, maybe the other thing would have worked. They just like form like into a multicolored like being where it's like just like every hand and like
Just Voltron it.
yeah, just Voltron it. Like every body part is a different root and every body part has a
Yeah.
different color. Yeah, that would make sense, no?
That would have been good. You know, honestly, we actually still have quite a few games going because that one for being a deck out followed by a Rise win is pretty fast.
True. You know what? whenever these things happen, I always have to filter through who is actually playing this tournament and who might be playing like other tournaments, because I know there are other tournaments happening, but Ninja Duel is currently at 3 and 1 is still in it to win it, and we're gonna
Up
follow
against Pizza Zone.
Pizza Zone.
On
It's
Thralls.
Pizza Zone.
Thralls is not a deck we have seen
Let's
very
talk about
much
your
of recently.
That's an understatement.
Thralls is not a deck we have seen for many moons, folks. In Standard or Eternal or Labs or otherwise.
Now, what specifically in Eternal brings you back to Thralls?
I know there is at least one card, and I think it might just be Blighted Ravine.
Oh, Bright Ravine for sure. I kind of miss that card in Standard, you know? Then it took away literally all the healing but that new Anivia spell from Freya.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's it though. Because I know like a lot of landmark focused stuff rotated out of Shurima, but that was more landmark destruction focused things, which you were never really playing in Thralls to begin with.
I am a student of Tempest style.
That's what. Okay, so recently I have the LOR website bookmarked on my browser, right? And recently I added a second tab of the LOR site, and I deleted it this morning because I was like, why do I have this twice? The second time was the rotation list. Now I have to dig for it.
Embrace the cold.
Alright, we do have Lysandra flipping here. We do have 2 Thralls on board. It actually looks like we might be able to win it. And you know why?
Why?
Can you look? Can you take one look at the board and tell me why Thralls might win this?
Because tough is the best keyword in the game.
Yeah, also that. Okay, 2 reasons. But there's one reason above that.
I don't know. What is it?
For
So-
the Kinku.
You know what? I see a
This way, come
0-3 on Ninja Duelist's board. I see a Wandering Shepherd on Ninja Duelist's board. Something happened, or something didn't happen this game.
stop that.
That was quite impactful.
Timelines?
We did not draw timelines, apparently.
There we go.
So this is how this deck looks without it. And without it, it apparently loses to Thralls.
Yeah. Are we surprised?
This way, come along.
Not really.
Are we surprised?
We have a ton of burn in hand, though. But now with the Nexus being tough, like, we have to throw one of these at Lysandra, actually. But can we still win this? Can we actually still win this? So we throw 1 Get Excited at Lysandra. We have 3 Impact. We have 1 more Get Excited, so we have 6 damage. We have 9 damage. We have 11 damage in hand, plus the Pie Toss, which can generate another card that can hit the Nexus. We technically have lethal in hand.
So I checked the rotation list. It was literally just Blighted Ravine. Which makes sense, because I remember seeing people, I think Shadok specifically, trying Thralls in Standard post-rotation, but it was like, the archetype has just been too heavily nerfed.
Yeah.
But you
Like-
calculated. We've
like
got
s-
lethal. Got
like-
lethal? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah. Kind of.
Alright. Kind of.
I mean,
Like, if they don't do anything, we've got lethal. I see it here with
Yeah.
the Impact 4, the double Get Excited, and the Mystic Shot.
yeah, if they do absolutely nothing. If they have no okay, yeah, never mind.
Okay,
It's done.
well,
Yeah, we don't have
there's-
lethal anymore.
That's an issue.
Yeah. Yeah, no, yep. That was all lethal. It's gone now.
Buff.
I'll like Ninja Duelist trying it.
Yeah, I mean, it was, like you said, if they did nothing, it was lethal. So, if their
Yeah.
hand is just all Thrall interaction and countdown cards, you've got something. But now, gonna have to use both Get Exciteds onto the Lysandra, which you don't actually have to. If you just draw timelines, you could Banana Blaster that Lysandra with a 7/7.
Oh! Station Archivist. Alright.
Could get timelines.
Could get Hammerlands. Could push an additional 2
Uh,
damage here. Yeah, sure. That's for sure gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well attack with your Impact guy as well then, right? You kind of need to find... I think your only avenue to victory is find timelines, Banana Blast Lysandra, put all your spells on the stack next turn, and hope they don't have random negation.
I like this, man. You use Scout.
This...
And then you wait.
Oh,
and
it's a
then-
scout. Okay. I didn't realize it was a scout. That makes more sense.
Stinging cold.
So looking absolutely awful. Alright, okay. So, timelines or bust? Let's go.
As per usual.
Wait, maybe... Did we hit timelines? Maybe... Before? No.
The same color.
Oh, this
That
is
is
so
not
sad.
timelines.
Oh, no. Oh, wait. Timelines isn't even in the top 5 cards?
I thought you were gonna say timelines isn't even in the deck, and I was gonna have
Yo, that would be
a
kinda
whole reevaluation of everything I've ever think I've known about card games, because Ninja Duelist is not like, you know, in the 05 bracket.
funny. That means we didn't have a single timelines in the top half of our deck.
Yes. Which, having played a lot of Control on the Eternal Ladder, I've played a lot of games where I go through the top half of my deck. Let me tell you, there are a lot of times where you don't find stuff in the top half.
Is it 3
There,
offs?
there are a lot of times you don't find things in the top 75%.
Okay, listen.
Yeah.
I think probably someone mathed this out. If you have a 3 off in your deck,
Yeah.
and you hard mull for it,
It ain't 0.
no, the chance is pretty high that you actually get it by turn 5. Or so. At least for turn.
Yeah,
What is it?
and
Turn
it
9?
ain't 0.
Yeah.
I think people lean into likely outcomes as definites way too hard when it comes to like mulligan stats and things like that.
Yeah, true. Oh, we are really gonna throw a 2 get exercise here and still lose? Damn.
Off Nexus, best keyword in the game. What would
Yeah,
what would you do with an elusive Nexus? Actually, a regen Nexus might be better than a tough Nexus, but what are you gonna do with an elusive Nexus or a scout Nexus?
Oh, imagine you could hit your opponent with your Nexus. Like, that's
That would
half.
be kind of wild. I know you used to be able to give barrier to the Nexus. Well, I say used to. I think that was before players were actually allowed in the game. I think that was like back when they were still like alpha testing. But I remember like Fiora used to like give barrier to your Nexus or some shit like that.
Whoa, that would be a crazy mechanic they could reintroduce.
They took it out for a reason.
I mean, slam it on a 10 mana unit. Nobody's gonna play it.
That's fair. I mean, we've already seen
Whoa,
Gorlith not.
timelines!
Well, we did it. Thank you for shuffling the deck, Station Archivist. We found timelines.
Oh, isn't that great? Well, that's a win for Thralls.
That it is. Just goes to show you, if that deck doesn't draw timelines, literally anything can beat it.
Yeah, I think it's in that respect, it's quite worse than a Trundle deck. I think that the Trundle Vi deck actually can win games without drawing timelines.
Yeah.
Unit quality is just quite a bit higher than in this deck. But if you have to play like an untimelined Banana Blaster,
That's a nothing card.
that is a nothing.
That's
card.
that's the thing, right? Is like the Bandle City version is just filled with a lot of cards that don't do anything if you don't have timelines. Whereas like everything in the Freljord version is still a pretty good card. Like it's usually something that is like played in something else, even if you don't have timelines, right?
Yes.
These cards though, indefensible. Risu, Banana Blaster, never see the light of day without timelines.
Absolutely not. But this means that we are through with this round of Swiss. And we are going to see you guys in the next round. Stay tuned. Round number
But
6.
the spider
coming up.
keeps making eye contact with me from the wall, and he's about to go down.
Oh, maybe ask him out. Take him to dinner. Anyway, see you guys after the break.
We are back with round number 6. Just 2 more rounds until the end of the Swiss portion of this event, and then we get right into our single elimination top 8. That's right. We only take up your Saturday. We're not looking to take up your whole weekend. We will be doing it all today, as we always have been, as we always will be. With myself and Ice-T, as it always has been, as it always will be. Jason, you try to fire me, you're going to have a whole union coming for you. That's a threat. Anyway, we are going to be taking a look at Pat once again, this time up against America's Ladder Star B, who has brought, I don't know if B was in a coma for a couple months or something, but they have brought Fizz Samira.
It's performs well in standard. It's a pretty good
Do you know
deck.
do you know how many
reserve
Eternal
one?
cards are in this Fizz Samira list, Ice-T? It's none. It's 0. This is a full standard legal Fizz Samira. It plays 9 followers.
Wait, so you didn't even put in what did you lose for Plunder? Wait, you lost the Black Market Merchant? So that's something you wouldn't want to play, right? Anyways.
No.
So
I mean, Decimate's kind of the obvious one, but that's not in here.
Yeah, you have Part of Pandemonium. It's just a better Decimate.
Yeah, but I mean, they're running 25 spells, Ice-T. You figure they could find room for both.
Maybe. I appreciate that we are actually going to see if it's Samira, though. Because you know what? This tournament has been very light on Samira. The nerfs have not done her good. Especially in Eternal, where there is quite a bit more power that she has to deal with.
Okay, they also brought Elise Timo, which I thought was going to be like Karina Veraza control, but it's more like Burn.
I'm excited for this matchup. What is
happening?
There's
Stygian Onlooker, Boom Kuruki, Blowbacks in here, Shock Blast, Used Cask Salesman.
Oh, I dig it. It's a classic, okay?
Yeah, I knew B ran some weird stuff on ladder. I wasn't ready for all this though, but honestly, in a world full of timelines, I'll take it. I'll absolutely take it. Kicking things off though with the more standard Draven Scion, it looks like.
Yeah, going up against Rise, and Rise is pretty good hand versus mid-range, but obviously if you are Rise, you are searching for at least one delve, but you don't find it. But again, 2 spells you can throw in 2 burst blockers.
Here's my bar for Rise Ice-T is we saw Double Delve and Rise won, and now we're not seeing Double Delve, and I think that means Rise is gonna lose. I think it might just be that simple. Double Delve or bust.
We each hold a world.
Oh, with a hand like that from B though, I can't tell if that's good or bad, to be honest.
I think it's not that bad. It's pretty good actually. We're gonna take a little bit of damage here, sure.
But you've got the Eye of the Dragon established. Really, really need to find a second spell to pair with that Ida so that you can not only get the Dragonlings on the offense, but also cheat in these Claws of the Dragon.
Ooh, okay. So you probably just played on the second Eye here. Next turn you just
fight with my spirit,
get down,
my
go for these Claws with 2 spells. You do have a draw in hand. And then you can just heal back up with Dragonlings.
Yeah, the awkward part though is Pat needs to find a second burst spell if they are going to cheat in the Claws and have them block. Because otherwise you have to commit the fast speed spell to the stack and then the Claws come in, but you've already locked in your blockers and all of that sort of priority sequencing. Hilt Open Telstone. So could go, Telstone. It looks like it's just going to be Telstone Aftershock. Get the Claws in immediately. No real surprise factor here, but hey, you don't really need to.
Nah, this is too strong. This is way too strong. All of a sudden, your opponent can't get their Kiss Immune through anymore. Save a bunch of health here. Next turn, you do get those Dragonlings to heal back up.
The problem for Pat though is this is the only clean turn they're getting Dragonlings. From here they do still need to a Delve from the past does really open things up for Pat, right? Especially if they can draw a card off of it. But the hand's looking kind of light. There's not an insane amount of refuel. They're losing an Eye of the Dragon here.
Yeah, this block might be a little soft.
A little greedy.
Well, you just take the extra 2 damage and heal extra 2. But again, it gets the axe out of the hand as well.
Yeah, the axe plus the discard, which unfortunately for Pat, B had a good discard target waiting in the hands, and it is going to be the Delve, so...
Yeah. I think against that deck, you never expect them to actually discard something that you didn't want to discard. And with that Delve, we now have an awkward way of actually triggering the Dragonlings for next turn.
Yeah. I feel like
Probably
what it's going to
take
come...
more here.
I feel like
Yeah.
what it's going to come down to is, like, obviously you really want to save recall spells for Scion. One of the best, most efficient ways to deal with him, while you kind of try to end the game in the meantime. But given the hand of B, it curves out so nicely even without the Scion that I think Pat-Pat's going to get forced into using these removal spells a lot earlier than they want to. And eventually the Scion will be found, and at that point Pat-Pat will either be gassed out or will have like one spell left to stall by a turn. But with, you know, finding one Delve by turn 5, I don't know how long Pat-Pat is going to take to try and win the game.
We do keep the option open for a burst speed blocker here, which is huge because it can't be pulled aside. So we can actually block this 4-3 quite efficiently. We also have more draw in hand currently. That does need to get us another spell if we don't want to use one of these recalls. Otherwise, we can also obviously go into place your bets. Coin, there's always an option to get burst speed blocker out the easy way. Get more draw, but still no delve. Still no delve. Because we didn't find a rise, it's also harder because there are less delves that are actually put into the deck.
Yeah, I think the deep med does a lot of work here, though. You know, like you mentioned, it's going to cheat in the claws of the dragon. B, I mean, it looks pretty good to try and throw down a Sump Dredger here. And also going to go for the Grenadier. Just getting really aggressive here.
You probably have to recall unit here to save some HP.
With I being available as a blocker, I don't know if you do. You're only actually going to take 4 damage here.
Now we're cooking.
Spring does not pity winter.
Losing the eye, however, is a
Yeah.
very big deal. I think Homecoming might have to come out just to preserve the eye of the dragon.
Nope. You draw more
Nope.
cards, find more stuns. But the board is going to stay on B side, and
Well,
this is super.
yeah. I mean, like, leaving the Sump Dredger at 1, not ideal. This is one of the very few decks in the meta that actually can't deal with an X1.
Oh, Tempest, just more stall. Where are the delves? Where are the delves?
This is Pat really
Oh my
running
God.
into you know, the situation that everybody thinks they run into all the time, where it's like, oh, you know, I just can't find the delves. I don't know what it is. My opponent always opens 2. I always open 0. Granted, Pat did only mulligan 1 card. There is something to be said for that. Got a good amount of value out of the hand that they kept, but was really relying on top decking into delves and just isn't finding it. Gonna get the Rise on board just so that more delves are put into the deck.
Maybe it's going to pay off. We can at least stall out 1 more turn.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, next turn, Pat's going to have, what, Homecoming plus double Steel Tempest if they need it?
That plus a freeze. So many protection spells here for either Rise, the Nexus, anything we really want. But
The problem,
we do
though,
have to
is
spend
that
them.
I don't think it matters. Pat, at this point, Pat's not clearing the board. They're stalling the board. And they need to find 4 more delves and find all 4 runes in order for this to pan out. So it would almost have to be draw delve for turn, get a rune, draw delve off of that rune, draw delve off of the next rune, and I just don't think Pat has the mana for all that.
You don't think he has it in him? You're believing
It would take some real main character syndrome to think that you can just rip 4 delves off the top of your deck.
Damn. You know what? You are that father. You're the father that is walking away during the theater recital. You know, you're like, my son can't do this.
I'm the father that's watching my son play card games and being like, back in my day, don't you know I won a world champion, boy? You gotta bring honor to this house.
It's currently looking like Pat is not going to be able to do this in this game, but it's only going to get harder for him here, right? As you mentioned, like, B's other decks are also quite aggressive.
Yeah, it's not like B's taking their foot off the gas. Pat does manage to win this one. I think the Rise was always set to be a weak point here, and honestly, I mean, Pat played kind of greedy with the Eye of the Dragons, right? Threw one out as a blocker in exchange for a Spinning Axe, chose not to save the second one with the Homecoming, or at least, you know, there was the possibility that B had a Mystic Shot, but Pat didn't even try to save it.
Games gods.
And now here comes Scion.
Luckily, it doesn't really matter because
Yeah.
they actually took out the ways to kill like, your own Scion, right? You actually
They
don't.
can get excited, they'll do it a lot of the time, but yeah, they're not playing
Yeah.
Flock anymore.
You know,
They did not know. How could they?
It's almost funny. This is like, you know, a tragic comedy. Tragedies are often comedies. That is one. Finally.
Yep. It's like we found the spell mana,
Arrogance
which
plagues
is
us.
what would have been necessary to start off the turn and then rip 4 delves off the top. Now you don't even have the mana for all that. Rise not even gonna level.
Alright, you have 2 recalls and 3. Oh, wait.
You're-
When you have another blocker,
You have 2 recalls.
hold on. Big maybe.
Recalls and a freeze, a deny and a notify.
B is probably starting his ultimate stun, I would imagine. Ooh, another delve. Wait. Emma, how much copium can I have and puff right now?
I guess so B probably starts this off with Pirouette, which instantly make things 10 times more difficult for Pat Pat. With the Notify getting committed there, the remainder of Pat Pat's mana has to be like recall, freeze. And with B firing off a Mystic Shot right now, it's getting even dicier.
I think B might also go for the get excited here.
Maybe. But the point remains that Pat, if B opens with Pirouette, there is no way Pat can stop everything. Because you would have to stop. You can't take 3 damage. You're going to be tapped below deny mana next turn.
Make your choice and
Look,
live
you,
with its consequences.
Got it? You figure it out?
Also, no, it also
Okay.
kind of sucks that all the units on the other side
Are lethal.
are either 3 HP or like have so much attack that they dodge the damage from the rune.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the open attack. Wait, how does the open attack affect this? So we have 2 recalls.
With Mystic Shot off the top, I don't think it matters. Even with 2 recalls, a freeze, and double block, you are still taking 3 damage. But with not having to notify the Pirouette, well, I guess Pirouette plus Mystic Shot is still lethal. So you're gonna have to notify the Get Excited and then die to Pirouette Mystic Shot.
Alright, B is mathing it out though. Look at that
Yeah,
mathing
B's
out.
figuring it out. Is gonna go for the Pirouette first. I like this a lot. You know, force something out of Pat Pat. Because you know that Pat Pat doesn't really... Like, Conk Palm is the only punish that really exists for doing something like this. But I don't think you gotta worry about that.
Shot of hope. Do you have enough hope in you?
Diego knew the risks.
I do not.
Forged on regardless.
Because Pat Pat now does not have the mana for recall,
My name
freeze.
is Rise.
Well, we see the
I
Rise
am
level.
the Rune Mage.
Yay!
Not the prettiest level up in the game.
No. I know people really were not in love with how weird Rise looks during the level up animation. You heard similar criticisms around the Aurelia skin specifically. But my answer was that was like, you just shouldn't be playing Aurelia.
Tapping
Don't buy the
down
skin.
and still dying.
Yeah. And that's what I meant. Pat, by playing for that 3rd rune, stopped themselves from having access to Flash Freeze.
Yeah. But even if they had flashes, it was not happening.
Oh yeah, they still die. Nothing Pat could have done on this turn to live.
I like this. I mean, not for Pat, but I like this happening to Rise.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. I do always I don't know, I like Scion. I'm not in love with like the super burn heavy versions of Scions that have really come out since, like, you know, previously we had Dustmate Scion, now we have Blowback Scion. I liked, but it's kind of what you have to do since we lost Challenger on Lost Souls.
Yeah, no, for sure. I also like Scion. I like the more mid-rangey versions, but the burn versions
I like
are also
Challenger
nice.
Lost Soul. That's what I liked, man.
Yeah, but I don't think we can get that back. I don't think Riot is up, but I think they're keeping
They
that
shouldn't be.
on the lock.
Oh, here we go. Double delve into the past. It's a win for Pat. Triple delve into the past.
Come against Fisamira. So this is actually a matchup that we haven't seen at all because Well, Rice didn't rotate. He's also been missing from the post-rotation meta.
There's plenty
Good.
of killing left.
And
Okay.
you know, I was just about to comment on the fact that like this is a very unit light version of Fizz Samira, and B instantly opens one of each follower that they play. They play 3 of each of those followers,
Spring
and that is
not pity
it.
winter.
Ooh, do we want to block the fearsome unit here? I mean, yeah. Now that we got that rune. I was like,
Yeah,
maybe
you
we
can
block
go ahead
Nyx.
and throw down the Otterpuss as a chump blocker as well into the Jagged Butcher.
So on the other side, we do have Father Fury here.
I mean, if Pat can just find deny for the Powder Pandemonium, that seems to be like 80% of B's deck is Powder Pandemonium. It's like triple Stylus Shot, triple Warning Shot, triple Swindle. It's just trying to get as many Plunder procs as humanly possible into that big Powder Pandemonium turn.
Alright, what does Father Fury get us? Quite a bunch more 1-cost spells here, obviously. Ooh. That's pretty okay.
No, it's a Bilgewater Tailstone. Vandal City
Yeah.
Tailstone would have been better, but I don't think you can
Build
generate
Force is
outside your
pretty
region.
alright. You can get the shark here. Pull away the full.
Honestly, yeah, you could get the Shark. You could also, like, Pat doesn't have Keg interaction if more powder becomes an appealing option sometime down the line. But I do like what you were saying. I think that the Shark here is a pretty good play.
Yeah, you almost guarantee to get that Starlight Shot back in hand. Yeah, I like this. Boom. Chum the waters.
Real awkward into deny, but Pat just doesn't have it.
And there's also info you get here. That is very important for your Panda Pandemonium. So I feel like you're probably firing this off pretty soon. Ooh, Grand plus 2 cost.
Misses the Powder Pandemonium.
Time to get rich.
It's a Stylish Shot. Takes 7.
I mean, we can technically stun this 5 too. Yeah, okay. I don't hate it. But
I don't love it either, just because the vulnerable is permanent.
yeah, that threat is gonna stay there. That said, you already have 3 runes on the board. You have Rise that you can commit on the board as well. And another
And
Claw
that
of the
will
Dragon.
actually kill the Jagged Butcher as well. Because Rise will activate all of these runes when he attacks on the flip side as well. So, like, Deep Med attack with Rise,
for the day.
really solid play for
My
Pat
name is Rise. I am the Rune Mage. Enough! This cannot stand.
Oh, yeah, B doesn't have a way to get through the spell shield to pirouette the Rise.
You are probably summoning a monkey here though, just because it also tanks the. No, you don't. Okay.
Alright, doesn't go for it. Okay, Pat actually going to play a little more aggressively with their removal and go for the Aftershock pre-combat rather than the Deep Meditation.
This taps you out of Deep Med into Deny next turn. So a little bit scary.
But you're going to get... Pat's going to get all his spell mana back. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It doesn't. Oh, I don't Rise.
Look, I don't play a lot of Weapon Masters. You got me covered on that. I got you covered on the Rise. That's why we're such a good
Not
team,
committing
T.
any cards.
Say your farewells.
This is kind of crazy, no?
I fundamentally do not really understand how B's deck is supposed to win the game when it only plays 9 followers and then is so reliant on these monkeys.
We gotta plunder here. We gotta use. What? We're not using our mana at all. We're not
Now
gonna
you
summon monkeys at all.
understand. Enough! This cannot stand.
God, I don't. I
Kinda
actually
plan.
don't get it.
I don't either. I mean, B's hand just looks incredibly poor, one way or another. Pirouette, that's... Knowing
Okay.
that your opponent has, like, Stylish Shot Swindle in hand, this is probably the best Nopify value you're gonna get, since it can't stop Powder Pandemonium.
Now it makes sense why we didn't commit any monkeys last turn. Actually, it doesn't. That's kind
I guess they were just trying to, this turn, like, combo into all of their plunders, get the stun for the attack token turn, And now Powder Pandemonium's going to get 4 monkeys. So Pat Pat's taking 7 or 8 this turn.
You act, but do not see.
They flash
your
freeze.
distance.
If you flash freeze here, I'm taking 6. You can also recall. You know what? We are now again kind of missing out on shots. At least we have like 3 on board. Like Rise can
Well-
continuously activate. It can draw with a spell mana.
Yeah, I think like
Now
the
you
Entreat
understand.
drawing you probably 3 cards.
This cannot stand.
You know, it's a little expensive, but since you are getting your spell mana back on the Rise attack,
Ooh, there it is.
Delve is good. We need to find...
Oh, we can actually combo off here. If we find another delta of the draw here, we actually.
Who am I to judge a broken man with good intentions?
Close.
I don't think Pat Pat can win here, though. I don't think there's a way to sequence the spell mana where, like, you get the 5th rune and have the attack token.
Nope, not happening.
And with... I think Pat Pat might still just lose here to that second Powder Pandemonium.
Swindle. What do we get?
I mean, Swindle can find whatever they want, right?
We can decide. Do we want an eye? Do we want 3 sisters? Probably Entreat.
I don't think I think I is at an active detriment, considering you probably are trying to end the game with Powder Pandemonium next turn. I think it's actually 3 sisters.
No, I,
Oh,
think,
okay.
yeah, I like the Entreat. You know why?
Why?
Fizz is pretty good here. Like, he can get freeze is the only thing they can have with Fizz. Do you know they
We're
have
also
it, but
just-
they have to use it then?
We're just monkeying now.
I mean, it has a lot of damage. I like it.
That is
That
fine
is actually lethal.
We don't have enough
Yeah,
time.
this is actually game over. It's 5 monkeys plus a
Let's
style
go.
shot. Huh?
Let's go.
But Rise,
Heals,
Rise heals
yeah.
you, right?
Yeah, he is.
I warned you.
It's just like if like Pat Pat wouldn't have attacked, that would have been just like
Yeah.
straight up lethal.
Now, though... They're not dead to the stylish shots, right? Oh, they are dead to the stylish shots. Which
yep,
means Pat
got it.
Pat doesn't have a sequence to get down
Nope. That's
what
just
he
game
needs
over.
to next turn.
Whoop! It's been nice, Rise. Nope, nothing.
Nope, no health pot.
And the GG comes out, more burn comes in, and Powder
Now you
Pandemonium
understand.
is again
I
better
will
than Decimate.
stand this madness no
So that's... Okay,
longer.
here's the issue. Pat Pat opened triple delve. So... 0 delves is too few. Triple delve is too many. You need to open exactly 2 delves.
And specifically in this matchup,
Then
Eye of the
this is
Dragon
end.
wouldn't have hurt.
No, Eye of the Dragon would have been pretty darn good, actually. But that's not how the cards fall, and Pat Pat is going to take their second loss on camera, which I believe is more or less going to eliminate them from a top 8 finish. It's
Yeah.
not guaranteed, but it's pretty likely, which is well, we say it's unfortunate because we like Pat Pat. Hell of a kid. Did you want Rise in top cut? When people are building for the Runeterra Open next week, did you want them to look at this tournament and be like, oh, Rise top 8'd?
Not at all, actually. Not at all. But you know what? Now
What?
with that matchup being over, we can finally go back to the good stuff. And that is someone from REO playing B-Ball. We haven't watched him all tournament, so...
Now, you say from REO. Does that imply that REO is a team?
No, and he would vehemently deny it as well.
Oh, we get the Glorious Evolution animation. Gotta
Yep.
love it. Missed that one.
Yeah, B-Ball actually plays this Aphelios Victor just like Bush plays it. So both play it with like Glorious Evolution, mix of like value and burn and explosiveness, which I really like.
And what did they put in to beat timelines?
A ban.
Ooh, that's rough.
I don't
By
actually.
the forge we create and we mend.
Especially considering Il Portinho is running triple timelines. I made that up. I'm currently... Okay, they're running double time. No, they're running... Yeah, they're running double timelines.
Okay.
This is our home.
You know what? That was close.
Tremble.
I like.
Double timelines plus Thresh Nasses.
Is it sad that we can just like make these statements now? You were just like, hey, he's running triple timelines. We were actually not like checking at all, but like we were actually
No.
getting kind of close to what they were
And
actually
funny
running.
enough, I think like championless timelines is one of the more popular timelines lists we've seen today, and that's the one that they are not running. They're on Trundle, they're on Jaxfly, they're on Nasus Thresh.
You know what? I kind of like it because again, as we saw, if you don't draw timelines to champion this version, yeah,
It does
It's
make the
overrated.
ban kind of awkward, right? Because if you're looking at it, you're like, okay, the championless version is the worst if they don't draw timelines, but it might be the best if they do draw timelines.
Yeah.
So it's like, can you leave it open? Do you really want to leave your fate in the hands of did they open timelines? Because let me tell you, when you're X and O and you're playing the triple timelines player, you know they're pretty good at opening timelines.
I think it all depends on how the rest of your day went.
Yeah.
Okay, sometimes you just feel it.
Feel it in my bones, man.
No, that's age. But like, I mean, sometimes, you know, get up the wrong foot or whatever. You feel like, hey, today I'm just not gonna challenge. I'm just not gonna challenge luck. I'm not gonna challenge fate. But sometimes, you know, you feel like, damn, nothing they can throw at me is actually have any impact.
Sometimes you go, today, I'm him.
Today I'm him, or her, or them.
Or her.
Graviton.
But you know what? Too many people think they're them when they're actually not.
Oh, I am way too... I've talked to LOR players before.
Yeah. And BB is actually one of them, but he is doing well in this tournament today. Like this,
He's fighting through... Like, BD's fighting his demons right now, dude. He's going through an entire Timelines tournament. He's ranting about how he doesn't want to have to play Eternal, and he's just getting it done.
You know what? But that's where the mindset comes in. BB constantly thinks he's him.
Yeah, I guess that's why he hasn't gotten further than top 16 at a seasonal.
You don't even know the half of it.
I read his Twitter. That's where I learned the quarter of it.
Okay, so the half of it is that because BB constantly thinks he's him, and sometimes he is. You gotta give it to BB. Sometimes he do be him. But the day before the World Championship qualifier, where he got top 16 again, Simon went into the Discord and asked BB, hey, you want to talk about lineups? And BB was like, nope, don't need. I have one lineup and I'm not going to change no matter what you say. Turns out the lineup was mainly decks BB likes to play, and not really that. They kind of sort of made sense, but it was not like a super well designed meta lineup. It was just decks BB likes to play that fit together into a lineup, which he does a lot.
Yeah, he was actually tweeting about how yesterday at the Aegis that he just ran a triple PNZ lineup and it worked out, and today he's just running a triple PNZ lineup and he's starting to piece together like, maybe I should just always run triple PNZ lineups because that's what I like to play.
Hold on. If he told you that yesterday in Aegis you went a triple PNZ lineup and it worked out, I gotta inform you that Simon went 3-0.
Oh, well, that'll do it.
I think BB played a single game.
I like tuned in a little bit. I think I only watched one match though. I farmed points by betting on Simon against Manesia. Easiest 2,000 channel points in my life. And then I was like, okay, actually I want to go do something else now.
You know, Simon did pretty well. Which, again, we now know what stops Simon, okay? The caster curse, the bug in game. We still don't know what happened to his opponent. I haven't seen his opponent in like in a 4 or 3-1 spot. So I'm just assuming that both were just trapped eternally till tomorrow in that one game.
It's possible. That said, though, just so everyone's aware, we're not talking about the game because Broken Ball has lethal.
Yes.
It's a 22 power spell shield Victor. Actually,
so
might
cool
not
about this
have.
deck.
Might not have lethal. You can just spirits the Aphelios.
That is not lethal right now, but it's very close.
Barely not.
No, wait,
lethal.
it's lethal. That's just lethal. It's lethal. Like, you just play the Mystic Shot, whatever.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because everything has augment and everything's created.
Woo! Glorious evolution, baby!
Yep. You know, it's been a while since I saw a deck that plays Glorious Evolution that like cared about the attack buff, because previously it was like just Shellfolk, which really just played it for the cost reduction, and also was a terrible deck. I said it.
Oh, you said it?
I said it. Gonna get Aikedo in my DMs later, but that's okay. He's always welcome there.
It is a cool card, and especially in this deck, it looks really, really cool. Because all of a sudden, you have like a couple small units that you just play in the deck to be filler or like to help Aphelios out. Like, for example, I don't even know the name of the unit that gives you Dusk Petal Dust.
Lunari Duskbringer?
Lunari Duskbringer, yeah. All of a sudden, that becomes
I've played a lot of Aphelios. I have to know the name of that one Nightfall card. That's singular one.
I would like to say I play a bit of Nightfall, but honestly, I never really played a lot of Nightfall, nor did I play a lot of Targon.
I mean,
not my jam.
You've already got a Nightfall guy in your region, so like, what would you really be accomplishing by playing Nightfall, right? Although, haven't seen Doombeast Dinah in quite a while.
Me neither. Maybe because Doombeast rotated? That's
one reason to quit the game.
That is one reason.
It's like, I have one card that I like, you take away this card, what am I doing here?
Yeah, they left Nightfall in the game, but they took out the 2 best cards, so...
Aphelios and Doombeast.
Actually, they took out the 3 best cards. They also
Aphelios, Doombeast, and Atrocity.
No. I was more referring to the 1-drop, but it's fine.
Well, what are we looking at here, T, in terms of watching? There's a couple of games still going, but I think we are more or less at the end of the round here.
Yeah, it does tell me that, again, Renrek is still in game. We also do have Rogio still in game. Could hop in that game.
Yeah, might as well. Take a little peek inside.
What is Rogio's score right now?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. All right.
X and 1, I think. Maybe X and 2. Hard to tell, to be honest. But as far as Rogio's lineup, I don't think we took a look at it. I don't think we like flew it on screen, so I'm trying to find it. There we go. It is not what I expected. So this is Aphelios Victor. We've seen that before. Bringing back Swain Twisted Fate, as well as Nora Thresh Viego.
Oh.
Always risky to run a split of champions with your Thresh, right? Like, Nora gets a pass because she's elusive, so... And it's 1 Thresh, 2 Nora, 3 Viego.
She is a 2-drop,
yeah, like, it's not ideal, but I don't think you're really, like, playing for the Thresh level up in a way that you are in, like, more dedicated Thresh decks like Nasus or Aesol.
Okay, yeah. But like, for those who don't know, score at the end there was obviously mistaken. BB did win that series, so BB now moving up to 5-1, only losing to Sorry so far. You know, that is actually the greatest thing about this, because this furthers the REO Civil War. Where BB is on the side of REO not being a team, and Sorry is the biggest defender of REO being a team.
Maybe that's why Sorry's gotten to second place a couple of times.
Don't taunt him about it, okay? There's still this one seasonal where he lost because his internet went out.
I was saying more so like that's why he's made it to second and B-Ball's stuck in top 16, not oh yeah, this is why he can't win a seasonal. Trust me, I woke up early to watch every seasonal where Sorry was in Top Gun. I'm a fan.
Are you a fan of Aphelios Victor, though? We see the other version here. I think Rogio is playing the version without the Glorious Evolution, which, you know, makes it quite a bit more boring. Less explosive, you know?
I am confirming that, yeah, it is the version without... Yeah, it's a Winding Light version, so a little different. This one's all in on, like, the Sacrificial Scholar, which I haven't really been able to parse this one out yet. I know that I like Scavenged Cam Cloaker. Out of the way, I'm a little more iffy on.
Okay.
Like, yeah, it's cool. You get permanent buffs off of your Aphelios weapons, but I think that's all. I guess Winding Light as well, but those two are just about it. Pale Cascade, sure, get a permanent +1/+1, but ultimately the card has always just felt a little too cheesy.
That said, right now, it's actually quite a good card. Because you do get the extra sets, you get the Lifesteal, the Overwhelm. And currently on the Wispy Red side, we don't have any of our champions. Nasus.
I guess the question is, how relevant would it actually be? Oh, there is a Nasus and Atrocities in the hand of Wispy Red, though. Unsure how many units have been slain this game. But I guess in this exact situation, well, actually, no, it still doesn't come up because permanent overwhelm versus non-permanent overwhelm, like, Rogio could just give the overwhelm weapon to the submersible next turn and would have 7 elusive damage. Either way, Atrocity's coming through at it to save the game.
Only a fool
So-
would enter battle unprepared.
Obviously, Nasus hitting through and actually getting that -1 on everything would also be huge to save us some Nexus HP. That said, with the Gravitum being generated, I don't think Nasus is going to hit for quite a while. But as you mentioned, with the Atrocity, we do have some ways to stop lethal. Okay, this is an Undying version. Undying is a card that I don't really like in the Nasus Thresh decks, kind of. I don't feel like it has quite the oomph. It's not quite aggressive enough.
It's always been a hot topic.
Betrayal Baron Shurima.
Holy shit.
That is a big dog.
It doesn't matter that you Gravitum the Nasus. I'm pretty sure, like, it makes it a little bit scarier for Wispy Red to just rip an Atrocity because there is a Hush in the main deck.
Now, we must walk
And a
it.
Moonlight Affliction, so a couple of different ways to silence the Nasus. But Wispy Red's going in for an attack this turn, and with all these units, you are going to get two. Like, you only need to get one Slay, and then you can just overwrite a unit with a Ravenous Butcher, and suddenly, boom, you've got 18/18 Nasus. You can push for the lethal. It's very likely that Wispy Red is even going to be able to play around Star Shaping and Guiding Touch, because this is going to be a 2020 Nasus. Actually, no Star Shaping in here, so Guiding Touch is the only healing. And there's only 2, and one of them was just used. So Nasus Atrocity is lethal unless Rogio top decks a Hush or a Moonlight Affliction. And I think Wispy's going to be forced into going for it.
Victor? That's not it.
Okay. It's not it. And actually, if you're not forcing Wispy into going for it, I think what you are forcing them into is, like, Atroing the Submersible, and then they live, and then they can just try with Nasus next turn. There are 3 high note to stop something like that, though, so I think Wispy is going to feel like their back is against the wall, and they have to use the Atrocity on the Nasus. A very high likelihood it's going to work out.
Oh, Time Trick.
Oh, Time Trick. We don't even know if it's going to work out yet, T. We don't know.
Oh, this is a game. This Time Trick makes it possible to find a Hush, find something to get one up on the big Nasus, find Crescendum Calibrum.
Yeah, Infernum onto the Aphelios so that you can Aphelios spell into Gravitum on the Nasus. It's the only reason you would be using the Infernum here instead of on one of your elusives.
I mean, you don't necessarily have to Aphelios spell, right? Oh, you do.
Due to get to Gravitum.
Yeah.
And otherwise, I'm not sure why you're using it here. Yeah, gonna fire that off. That's gonna pull into either the Crescendum or the Calibrum, whichever one Rogio phased into. Gonna be the Crescendum, makes sense. Now gonna pull Gravitum. But T, with this committed to the stack, Rogio no longer has Moonlight Affliction as an out to the Nasus. It has to be Hush.
Ooh, it makes it so much more dicey.
Yeah, I know that some people are looking at those Dust Petal Dusts and being like, oh, those reduce the cost. Not how that works. Paying 1 mana to reduce the cost by 1 does not actually reduce the cost.
We go for the swing. The Flood also going to draw a card at the end of it. But
Yep, still
it's
has
make it or
the
break it.
mana. Still has the mana for Time Trick Hush.
Let's go.
Atro comes out, lethal lined up. Here comes
Nothing.
Guiding Touch.
Skip.
Will not be enough. Skip. Gotta be Skip. Find the Hush.
Pay
No,
Cascade
guess.
is not it.
That is going to be lethal for Wispy Red, Atro Nasus, the good old A plus B combo. It's given a little bit too much time over when you're not running something like the Glorious Evolution to end the game faster. And I think a lot of times when players are building out these lists, they wonder, like, why am I trying to end the game faster, right? And the answer is there are things that scale better than you do, Nasus being one of them. You can't just let a 16-16 Nasus come down and go, I'll stun it out for a couple turns. Deal with it later.
Yeah, just leave it there. It's fine. Whatever.
Just leave it, dude. Like,
Yeah.
why do we got to talk about the dog in the room?
You know what? with the other version of deck, you could potentially actually let that Nessa scale up. Because if you have the Glorious Evolution on board, you're just gonna get to 70
Just
attack as
block
well.
it.
Just block
Just
it.
block it. It doesn't have
whatever.
overwhelm.
Yeah. Fearsome? Up. Okay. Whatever, man.
Did you
That's
see the
something to make
BB
it a little-
game? That Victor had 22 attack. That's
Yeah.
doable. That's possible. That's average.
Okay, we don't have to call it average. I think that BB game went quite a bit.
I've got to figure out what I can say to make you make that noise again later on, because that was something, a little squeak. But I think that is going to take us to the end of the round, Ice-T, and we are gearing up here behind the scenes for the final round of Swiss, round number 7 here at the Master Runeterra $1,000 tournament, X official casting tournament. That's the name now because it's what they put on the graphics. But again, about a $1,613.69 prize pool is the actual breakdown, 40% going to first. But we'll be figuring out who is in our top 8 here after this short break when we get into the final round of Swiss. Welcome back, everyone, to the Mastering Runeterra $1,000 tournament. Did I have to hurry like that, or should I just like
Yeah,
take
no,
it?
no.
take
Hurry,
it
hurry,
down
hurry,
now?
hurry.
Okay,
Get us
okay. We gotta get into the game. It's Majin Bay versus Sorry, I think, and winner takes all. They're on the bubble. Only one can walk out alive. Majin Bay brought a Majin Bay brought like Karmaset, like Seraphine. But we're kicking things off with I believe Majin Bay's most recent YouTube video deck, the Fizz Nora Nami, really going for that Fleet Admiral Shelly condensed combo. And this is how Majin has decided to do it. No TF, no Jack. Throw the Nami back in there. Meanwhile, on the side of Sorry, Vandal Conservatory.
You know, you were half right about this. So, actually, two can make it out alive here.
Oh.
Yeah, so
If Majin wins...
Yeah, if Majin wins and Sorry loses, like, Sorry's still, and he's like 6-0. He's the only 6-0 player currently. That said, if Majin loses this, Majin is out.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, very sure. He has, like, the worst tiebreakers.
Oh,
of the
gotcha.
excellent ones.
Known to man.
Known to man.
Well, that said, I'm looking at this Aloof Travelers, right? Especially because we don't have the second hand for Majin just yet. You would think that for a deck that's all in on like a Fleet Admiral Shelly plus condensed combo, the Aloof's gonna hit good, right? You might be right, you might not be. Wiggly Burblefish is now 8 mana base, which means Majin's got to play 3 spells, or 4 spells rather, before it's a guaranteed hit before the Fleet Admiral Shelly. Portal Palooza also ties with Shelly, and Mind Meld as a 2-of will always eat the Aloof before Shelly. And there is a Mind Meld and an 8 mana Burblefish in hand. If the Aloof comes down, very, very safe Shelly on the side of Majin Bay.
That's kind of scary. But I think Sorry has enough tools to actually find an answer for that actually happens.
Yeah. The issue is, like, Majin was talking about... I like, watched the intro to his video. He was like, yeah, just nothing is beating a Shelly on 5 and then a 1-mana Shelly on 6 right now. Sorry's deck will. Sorry's deck will blow that Shelly out of the water and then laugh off the 1-mana Shelly and just ding it. That said, Sorry currently doesn't have any dings in hand. Sorry's actually got to play an Aloof here, and it's going to get either Mind Meld or Burblefish.
Getting the bubblefish, really, really crucial. Getting mind melt, kind of nice. Get some info, okay. Don't have to worry about that for the rest of the game. Okay, now it will just get mind melt.
Yep.
Because
No, was that the first spell?
first. What? No, okay, the hand was a bit delayed because the spectacle.
Okay, there we go. I was gonna say, I'm like, I could have sworn Majin used spell mana at some point this game.
Yeah.
So
No,
yeah.
the spectator is just replaying a couple of rounds that we've already seen.
Gotcha. Good to know. That said, I mean, like, Sari just doesn't have tools in hand right now. If Majin wants to just start jamming things out, they are going to stick.
Well, and now we just drew a tool.
Where's my sponge? Where's my spite bucket?
Drew one tool.
Looks fine. That's all you
Not a
need.
lot of tool. Yeah, it's all you need for now. Sorry, really hanging on to these aloof travelers,
Ooh,
though.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't like that pokey stick.
No,
Let's take-
that's a
let's take
really.
Mega Nudge.
I think that's a really bad pokey stick.
Yeah, I don't hate, by the way, copying the aloof here.
I don't think you're gonna like. Do you really need to copy Tibble? How badly do you need to copy Tibble?
Listen, if you want to end the game more quickly, sure.
Sure.
Sure. Okay,
sure.
so we just do this while not swinging because we signal sorry that we have a ping in hand that we don't. We're bluffing. Nice.
Where's the smoke?
Yep, doesn't work. Here comes. Here comes a level 2 Annie as well as a lightning rush to take out the elusive. Majin, I don't think you can actually trinket trade into anything that would even kill the Annie, so just gonna let that one go.
Cup of tea? Fine by me.
Does pave the way for the Nora though. Do you think Majin Bay is so big brain that they were like, sorry, he's got lightning rush. That's their answer. They're gonna.
I
Kill
don't
me.
think so. Maybe. You know what? He's currently streaming. He's gonna tell
You
you.
know what
all
I don't
about it.
understand though? Like, so if Majin,
Goes to where I want.
let's say the prize fight resolves, right? Annie goes to 0-1. Majin throws out a ping. Sari can level the Annie in response. She was out 5 out of 6.
Yes.
So that was an option.
How are we hitting these elusives constantly?
Look, a lot of people think they're that guy. Majin Bay is that guy.
Some real protagonist energy coming off him.
Always has been.
Alright, make it rain, tentacle smash, pocket aces.
You think?
It's probably pocket ace. Could we make it rain?
What I'm trying to figure out right now is like, does Majin feel safe to throw down Shelly here? They don't have condense. I think with this pie fight coming out, you feel safe to throw out the Shelly. Your opponent's only got 2 mana, so it'd have to be Ping Flock.
Yeah. I think, sorry, mayhaps just lost control of the game.
Mayhaps. I mean, Sari's only at 12, right? It's going to be a decent amount of mana. Like, Sari might be okay, because how many spells can Majin Bay realistically fire off next turn? Majin's not going to be able to get down the Burblefish in a timely fashion. Otherwise, Sari just plays Tibbers and kills Shelly. Pick a card, though.
I don't think that matters too much. Pick a card.
I just mean, like, getting 2 fleeting cards next turn could give Majin a lot of gas that they didn't currently have. Because at the moment,
Definitely gonna go
actually
for
proccing Shelly is, like, kind of expensive.
Alright, Annie and Tibble swing in here, both 3 safe again, and he can't even be blocked by a 3-4 because her ability is currently dealing 4 damage. But you do have to block her because otherwise you're dying.
Might as well throw the 3-2 in front of it then, right? Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
Oh dear.
Yeah, currently it's not looking like lethal for Majin Bay. Especially with this Tibbers hitting a board, but as you mentioned, 2 fleeting cards being drawn here. None of them are spells!
None of them are condensed. Oh, none of them are spells. None of them are condensed.
Oh, yes, it
Condense might have given Majin a fighting chance just because if 6 mana does get committed
oh,
onto the
no
Tibbers.
speed spell. Wait, if Sorry kills Shelly here, if Sorry actually goes for it, Majin has no answer.
There is... All of the protagonist energy from Majin Bey has left his body. I don't know what he just did, but whatever it was, he can't do it again.
Alright, so,
All of the protag energy's gone, but Sari's not willing to take the risk on the Shelly just yet. Gonna pie toss.
listen,
Got the
if-
elusive.
yeah, the problem is if you do this to the Shelly, you spend 6 mana, right? And looking at Majin's hand, he can actually develop quite a bunch of units out of that 6 mana. I don't know if he would still find lethal. I didn't do the math, obviously, but another slow speed
Another
spell.
slow speed spell.
Okay, listen,
All right.
sorry. Are you gonna fire it off?
Majin's racking them up.
Fair.
The
Blades
problem
Edge
is, like,
Disintegrate still available to take out the Shelly, but
yeah, or the other units, right? Like even if you go for a slow speed spell here, like Sorry can actually just fire off like two spells here, kill the remaining Bubblefish.
which honestly might even be better. This does nothing in terms of helping the Burblefish survive, as, you know, Tibble has resolved.
This might hurt.
Alright, Sari's actually now tapped down for the turn. Well, has a Pokey still. Which,
It's gonna use it here.
gonna instantly use, yeah.
Yeah, if that finds another Pytos, it's condense. Alright, so how much damage can we develop here? We can develop the Bubblefish, we can develop another unit.
Father Fury.
We got enough spells to... Oh, okay, wait, this is more damage. This... 3... I think this is lethal.
I think it has to be
6, 8,
Jailbreak,
10...
because I think you need the group shot to deal 2 damage to kill Katarina.
Don't get elusive of that.
Nope.
Wait, I think this is 10 damage. I think this is actually one of lethal. What we're pushing here. Screw math.
I don't know how Purple Berry Shake interacts with Shelly. If that resolves first,
I
then...
think I'm quite ready for a new adventure.
Wait, is this just lethal? Because Nora has to attack?
Joy is a good look in a book
no.
and a cat in a lap.
Oh, that's 9. Okay.
Yeah. I think otherwise it was 10. Because even if...
I think you're right.
Yeah, even if Purple Berry Shake interacts the way we think it does,
Yeah.
yeah, it's just one more.
Which means that if Majin had played
Oh, I want to play
Poison Dart before the second Burblefish, they would have had the 1 mana available for lethal. Because Majin ran out 2 1-mana Burblefish before playing a spell and running out the third one as 0 mana.
I hate math.
I know, T. I'm sorry, buddy. Gotta do math sometimes, though.
Yeah, and this is one of the times here we actually do try to get rid of the Katarina. We put 1/1 excess damage on Sorry's Nexus, and we draw a card that could potentially get us that final point of damage. Now,
Yep.
if we won, we can actually have this Katarina survive this, can push a little bit more damage.
This Death Lotus will kill Katarina.
So, yeah, but it will also means we deal 10 damage because any effect goes through. Tibuk deals 2 more
Yes.
damage for the Overwhelm.
So actually could... Oh, we're 1 shy with the Heroic Intervention then.
Yeah, no, I don't love this.
And the awkward part is...
I think we just like, I actually think we just protect Katarina and like try to flip her, and then we just like ready and deal 1 million damage with the
Protect-
blades.
Oh, you want a Heroic Intervention to save Katarina.
Yeah. Oh, we don't.
Gonna buff Annie.
Okay, sure. Oh, I mean,
yeah,
this
this is sweet.
this actually
Well, yeah.
this just works. No, wait, it doesn't because we can purple
It
berry
says
shake.
minus 13 over Majin's...
Yeah, but we can purple berry shake the 3 too. I think this is 3 again, right? And so it doesn't die to the welding thingy. Oh, we can just put second
one?
disintegrate. Yeah, never mind. Okay, so I have it.
Okay, yeah.
So we are buffing this
Okay.
one, so it would survive and block the any damage, but we have a second disintegrate in hand that is gonna kill it. So Sorry is gonna get lethal after all.
Good to know. Thank you, Sparkling Iced Tea, for your masterful breakdown of the deck that does nothing finally doing something.
Let's go. What a sequence. I'd love to see it.
It's not often that you get like that big a stack outside of
Oh,
like, Karmas and Seraphines.
Sorry was so right to do it. Oh no! Oh my god!
I don't know if that is a distinct lack of main character energy on the side of Majin Bay or an abundance of it, where you actually did top deck lethal. You just didn't have the time to play it all.
Okay, but how great was this from Sorry? Like, Sorry actually going in there was so necessary. It was so necessary because otherwise he would have actually lost. Like, if he would have gone for the Katarina level up to rally, he would have actually lost the game to another Pokestick. No, Sorry just says, this is my time. I'm going to go all in, and he actually got the lethal done. Whew. This might have been my favorite game of the whole tournament.
It was a good turn. It was a good turn. And now, I'm trying to remember what else is in Sari's lineup. It is Timelines and Seraphine. So that might be your favorite game, and it might immediately be followed by your least favorite game, as there is the potential for a Seraphine mirror.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, that's Seraphine.
Save from it for now, at least. And luckily, I'm pretty sure that Majin is on Bandle City Seraphine, so it's not... No, he's on Samira Seraphine. Cool. Sorry is on... Sorry is also on Samira Seraphine. Yep. So it is a mirror. Will be a mirror, potentially. If Majin wins this and Seraphine is the last deck. Otherwise, it's Karma set. It's okay. It's the last round, T. It's the last round of Swiss.
Yeah, I still have nightmares from... I think this was... Was it in March? I still remember that one Runeterra Open we casted where we literally... Every series that we casted, we had like one Seraphine versus Seraphine or one Seraphine versus Karma game.
Yeah, that was a rough one.
It went till 5 a.m. This is engraved into my mind.
Honestly, T, I don't think anyone can blame you. But luckily, we're not in that world anymore. These Seraphines are now combined with Samiras. But I don't even know if it's going to come down to that. Because at the moment, Majin Bay's hand looks pretty bad.
That's a nice Mega Brain. That's a really nice Mega Brain.
Son thinks I'm all sparkle, huh? Well, maybe.
It's a nice caustic riff.
Alright, we do have Shelly though, okay? So when she hits, the Caustic Rift is gonna do nothing. Oh, that's Ezreal. What? So we just like don't deal with Ezreal, right? So we just luckily that guy levels now on 8 stack, so we have some time.
Yeah, I think your only way to deal with Ezreal is actually a prize fight off of Pablo, which against this deck, nigh impossible to resolve. So yeah, Ezreal is going to come down, is more or less just going to be a guaranteed resolution. Fortunately, Sari's deck isn't really built around the Ezreal. That is the one of champion, and it's 2 Samira and 3 Seraphine. So if you actually can sneak through the kill onto that one Ezreal, that's the last you have to deal with it. Also,
you gotta play a Caustic Rift now, right? Oh, sorry, greased it out.
Sorry, so patient.
I don't think it's patient. It's a bit greedy. I think you might get punished for this one.
That's very possible.
Oh, Shelly hitting the bush.
Luckily for Majin Bay, it's not their attack token, so can't actually walk into the Death Lotus. Sorry, gonna shuffle that away. Still is... Okay, finally passes over priority. Majin Bay might look at this as the opportunity to throw down the Shelly.
I think he will. If he plays another conch, Sorry has to rip.
I surrender.
And now Sorry is like, why haven't I played this Caustic Rift all the time? What am I doing with this now?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Sorry can get to a point where Seraphine doubles the Caustic Rift, but by that point, Majin will probably have like 5 4s.
We are gonna remove the Shelly here. Again, condens means that we will get another 1-mana Shelly. This is the thing that Majin talked about, right? Like how do they deal with one Shelly the one turn and then another Shelly the next turn for 1 mana? However,
The thing I really like here as well is Sorry put everything on the stack at the same time, which plays around Purpleberry Shake.
look at these 3 big units on the board that could have all been dead.
Hello, you are quite slimy.
I don't know. I like sorry passed over with 8 mana. I just don't think that's right.
Sometimes players are like, okay, what's the real punish here? And I don't know what it was from Sorry. Maybe just thinking that like, okay, you know, the Burblefish will come down before the Shelly do, but that's not true, right? These are like 5 mana Burblefish.
Oh, he's gonna get some punish for this one too. The purple berry shake. Oh no!
Oh, the Disintegrate lined up as well. So Sorry will still take out the Shelly. They have the MK2. That said, that's going to be a pretty empty hand on the side of Sorry. Luckily, because Majin is playing such a linear deck and doesn't have a second Shelly, Sorry will actually be sort of safe to fire off a Progress Day next turn. They're going to take a lot of damage for it, but they're not going to die for it, and that refuel will likely be enough to see to the end of the game.
Potentially.
Sorry, still really debating what to actually run out here. What is the proper sequencing of cards? It's not a main deck Legionary Charge, is it? Oh, it is because this is the Plaza Guardian version. That's why you're running all this goofy Noxus stuff.
There's the purple berry shake.
Yep.
And Shadow Spectre 33 is gonna get taken down here.
I hear
Seraphine
you,
is
son.
gonna level.
Now you're about to hear me.
But that means Legionary Charge is going to draw 2 Plaza Guardian.
Ah, damn. So
You know-
Ezra is getting closer to being leveled.
I always knew there was going to be at least 2 Seraphine decks. I didn't expect it to be Seraphine Samira Plaza Guardian, though.
No, that's a new one.
I also didn't expect Plaza Guardian to be literally the only follower. I thought we might still be running, like, a Reggie or something.
Nope, no need.
No need.
We have removal and we have Plaza Guardians.
Yep. You know what? And it just goes to show, folks. Aggro's not real. Jury rigging here for Christ.
They are down to 0. This is huge. Big blockers. Big blockers. Luckily, on Margin's side, we do have the answer to this.
You?
Yeah, press white. Just like,
Oh, to the Seraphine, yeah.
we just remove
I
7.
thought you meant to the big blockers, and I was looking at the hand like, T, you're gonna have to walk me through this one.
To the Black Blockers, you don't have an answer, but this is fine. It's just 2 of them. Yeah, you just get rid of the Seraphine, and all of a sudden, Ezreal's like slightly less scary.
Sorry, Papa.
Yeah. Not to mention, like, with the rank onto the non-fleeting Piltover Telstone, Sorry's not going to be able to Progress Day that anytime soon.
My research!
Still a Portapalooza for Majin Bay. You know, like, if Nora comes off the top or anytime soon for Majin.
Okay, wait,
Oh.
hold on though.
All right. Who can exude more main character energy is the question these players keep asking themselves.
See what Seraphine generates. Ezreal's still 2 of flipping though, right? So you have to find 2 spells to find 1 spell that targets to flip
Let's
him.
change the world.
That
Oh,
could
that
be-
it is! That is a spell to not only flip Ezreal, but that is also a pretty big spell to get rid of the elusive one of his spell.
The world's a
Yeah.
big place.
The spell to flip Ezreal is a little awkward though, right? Because like Sorry still needs to resolve Progress Day. I don't think they can do much else with this. I think that kind of has to be the line eventually. And doing it on Majin's attack turn is a little dicey because you open yourself up to potentially just getting rolled
Oh, take
by
your
this
time,
mind
pal.
meld.
It's not like I've got better things to
You
do.
might have to sacrifice Ezreal actually.
You might die anyway if Fizz comes down.
Yeah, that's what you sacrifice Ezreal for. I think.
I'm saying, I think the Burblefish might one-shot you. I guess you do have your silence.
Yeah, you silence that, you block the fit.
Yeah.
It's not looking great. Kind of like, it's a...
How did you rip a silence? Well, I mean, so the other thing is, like, even the silence forces Sorry to delay that Progress Day by 1 more turn.
Like, as a challenger,
Yeah? would love to know how many spells this Mind Melt's at, because it might not be 10. It might be like 7 or 8. I think the Burblefish was played for mana.
That is kind of fine, right? Like, you have a bunch of things in hand. You can do it.
Oh, Overwhelm plus Mind Meld.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But
so
still, it's...
no Pocket Stay. So what we have to do is we have to Death Ray
It's
the Wolf and...
Death Ray the
kill.
Challenger, and then you can silence the Burblefish,
Yeah.
and then block the Fizz with the Ezreal.
It was kind of sad for Margin. Like this Pablo was actually also kind of a threat, right? That you have to block, that you potentially would have to block like Plasma Guardians, but because sorry got like the Snow Hair for free. Now you actually might need to like invest some removal into the Snow Hair.
Insane main character energy coming out of Sari right now.
Alright.
Oh,
Why didn't
hold
we?
up.
Interesting that we. Yeah. That's fine.
If this was gonna go to 10 anyway, why did Majin play the Overwhelm Blade beforehand?
I'm ready.
11 is more than 10.
Yeah, but Sari's only
Between
at
me
10.
And glory.
Oh, wait, 11 is still more.
Check me out.
I'm just saying, if Sari had the Overwhelm Blade here, they'd be looking pretty good.
Yeah, true. What? I do wonder why the Overwhelm Blade didn't go on Fizz.
Would have been a little safer. Well,
yeah,
I
it's a
guess
little bit more damage.
I guess the question is like, what answer do you think Sari had for the Fizz?
True.
Granted, I think like Majin probably should have won here, right? Sari just ripped the 2 mana silence spell in existence. I guess it could have been Steel Tempest. I think there were a couple of like a 2 mana removal spell also would have killed the Burblefish on the stack, but I don't think Sari dies here. Or I don't think Majin dies here, rather. Like, Sari kind of has to take the turn off to fire off the Progress Day. Second Seraphine, bit of an issue. But your Shelly's going to resolve. You are losing your 2... I assume you're losing your 2 non-elusive blockers to the Plaza Guardians. I don't think you want to go to 6. Maybe you do. Maybe you have to.
Persistence is key.
Maybe you don't.
I don't think you do. The thing here is, sorry, also not proactively removing anything. Could be a little bit awkward. Especially once that Shelly hits the board, with the Fizz still on the board as well. You can skip on the high notes, right? So you can like put 2 damage and skip. Because otherwise this is incredibly awkward.
You could also, I think, target one of your units with the 1.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, you can skip. Okay, nice.
I mean, does Majin just have lethal anyway?
So you have a buff for Fizz now. You have a buff for Fizz next turn. So you put him to 4 here. Next turn you can put him to 7. You put 2 damage into your opponent's Nexus. That's 9. Currently 9 plus the pastry is 10 damage.
So probably.
So probably lethal. We still have like the Sputtering Song Spinner.
Yeah. I guess the question is, how many cards does Majin have left in hand for that line of lethal? Is it enough to protect the Fizz even once?
Is it going in?
Petricide Charger?
Nailed that
Not
one.
ideal. What the hell is that? Oh, that's
Oh,
Nami.
Nami! Yeah. That's also
Oh, but
like
Nami buffs the weakest unit.
weird
And it's
fish.
all going to go into the Petricide Charger.
I am the Tide Caller.
It's
I
gonna
will
be a big
drive
charge.
back the darkness.
I've never seen this Nami skin before.
My people are counting on me.
That does look cool.
Yeah. That said, I
Rise the
think
surging
Majin
tides.
is a little shy.
I mean,
Well, actually no, because the Nami is +2 attack, only the next buff goes into the Petricide Charger. The one after that goes into Fizz. And with Perilous Pastry top deck, Sari's got
I carry you.
a couple of removal spells for Fizz at the moment.
nah, but like that's too much. Guiding touch.
Feel-
Okay, that's a whiff. That's also a whiff.
That's also a whiff. But, I mean, Guiding Touch is probably enough.
It is very, very good in this situation. I mean, okay, how big can Fizz get? Fizz gets +2,
Then the next 2 goes to Charger.
+4, +3.
Sure, it's
plus
a
another 2
classic.
because you get
But
like
have you heard
I
the remix?
buff from the
feel-
Tailstones.
I think Fizz might be able to do it.
Yeah.
Especially because High Note doesn't threaten Fizz because it's already been doubled once. So Sumpfumes is the only card that'll threaten the life of Fizz.
Unleash Spirits here just as blockers.
To the briny deep.
Oh, you just let that one go for now.
Majin putting something on the stack to buff up the Fizz, present lethal. Sorry's gonna have to fire off the Guiding Touch.
Hey,
And then the
6
Vandal
damage.
Tellstones should, with Heroic Refrain, should still be lethal, I think. Sumpfume comes out, Vandal
Ooh,
Tellstones in
desperate.
response. Pokey Stick in response, even.
Rise with the surf.
Focusing to the face. Curry taking 7, Guiding Touch coming in, healing us back up, but that's not enough for now. Nope. Mystic Shot being drawn off the top. But we don't have enough mana to actually play it.
Let the tide
Now, and even if you
carry
did, the Vandal City Tellstones is going to get Fizz to the lethal range. 1 mana shy of pulling it off, though, with High Note plus Mystic Shot. This one
Kinda
is
unfortunate
down
for
to the
Sari.
wire, T. I mean, between the
Yeah.
previous game with Sari's exact lethal to now Majin Bay barely eking it out, 1 damage over lethal. Actually gonna fire off the rummage, see what we can find here. The answer is nothing, but gonna see what was awaiting in the wings for Trickster Sari. Slew of draw spells and some removal.
trouble now.
But we are going to a game 3, folks.
Was it the
Alright.
material? or
Perfect
was
series
it
so far, wouldn't you say? Now we have 1 game left. And again, for Sori, it's really about just taking the #1 spot. Sori can go undefeated into Swissia, can go 7-0. Top 8 is going to wait for him. He's going to have the best seeding. Margin really has to win this to actually stay in the tournament.
Do you think he can do it, T?
Yeah, of course I think he can do it. Margin
Well,
is
he's
a
dodged
pretty
the
good player.
Seraphine mirrors, so that's something. Now, previously, Seraphine got absolutely destroyed by Karmaset, but that was like Piltover and Zon Karmaset versus Jack Seraphine. I'm not as up to date on the matchup tables of what is effectively nowadays the new Spooky Karma against Plaza Guardian Seraphine Ezreal Samira.
You know what? What does the internet say? I'm going to try to find it.
Yeah, do let me know. I'm feeling like it's might still be Karmaset favored. That said, I mean, there's a couple different
Okay.
versions of the Shadow Isle Karmaset running around. We are
It's
on, we're on Go Hard.
So, the stats I found on Karmaset are unfortunately against the Ionia Karmaset, which
Crap.
is an
Wait.
80% win rate for the Seraphine deck.
Well.
That said, it's a 24 it's a 24 game sample size, so
Oh,
you
man.
know. Oh,
I do think there are cards in the Shadow Isle version that do make a big difference. Vengeance and
Yes.
Soul Harvest being sort of the big ones.
yeah, and you know what? I actually found that matchup, and it changes the matchup for about
Fix my stage first
4.17%.
for my
It's
lyrics.
only a
So much to
75% win rate
do.
for Seraphine. Also, only a 32 match sample size though, and I don't think any of those matches was Margin Bay versus this pick.
Oh,
Yeah, probably not. And I gotta say, with the Opulent Foyer coming down on 3, Majin Bay is in a pretty good position considering this is kind of a control mirror. That said, Double Eye of the Dragon, nowhere near as good for this, right? But can Sari really afford to be using removal spells on these Eyes of the Dragons? Like, Majin might just be playing Dragonling aggro.
Alright, I think that was just stopping its tracks. Now we actually have to use the Withering Well to get or Vile Feast, sure.
Yeah, kick it off with a Vial. See where that takes us.
You know, what does this card do again? -400. Interesting.
Closet Guardian in the hand for Sorry, so
I
has that
don't-
iterative improvement target.
Yeah. So I can kind of see how this could become a good matchup for the Seraphine deck, right? So if you have a huge power turn where you develop like 4 Plaza Guardians at once, it's pretty hard for the other deck to deal with it. Ezreal also obviously a good card. But that is all in isolation, right? If you don't get that huge power turn with the Plaza Guardians, you just develop 1 or 2, I think the Karma set deck can actually deal with it. If you play Ezreal and your opponent still has 20 HP on the Nexus, I think the Karma set deck can deal with it.
Yeah, the question is really going to be, like, can Sorry find a way to really dupe out these Plaza Guardians? Because 1 is not going to be enough. 2 is even a little questionable. And at the moment, there is a Vengeance for the first one before that iterative improvement comes down. Then, you know, is Sorry, like, how is Sorry actually dealing with Karma? Especially if there's, like, a tag out for Majin Bay. Finds the counterfeit copies, though. So the combo is, so to speak, online for Trickster Sorry.
Now it really comes down to whether Sorry also has protagonist energy or not.
He's been exuding it pretty well so far.
Look at Martin's hand though, we already have 2 Karma in hand, we already have the draw.
Some things are
That
more
looks pretty
sparkle,
good on
huh?
the other side as well.
Well, maybe.
And, like, you can't give Majin any mana or breathing room with that Karma. Once those go hards start going,
wait.
that's a really big loss condition for Zari.
Oh, Sorry might just push.
I did my best.
13 damage here.
Zari might push into an Eye of the Dragon.
I think we just developed Plaza Guardian, iterative, another Plaza Guardian. Hold on. I think Majin just
I'm
gave
saying
Sorry,
Majin might just, like,
small turn.
I think Majin might block the 7/7 with an Eye of the Dragon.
Oh yeah, sure, for sure.
And from there, Majin, I think, with this hand from Sari, Majin's got a good amount of
Fight with
breathing
my
room to play
spirit,
Dragonling aggro.
not my fist.
Especially given that Sari's going to feel compelled to use a removal spell on the Dragonling because of the Hallowed stacks.
The spirit gives to those who listen.
That said, Majin currently, I believe, not getting any Dragonlings.
Nope. Also down to 7. Ezreal currently only 2 out of 8, but we are continuously actually giving Sorry targets.
Yeah. That said, Sari's out of draw power at the moment. It's kind of going to come down to, like, what can Songspinner develop. 3rd Karma for Majin Bay is going to be a really tough pill for Sari to swallow.
It is getting closer to turn 10 as well. We already have Set in hand as well, which is also insanely scary, right? I think Set's potentially going to be developed here. Can get taken down pretty easily, though, if he gets developed.
Majin's going to offer up a pass here. Sari's going to have to really try to use this Fracture to push through the Dragonlings next turn is, like, their one kind of window into a potential lethal, but a 2nd Fracture.
Wait, but Sorry just gave up his ability to actually kill the Set.
That is true. Plus Soul Harvest, plus Make It Rain. These are actually, I would say, really good hits for Sari. Finds a removal spell for an Eye of the Dragon. Finds a way to deal with Dragonlings again down the line.
Now that I mentioned it, even if the Set comes down, we can remove a 1/1, we can trade into the 6/6 potentially. Doesn't really do a lot. And we do have to be afraid of that ping that Sorry had, right? So,
Yeah.
do appreciate Martin just being a bit more careful there. Sorry really wants to win this turn. It's gonna be incredibly hard though.
With
we do have
Set
Vengeance
off-
still up.
With Set off the top, though, Majin does get a little punished for not developing that on the previous turn because a Face Breaker
I'm the
here
boss.
would be
That's all there is
back-breaking
to
for
it.
Sari.
So Sorry, this is so tough. Yeah, you have to do this, but then again, we still have to face break on the other side.
Yeah. And then,
And
like,
Majin just
one
gets to play
Disintegrate
Karma.
was committed. How are you going to deal with these Karmas? But also, what are these Karmas? Well, I was going to say, what are these Karmas going to do? Answer number 1 is Deep Meditation, and we'll go from there.
Fist meet face.
No, just gonna draw infinite. Usually what Karma does. Gonna draw a set. Gonna start obliterating. Gonna start controlling the board. Winning the game.
Here comes debating between the Fracture and the High Note. Gonna use the Fracture. This saves the High Note for the Dragonling on the following turn.
Ooh, potentially.
Ready
Yep.
yourself.
Oh, I like. Wait, I like this. Hold on. Sorry, that was pretty clever. Kind of baiting Margin Bay into giving up the Eye of the Dragon there.
Yeah. No, Eye of the Dragon's going to be coming out from Majin this game.
How far are we? We are 6 out of 8 for Ezreal. That one condition is also pretty far away.
Sorry still has removal for the Karma. Majin coining to activate Flow, so that Deep Meditation is still 3 mana on this turn. Vile
That's Karma number
Feast.
one.
Begins within.
Vile Feast is a pretty good way to survive these Plaza Guardians.
Where there is life, there is hope.
Oh, until another fracture hits, but I don't think
Yeah.
Zori can generate another fracture. Hold on.
There are 2 Stuttering Song Spinner.
Yeah, but you have already played fracture, so you can't get it anymore, unfortunately.
Oh, true. I forgot that Song Spinner has that clause.
So we can deep med here, find a deny, find a notify potentially. I should just play another Karma as well. I mean, this one already has like a negative effect on her,
Disintegrate
right?
ability,
Yeah, so
yeah.
you don't want to necessarily keep this one alive. And since
That said, you know, Majin also knows that Sari still has 3 generated cards in hand, plus whatever that mystery fourth one is, which in this case is a Plaza Guardian. If, you know, Majin lets this go, plays a Karma, plays Vile Feast to get 2 Spiderlings, they're not dying next turn. Actually just going to fire off the Vile Feast now, and with no Deep Med coming out, it's probably second Karma.
you don't have to deep med now. Like, once you have Karma on board, you play 1 spell, deep med already activated for the next turn.
Yeah.
Ionia speaks through me.
This looks pretty bad for Sorry. Again, full block as well developed for next turn.
Yeah, on top of the fact that, like,
This cards in hand.
Will of Ionia, a great stall tactic. Death Ray MK1, not enough to take down a Karma, and now the go hard off the top for Majin as well means that we are getting really close to actually dealing with all of these Plaza Guardians in a way of permanency, right? Once that Pack Your Bags comes out, that's most of them dealt with. Withering Wail going to clean up the rest.
Yo, Will of Ionia coming in. I think Sorry can see the writing on the wall here. This is something you don't come back from, unfortunately. Ezreal is leveled though, so maybe Sorry just hoping to find Ezreal. I don't see the burst default currently, especially not with the Skullhearts healing you even more on Margin Bay side.
Especially with Withering Wail getting doubled up, and some of the spells in Sari's hand being slow. And Sari just has to pass the turn.
Yeah, this is just a
Majin
slow
Bay.
death.
Yeah, Majin Bay's in his comfort zone right now. Oh! That bounce spell is actually pretty big because of Hallowed. And there is a Pack Your Bags.
Well, there we go. Nexus damage in there as well. And as you mentioned with the bounce spell, we are actually almost default here. We Sorry has some ways to stop it, but it's some insane pressure coming out from Margin Bay. If Margin Bay just goes in for an attack here, recalls first. Absolutely insane.
I mean, Conch Bomb also on the table for Majin to just stun this out and generate even more attackers. That said, Sari does still have the drum solo. Not sure what Sari could try to find off of that, but Majin is only at 10 life, and like you mentioned, T, the Ezreal is leveled. But I'm still...
Yeah,
I'm
so
still
we find
not
the Ezreal
seeing
and then
it.
we still have to deal 10 damage. I don't think it's happening.
Majin going in for the attack, saying, go ahead, trade your Plaza Guardian for my Hal. Of course, Sari can find third Seraphine. Why not? Not quite going to be enough, though. It is not going to kill this Karma, even with the MK1.
No. So, yeah, you're going to put this on the stack. We might see deny. No, wait. Why
Yeah.
would we? Like, Margin Bay is just moisturized, chilling in his zone. I don't think he knows he doesn't need to win the game now. Like,
Majin is
Sure.
very much in his comfort zone.
yeah, once Seraphine hits the board, maybe it's a little bit more scary. Because then all of a sudden, if they adore Ezreal, gotta worry about something, right?
Turns a tag out, but here comes another go hard.
So does this mean that we can just develop Seraphine now? No, there's a recall still. Okay.
Yeah.
also no
now, Seraphine actually will be able to kill Karma thanks to the MK2. Or at least threaten her life. You know, make a good pass at it.
She's been around, you know? She's been around
Yeah.
longer.
The other problem is that once that MK2 is used to deal with Karma number 2, Majin Bey has access to Karma number 3, and Sari will not be able to double MK3 with Seraphine, so that you're going to have to find yet another answer for. And even then, you know, how are you winning the game? I mean, if Sari can find Ezreal with Seraphine in play, that is their one hope. But with this being Seraphine number 3, does Majin just instantly fire off a Vengeance into
I
this?
think you do. Because as you mentioned, this is like the only way Sorry wins from here. Like at this point, not even an army of Plaza Guardians is gonna do it. Like Majin Bey is gonna be able to block recall. Why not a Thirsty Flower of the Vengeance? Maybe Majin is just counting hand space.
So-
Maybe wants to play out the.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
place your bets first.
Vengeance is awkward because if you Vengeance, you cannot place your bet's coin. Even if you burn cards off the place your bets, getting back the 8 mana is the part that you really care about, and that will not be available if you Vengeance.
Hey, just my
But-
place your bets first.
I think you also draw 2, then generate the coin, so you do have to have 3 hand spaces in order to place your bets and get the coin.
Imagine thinking about it. This is, again, so good to see from these professional players where even like the small things, they really take the time, play them out, try to get an advantage, even if they are in a game state where, you know, they are pretty much winning the game. There's very little Sorry can actually do, but actually passes over the turn. Let's see if Sorry finds Ezreal from here. Blood for blood, Mystic Shot, Legionnaires Charge, Plaza Guardian. That is not it.
No, it is a lot of Plaza Guardians, though, but unfortunately, I think we've already kind of assessed that Plaza Guardian's ship has sailed.
Pretty much. Too much blockers, too much recalls on the other side. Like, we should another palm. Just takes one out, generates 2 more blockers.
That's sad.
We do have block-
Sorry, sorry, can Legionary charge into 2 more Plaza Guardians
I think
and just
one.
have? Is it really? Have we gone through that many?
I mean, I thought we. No, did we play Legionnaires Charge already?
I don't think that was the last game.
Oh. Oh my god, it's all melting together at this point.
Let's it go. No tag out from Majin to save the Karma. She's gonna jam out Karma number 2.
Where there is
I
life,
imagine
there is
now
hope.
we'll have the hand space for place your bets. Might actually still be 1 shy. Sorry, pulling back the Mystic Shot. I don't know if Mystic Shot has already been played, and that's why Sorry pulled it back.
I could look into the history here, but I will not.
Keep us in suspense, T.
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm doing. Of course.
Here's blood for blood.
Oh, that just means
Mountain
this
of
Plaza
Plaza
Guardian.
Guardians just keeps getting bigger.
Yeah, that just means that Plaza Guardian kind of dies to Withering Rail.
That, well,
Oh, no.
if
okay,
Majin Bey thinks that,
Yeah,
then they are
transfusion.
going to lose the game.
True. Transfusion is a card. I should know.
If anyone should, it's definitely you, Sparkling Iced Tea.
I probably played more Transfusion than anyone else in this entire game.
That might be true.
You know what? Generated it as a champion spell. Vladimir played it as a main deck.
All right, I'm worried that Majin might actually lose here.
Yeah,
With the Mystic Shot, if Legionary's Charge does get 2 more Plaza Guardians,
So we decided to not go for the mana refill.
A misstep.
We
I
have.
don't think Majin had hand space. I think they played it a little too patient on the last turn, floated too much mana, left themselves with too much hand space.
Wait, if you
And
do.
now,
Get your dancing shoes.
Yeah, so if we do this, we generate 4 more damage. Yeah, if Margin just does not block with Karma, he actually loses. And if he blocks with Karma, he loses
Well-
his 3rd Karma.
if
he
he
has
blocks
tag
with
out.
Karma, he can tag out.
Yeah, yes, tag out. Okay, so it's fine. Margin is gonna survive this. Sorry, apparently deciding that he does not have enough Plaza Guardians still in the deck. Wait, do you really not?
He might not.
Wait, this is
He's
just a
he's
half
been the
measure,
one that's
though.
been counting.
I don't like this half measure. Like, if you're not throwing in your Seraphine.
Oh no. Wait, yeah. What are you doing, Majin?
No, what are you doing? Sorry.
Act with conviction.
Oh. Well, Majin wasn't blocking the last Plaza Guardian, and that's why I was like, "What are you doing, Majin?"
Ah, yeah, yes. Okay, listen. So
Okay.
that means we don't
Here's
have
how Sari
enough
can
Plaza
still
Guardians
win.
in the deck.
Yeah. We'll assume that Sari knows how many Plaza Guardians are missing, and that there are just none left in the deck. We've gone through 7. That doesn't sound right.
No, we also just
Is it-
we generated like at
We'll bring
least
peace
3 of
to
them.
Ionia, whatever the
I was gonna say,
cost.
because 2 of these were made for blood, So have we really seen 9 Plaza Guardians, Ice T?
2 of these were made from Blood for Blood, and one of the Plaza
Yeah.
Guardians that was generated in this game was generated from an iterative improvement.
Have we really gone through 10 Plaza Guardians, T? It feels like there was 1 left in the deck.
Yeah, I don't think we have.
That said, it wouldn't have been lethal, right? Because that would have been the last 2 amount of mana. You wouldn't have had the blood, or you wouldn't have had the transfusion available.
Okay, so we get rid of this. Margie still has infinite mana.
Yep. That said, not much to do with it.
No. It's the last come as well. We don't. So, Margin unfortunately has not quite drawn set. Oh wait, this is a. So we just like quadruple
Generate like 3 spells at the end of the turn.
quadruple whale.
Yeah. That seems to be the line. Imagine having already used the coin this turn. Do they just die next turn?
This is looking a little bit sus, but like at least this will take out one of the Plaza Guardians.
Yeah, 1.
Yeah, Sari's like kind of okay with that. Can Sari
Yeah.
can Sari just play?
This is worth noting.
This one.
This is the only Withering Whale in Majin's deck, so it's not like they can top deck another one. Yeah, there were Plaza Guardians left in the deck.
So we could have played 2 Plaza Guardians last turn. Like we could have overwritten Seraphine as well and could have swung
Yeah.
in. I'm
This has been a bit of a weird one, T.
yeah. Maybe we didn't see something, but I feel like at 2
I'm-
mana
they
Magic
are-
Bait probably would have died.
They are definitely making reads that we're not, and I think a lot of it is off of like the randomly generated cards, going like, hey, what's the worst case scenario here? And then going, oh, it's this thing. And it's just something we're not thinking of because it's not what was actually generated. That said, though, Majin Bey does fill the hand with randomly generated cards, and they are not good ones.
Yeah. Magic Bait just fills the hand with a bunch of useless stuff. Wait, I think
Yeah,
this-
and I think Majin had a shot at lethal here with that recall spell with the blade dances, and instead just, you know, like went in for an attack with the opulent foyer,
5
kind of
force
held
of
it back. We never saw any of these vengeances get committed.
Are you telling me the karma has been flipped for like at least 5 to 6 turns? Let's say 4 to 5 turns.
Yeah,
And
something
Majin
like that.
has not only not won the game, but has lost the game?
Yes.
What is happening?
Yes.
The wall is uppity
And
downity.
Sari's got lethal 6 ways to Sunday with 2 of these randomly generated pump spells. And that is going to be
Oh.
Trickster Sari eliminating Majin Bey from the top 8 of this tournament. 10 Plaza Guardians, T. That is a lot to fight through.
Boy, what a game this was. What a final game for this series. This was the best series we had. I think
Yeah,
so far.
and you know why? Because we didn't have to see a Seraphine mirror. That's why.
We really did not. We did have to see Seraphine
Good.
versus Karma, but apparently the 75% win rate still holds true.
Persists.
It persists. It's still
That it
better
does,
than
T.
the other matchup, right? It's still better than the Ionia PNZ matchup. So, you know, if you want to have a slight shot at winning the game, you can play that Shadow Atlas version, but apparently it doesn't help you that much. Sorry though with stellar play. Getting through this, Margin also had some great moments. Unfortunately, that does mean, according to the TOs, that Margin is out of the tournament.
According to the TOs, huh? You know what tournament this is, Sparkling Iced Tea? It's the Master and Runeterra tournament.
Oh,
You know
yeah.
what website Majin Bay owns? All I'm saying, folks, is if Majin does sneak into the top 8 after all this tiebreaker math has been done, someone's got to check PayPal.
I don't know. They don't have to check PayPal.
That is not an official accusation.
No, it's not. Obviously. But
Obviously. Wink.
you have to be suspicious. Like, we wouldn't say anything would be happening, but like,
Wink.
right?
I should probably stop winking.
Yeah, should. Also, we don't actually know.
Anyway. Yeah, before we stick our foots in our mouths anymore with potential accusations, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break because, God, do we need to stop talking. And we are going to be back very soon with the top 8.
So, see you after this one.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Mastering Runeterra Open $1,000 tournament with a prize pool of $1,613.69. I am Boulevard. Joining me is Sparkling Ice Tea, and we have made it through the sledges of the Swiss rounds here in the first Eternal Big Open tournament of the format, really. We've seen a lot of timelines, but as we got towards the end of the day, saw a lot of Seraphine. And now we're going to see a lot of familiar faces as we get into the top 8, including a Swiss rematch between B and Pat Pat, but that is not the matchup we're going to be focusing on. We're going to be taking a look at Alexander versus Broken Ball, aka Banjo-Kazooie Ukulele.
Yes. Good one. Last time BB was on broadcast, he actually watched his matches once he got done, on the delay, and he wanted me to mention something. He was like, hey,
Sure he did.
Me and Baya, we actually don't have the same deck. Baya is actually, or was actually only playing 1 Get Excited, and BB was playing 3 Get Excited, and you know what? Only one of them is actually in this top cut.
Which deck was that in?
The 3 Get Excited for BB. That one is in the top cut.
Which deck did they play? A different number?
Victor.
Was it like Scion, Victor? Okay, Victor, yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't remember BB's lineup off the top of my head. A lot of decks that really get excited these days, but yeah, I'm willing to take that. 1 Get Excited is coward's amount, and Get Excited is not a card that rewards cowardice.
Yes, so BB is now going up against Alexander, as we mentioned, for the featured match. The other match is also looking quite good. Sorry, obviously going up against Hobbitsis, who's taking the last spot in the top 8. Unfortunately, Margin again is losing to Sorry, did not make it in. There were a ton of 5-2s, so, I think...
Margin was in, 17th place. It wasn't close.
Yeah, unfortunately, that one loss did quite put him down in the Swiss standing a bit, but, you have a fantastic top 8 here, and I'm super, super excited for this next matchup. It's already starting, so we can hop into Broken Ball versus Alexander.
Yeah, and there was an X2. I mean, Pat Pat was X in 2, right? I believe we saw him lose twice. Am I crazy? Was he X1?
You know what? We have the technology to look it up.
I'm trying. Oh, that's giving me top 8 standings? That's not real. Whatever, man. We're into the game here. Got Broken Ball on timelines. Of course, opening timelines with Ice-T's favorite card, Banana Blaster. And B-Ball just passes the timelines on one. Says, make him think I don't have it.
So, according to the stats, Pat Pat did win 5-2. So, 5-2, did lose twice, did still make it in. Pretty good tiebreakers.
Couple X and 2s make it in, unlike Majin Bay. Terrible tiebreakers.
Terrible. What we told you guys that. We told you guys that. So, like, make or break.
I gotta say, hand from Broken Ball looks pretty good now that Timelines has resolved.
Yep. With a Banana Blaster.
Yeah, that's the thing about this time. Like, this matchup, I'm borderline willing to call it at this point. Just because Alexander is going to have to consistently commit so many spells towards answering the units that are in Broken Ball's hand. And it's just not... There's no universe where it's enough. Maybe with Tibulk potentially getting online soon,
Home is just around the portal.
Alexander can fight back in a meaningful way, but everything that B-Ball plays out is going to eat at least 2 cards out of Alexander. Quicken onto the Nora to duck it, but it's, question is, how long is it actually going to matter with B-Ball only having 2 units in hand for the whole game so far? Does have a litany of removal spells to deal with something like this. Bull Elnook going to come in. Can't believe I remember the name of that card. And Mystic Shot is currently available to take out the Nora. Alexander just going to walk right into that one. Not much of a choice. The Quicken was a cute little trick, but since all it did was dodge a Banana Blaster, not as impactful as you would have liked.
Oh, spittle spat.
And now it's likely just a pass out of Alexander, whilst BB going to be able to play the Beard the Bell Ringer. Nothing crazy to turn it into, but with these removal spells in hand, I mean, a Burgeoning Sentinel is pretty good for a 1-drop. Meanwhile, Pokestick has to get used onto a Bull Elnook just to draw Alexander a little bit closer. And Group Shot, not which one to be finding. I'm not even sure what Alexander does want to be finding. It needs to be things to bait the removal out of Broken Ball's hand to make way for a Katarina is probably Alexander's best pull back into this game. Portal Palooza wouldn't be bad either, but a second Banana Blaster plus the Chime onto the Banana Blaster means that anything Alexander runs out is just going to be doomed from the jump. And now a couple challengers offered up.
Ooh. I mean, Artificer. Sure, it has 5 attack. That's pretty nice. But
Screeching Dragon has a little bit more health, which...
Yeah.
Student of Tempest style.
Oh, okay. It's a 5/5
Oh.
fearsome though. I like that.
yeah,
as
we
well.
just want Fearsome.
Let's go.
Either way, I think it's something's getting hit with an Arachnoid Sentry.
There we go. Makes sense that it is
Broken.
a big fearsome.
Broken Ball could get excited this in response to push through an open attack, and it looks like they're going to pull for it. This is going to take away Alexander's ability to try and push through any additional stuns, but it's really not going to be much damage coming through, as Alexander can Group Shot the Sentinel right now to take it out, and then use Ravenous Flock onto the Bull Elnook. But that is still 10 damage going through, and so we're actually going to go a little bit of a different direction and soften up the Riku for the Ravenous Flock. This does save 3 damage, but it does also leave 2 additional units in play.
It's quite a bit of damage we're taking, already down to 8 HP. Again, we know that there is burn in this deck. I mean, BB is a fan of Get Excited, at least for the Victor deck, so I imagine there are 3 Get Excited in here as well.
I'll take a look and confirm on that one, but wouldn't bet against you there, T. It is 3 Get Excited. Plus an Electro Harpoon.
Oh, God. Alright, Arena Promoter. Sometimes Scavenger. Probably Arena Promoter. It has Tough. What a cool keyword. Actually taking this one down in combination with the fighters we have. Which means, again, I think Alexander just dies to the open attack. Next turn, we have no removal in hand. If Broken Ball really wants, we can throw down another 3/2.
And Broken Ball doesn't even need to, because in order to not die to the open attack, Alexander's 5-card hand would need to have a Ping, a Ravenous Flock, a Disintegrate, and another Ping. Which is not happening.
No, it's not.
So, B-Ball, worst case scenario, B-Ball pushes 5 damage, and Alexander has no cards in hand. Which is still a game-winning position.
Yep.
So that is going to be a quick end to game number 1, Broken Ball. Showing off a little bit, opening double timelines.
Whew. Okay.
Might be looking for a backup match here right quick. See, that was a quick one.
That was a quick one. And that was what happens apparently if you do draw timelines with that deck. You know, it's just like you said. This is like the deck that is just a little bit more dependent on drawing timelines than the others. But once it gets it, it pops off like crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Riku, Banana Blaster, these cards work very well with timelines. Now we're going to get Rise. Oh, God. What is that? Like 2 Rise in Top Cut?
Well, and we dodged one of them.
Yeah.
I
I guess, man. There's... Are you kidding me? Holy moly.
No, don't tell me. Don't tell me. I don't want to know.
So, there's only 2 Rise in Top Cut. Okay, we know that, right?
Yep.
Ice-T, there were only 4 Rise in the tournament.
Oh my God, 50% made
50% of Rise made it to the Top Cut.
System upgrade.
That's not good. I don't like that one bit.
Fact, I am superior life form.
Okay. I hope we don't see like a Rise meta for the open. Could get.
No promises.
Yep.
No promises.
We've seen it whiff, right? So maybe it just like, keeps whiffing.
Well, Alexander did open the appropriate number of delve in 2. So
True. The appropriate number of delve that we determined before on this broadcast.
scientifically,
Yeah, scientifically through a sample size of like 3 games. But those 3 games showed us a lot, I think.
oh yeah. And with only 4 Rise in the tournament, who are all of you to tell us otherwise?
Man will always fight
Yeah, true.
and
Like,
always die.
what? Did you want us to get more than 3 games? Impossible.
Yeah. I mean, I took Rise on ladder. I went 0-7, dude. Like, you know how many times I opened double delve? 1.
Wait. Can we talk about BB is just like currently burning this Rise deck down to the ground?
Yeah. It's not looking great for the Rise player. They are probably going to have to block with Rise here. I mean, like, resetting one of these ballistic bots doesn't sound like a great use of your homecoming. And in fact, Broken Ball not even going for the open attack, continuing to run these out. Alexander has a lifesteal unit as well as Eye of the Dragon, but BB has 2 copies of Get Excited, as well as a Targon Telestone to potentially hush away some lifesteal.
We got some healing done.
How can
Awesome
the
damage.
pursuit of love warrant the
Alright,
end
so
of
we
reason?
get rid of 2 additional damage on Nexus by healing up. I am not getting rid of any damage on Rise because he so far has not interacted in combat.
And BB, I'm really curious what Broken Ball wants to go for here. Is it Gravitum? Is it Infernum? It's Crescendum, actually. And this tap out does pave the way for Alexander to actually stick a Pasty Faith Oak and dissuade Broken Ball from attacking with these ballistic bots.
I don't know if it does.
Hello.
We might just, I think we might just swing for the fences here.
I mean, they might. I'm just saying, like, you know, it's like a, hey, do you really want to do this, bud?
You want to do this.
Yeah, it's gonna get punished.
Sun out. More healing. Yep. More here. But that said, on the right side, we can actually start cycling it a little bit more. We have the draw in hand. We can heal the Rise back up. And all of a sudden, oh, the small little ping damage at Broken Ball.
Acacia
I'm done
sought
in 1 turn.
freedom, but found only the void.
And Rise now out of the range of the Get Excited thanks to that heal.
cannot
And
stand by
actually,
in the
I
face
saw
of
another delve into the past off the
apocalypse.
top. That is all 5. I'm not sure where the mana stands, but I think it's actually enough for Alexander to just push lethal here, Ice-T.
Yep.
I think Broken Ball can't even get into a Gravitum because you cannot Calibrum your own unit. And Alexander will not have a follower in play.
I think what you had to do is you'd probably get excited and then hush the Rise.
I will not punish the innocent for past crimes.
Yeah, which is no longer an option. B-Ball down to just 5 mana.
Yep.
To be fair, I don't think Broken Ball really expected Alexander to rip 2 more delves. But
Who does?
that's the thing about Exodia, right?
The
Do you
teaching
ever
is
really
flawed,
expect it? Is
but
it
his
an
lessons were
anticipated
not.
line of play? So while things did look really good for Broken Ball there
Last
early
turn.
on, suddenly,
Just last turn.
yeah, all of a sudden, turn 6 at 19 HP, Alexander shows us why 2 delves is the scientifically proven correct amount of delve to the pass to open.
God damn. God damn.
Don't try that one at home, kids.
Absolutely don't.
Absolutely don't. You might go 0-7 like I did. It's not a fun time. But it does mean we're getting into game 3 at breakneck pace here. We're 13 minutes into the round and these players are on their 3rd match. Gonna have Victor Aphelios up against the Conservatory. This one, I feel like is gonna be Conservatory favorite. But it's kind of hard to say, right? Because usually you can allow like 1 or 2 units to kind of stick through and rock. You can't really do that against Glorious
We
Evolution.
were peaceful once.
Yeah. Alright, Pythos coming in. Taking out the most important unit in the game, the 2-1.
Getting aggressive here on the side of Alexander, pushing through that junk construct.
I mean, as you mentioned, we can't really like give this deck time. Once Glorious Evolution comes down, we're screwed.
Gets awkward.
Downright dangerous. Alright, what do we get?
Downright Darius.
That's not a word.
Astounding curiosities lie ahead.
No, it's an old meme, Ice-T. It's for boomers. There are boomers in the chat that are like, yeah, I know what that means.
Okay. I hope you have
It's not
fun,
for you.
boomers.
Join the glorious evolution.
Coming in. That said, Alexander like really just has Ravenous Flock in terms of ways to deal with big units. At the moment, would have to commit a second ping onto Victor to deal with that star shaping. Meanwhile, Broken Ball, pretty good hand for actually ripping through these junk constructs and maybe getting in like a big Victor attack. Again, like Victor's pretty unlikely to stick, but Broken Ball. Okay, this plays around tough. Also is like fine into regen. Okay, we're just gonna flock it now.
Oh, we do have another one. Plus in a Theos in hand, so Broken Ball not really running out of value out of big threats anytime soon.
Safety disengaged.
Meanwhile, Alexander is kind of out of removal for big threats, so I mean, even the Aphelios is gonna stick. And you really can't let Aphelios do that in a matchup like this. You kind of, like, Alexander has kind of dinky units, has been playing rather aggressively with his removal spells and into these junk constructs, but now Broken Ball going to be able to clean some of this up with Calibrum.
Crescendo.
Ooh.
Draws a card for Alexander as well, though.
Wait, that is a Theos removal next turn.
Yeah.
Or this turn.
Actually, it's Aphelios removal right now, yeah. Unfortunate for Broken Ball, but is still going to get the Calibrum, which is about where this train would have ended regardless. But without Aphelios, I mean, Victor doesn't have a check in Alexander's hand at the moment. Broken Ball debating between the 1 damage and hanging on to the spell mana. Decides for the spell mana.
We made it. Yay.
But our stuff did it.
I'm just using the star shaping, it's fine.
The future
No
is
Glorious off the top.
science.
Again, this Victor
Really?
is also a threat. Like once this gets tough or spell shield,
Beg your pardon?
it becomes nigh unremovable.
Yeah, Broken Ball can get the tough onto the Victor before Alexander finds an impactful removal spell. Like you mentioned, it's going to be pretty much impossible to remove. That said, Broken Ball is down to 10, and this Aloof Travelers does currently have its sights set on that second star shaping, which would give Broken Ball a pretty static life total, as he only runs 2 copies of the card. Currently doesn't have any Cosmic Younglings, which is a little bit of a slower tick-up. Another Aloof Travelers for Alexander, but still no Glorious Evolutions or formulas to find.
Dude, I'm telling you, Aloof is still one of the best cards in Vandal City. Just carries games, just a threat to actually remove threats before they even hit the game, even hit the board.
I think that's one of the reasons that Darkness has always been my favorite control deck, because it's the one where I get to play Aloof Travelers.
Look, a thing.
You know what I miss about OG Scion? You got to play Aloof Travelers, because it was a 3-4.
Okay, that Aloof Travelers just hit a Glorious Evolution.
Broken Ball gonna rage kill it in response.
How dare you?
That was my win condition.
Me want win now. Give back.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting a little concerned for Broken Ball, especially with the star shaping having not been committed yet. Maybe Broken Ball plays it here, but otherwise Alexander has, you know, another Aloof Travelers to take the healing out, has double Arachnoid Sentry to play very aggressively.
Wait,
That's a pretty good Aloof hit.
that is
and-
pretty good Aloof hit.
Alexander probably opens the turn with Aloof Travelers,
Yeah.
because what else are you
You
going to open the
dropped
turn with? I don't think
I
this is where you start
dropped
running out your
everything.
Arachnoid Sentries, and there goes Living Legends. But you got the heal off at least, and it's not like you lost any mana for it. Victor going to take a level up here. Nephelios off the top does give some fight back to B-Ball.
Watch out on B-Ball's Twitter, though. In just a few minutes. There's gonna be a tweet about the Luft Travelers.
Never play fair.
Is Broken Ball allowed to hate on Piltover and Zon cards?
No, he's not.
Okay. Doesn't play it in this list, though. Just throwing that out
The
there.
brighter my light, the stronger your shadow.
You could.
Oh, T, I was talking about how we were kind of blitzing through this round, but one top 8 match is already finished.
What?
Ash Wilson has taken down Ty Guy.
Damn, that was quick.
Yeah. What are you running, Ash? Triple timelines.
Hold on.
Oh, triple timelines is the top 4. There's a... Holy shit. 1 second. 1, 2... 4... 6...
We
Great.
made it.
Game-
Yay.
But our
Game saw you
stuff
count
didn't.
and decided, okay, I'm gonna reload everything.
There are 8 timelines in Top Cut. However,
We are experiencing one of them right now. We already saw one
Let
timeline,
the
how this went,
bloodshed
and now the
begin.
game has said, okay, now you get another timeline here.
so it's kind of a weird stat here, T, because there are 8 timelines decks in Top 8, but there are also 2 triple timelines players.
Oh my god, this is the same timeline. Huh?
So like 6 timelines are tied up in 2 players. And then the other 2 are the 2 non-triple timelines players are both the championless Bandle City Piltover and Zon version.
This
Which is the best version at utilizing it, but
I'm not done.
Yeah, that's something I'll have to dissect later. For now, we've got a different non-timelines involved game to worry about. One that seems to be slowly slipping away from Broken Ball.
oh, I don't think it's so slow anymore.
Well, I think as long as Victor's in play, it's slow, but Victor is about to go down here, unless... I don't know what the unless is, honestly. I guess the unless was tough, because then Alexander would have to, like, flock and disintegrate.
This just means that both Philios and Victor are gonna go out here. And that is the second Victor, second Philios gone for Broken Ball.
This is kind of what we expected, right? The deck is rather threat light, and honestly, these junk constructs have been here pretty much since turn 3. We're on turn 9. They've done a good amount of work, as much as someone could have asked. And Broken Ball channeling his main character of Piltover and Zon energy and getting a Boom Baboon.
It's one of his favorite cards.
Unfortunately, not going to be doing much for them here. Although, if Alexander runs out Nora... Never mind. I was going to say Broken Ball could Severum plus Pale Cascade to take out the Nora with the Flame Chompers, but it's not going to happen.
Joy is a good look in
It's
a
not.
book and a cat in a lap.
Like this though.
Are you
Got the Pale
lost
Cascade. Let's go.
too?
Oh. Just gonna take 3 on Alexander's side.
Question I kind of have here, T, is... Nah, question answered. Question unanswered. I was gonna say, is Broken Ball going to use the Pale to, even without a draw to block the Nora, or is it just hardcore fire get excited at it? But now with Targon Tellstones, you could use the buff from that, or you could just chump block twice. It's not like the Acorns are getting you value at this point.
Yeah. We do top deck another Philios, but on the other side we also do top deck Lord Broadmane.
Yeah, this game feels incredibly over as soon as Alexander gets a Tibble, but B-Ball is going to use the last little bit of fight to find and
Now, we
behold
must
the
walk it.
infinite. And see if they can find a lethal threat off of it, because at the moment, Alexander has no kill in hand.
Embrace the night, Aphelios.
Well, actually,
He does.
Alexander, whatever it is, Alexander, never mind. I was going to say Alexander can Arachnoid Sentry it, then Broadmane it, then condense the Broadmane on it. If it's like a Great Beyond or something with Spell Shield, right? But now, with the Arachnoid Sentry committed, that's not going to happen this turn. But Broken Ball wasn't gonna play out the unit this turn anyway. But I will say, I think that
Gaussians are not the monsters they make
with
us out to be.
an Immortal Fire, Living Legends will do it. I'm thinking like Immortal Fire might be too much for Alexander to deal with. It'll take a while though.
I could also go for Scourge.
Scourge is still a little iffy, and at the moment, Scourge would actually just die, as Alexander would be able to stun it and then condense Broadmain for another kill.
It's just us.
I mean, yeah.
But that is the last 2 cards. How much stake is Broken Ball putting in? Do they have a way to kill whatever I pull out here?
Oh.
It is going to be Living Legends anyway.
I'll find you.
Goodbye, Aphelios number 3.
Ooh, we need to condense
Alexander, yeah, do you want to condense this now, or are you holding out for something better? I like this a lot from Broken Ball. This is a tough choice for Alexander. Condense does give you a kill button onto most cards, but could be hanging on for the Tibble or maybe just stealing something from B-Ball, who top decks Glorious Evolution. Honestly, I don't hate ripping Glorious this turn and then saving the Living Legends for the next turn and trying to run out more cards.
There is no more aloof, so
you are safe from that at least. And B-Ball gonna rip the Glory up. Gonna think about it, gonna pull it back, say, how greedy is this?
can I afford?
My problem with not Gloriousing here is that from here until the end of the game, if you Living Legends now, Glorious Evolution doesn't matter. But Broken Ball says, I have the attack token. This is where I need to go for it.
Oh, no.
And holy moly, this might just be the worst Living Legends I've ever seen in my entire life.
This was actually, if you did this with a Glorious Evolution, that would have been fine.
Join the Glorious Evolution.
You could play Doggo, draws you another card, you have a bunch of cards to play. But this is actually right. You get a spell shield here. That has to be popped with the Arachnoid Sentry.
Yep. Couple of stuns get to come out as well. Unfortunately, no value gonna... Actually, no, value will be found in this Moonsilver, as it allows you to run out the Doggo as well as stun.
Ooh, elusive.
That was a pretty good keyword to roll.
Yeah, you have to stun him again now.
Yeah. But Victor's not going anywhere anytime soon. Until Alexander can draw a ping, which there's a lot of those left. There's also a lot of other cards left. See what the Doggo can find. Formula, a great top deck for Broken Ball.
I need to mention though, this is the current final Victor. Broken Ball really just... Broken Ball channeling everything he has into this game.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's high rolling, of course, but like, it's not low rolling.
I am. Well, actually, no, I did say that was the worst, that was the worst Living Legends I've ever seen.
Ooh, we need to find Pokey or something similar. Oh, there's a ping.
Yeah,
the worst of
proximity
those.
pop cap.
But... Oh, we don't... Okay, yeah, we go for special first, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to. Come on.
See if you can find it, or potentially tough. Nope, we're gonna discard it.
It's fine. It's fine. We don't need Victor.
Yeah, but why not Glorious Evo first, then?
I mean...
Just really wanted that blocker?
Yes?
It's not unreasonable.
Okay, so with this Glorious Evo and all the draw we have in hand, this is not actually become dice for Alexander. Like, once we kill this Victor, we will have no cards left in hand. And people can actually just read for like crazy.
Yeah, especially with that formula. Oh man, not only that, but like B-Ball now has a challenger with Augment and an iterative improvement to, if they want to, get a second copy of that challenger.
Probably waiting to find an elusive unit to iterative. Okay.
There's another Glorious Evo.
You wanna... Oh, elusive roll though. Oh, plus a draw card. Wait, Alexander actually finding some good refill here.
Yeah. I mean, B-Ball is kind of out of threats, but also everything is now a threat.
Ooh, the suspense is terrible.
No more Celestial generation coming out of Broken Ball, though. Actually, I lied. I think there's a Celestial trifecta. Yeah, there's one Celestial trifecta in the list, so...
What?
Oh, man. Honestly, these Cosmic Younglings are also about to go crazy.
Yep.
B-Ball is going to be outside. I think B-Ball has found a way back into this. I don't think Tibble is going to be enough at this stage of the game. And I don't think Alexander has enough draw power to really match what Broken Ball's been putting out up until this point.
Absolutely not. We're gonna, yeah, full Nora. You have to block this Newt Fish, otherwise you're gonna get full another draw. Oh, Alexander says, okay, no, you're not gonna give people another draw. Like, blocking this also does not make any sense. It heals itself at the end of the turn.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just you really want to keep that unit alive, huh?
Portaling away.
How do you get it through? You need to remove the Newt Fish from B-Ball's side to actually... No, wait.
And you're using the pastry to take out the challenger at the end of Broken Ball's turn for some reason, instead of waiting to see if you draw a card that allows you to kill the Newtfish. Alexander getting really trigger happy here.
I mean, I would too. I would be furious. Like, I had BB... Imagine you were Alexander. You had BB dead to rights. You killed like 5 champions.
But
it
you
wasn't
didn't
enough.
Kill. Well, actually, you did kill 6 now.
Ooh, oh my god, wait.
Here's
Oh,
some
that's a crazy
protagonist
turn
energy.
though. That is a crazy turn. I think it...
Yeah,
Did it just turn
Ravenbloom
around?
Conservatory. Tybalt's gonna come down. I mean,
Did this game just
oh,
turn
I
around?
see.
Oh, we've got another elusive blocker. That's the most important thing. The most important thing is that we did
Well,
get
not only
another
that, but
elusive blocker.
Perilous Pastry can just kill the Newt.
Oh my god.
We see the
You've also got a quick attacker and a sentry. These are the okay, these are some high rolly portals.
I think BB might have just lost this anyways.
Maybe like, oh my, this was so swingy. Maybe this is why everybody hates Eternal, or at least, sorry, this is why REO hates Eternal. Because I want to say the only people I've seen really complaining about it are Simon and Broken Ball.
This does have some I don't want to say it. Okay, I do. This does have some half-stone feeling to it. Like, it's just like huge swings back and forth.
Yeah, yeah.
Fighters coming in.
Alexander
So-
currently 1 shy of lethal.
No.
Actually, no, has lethal.
Yeah,
Has
I think
lethal.
we just have straight up lethal. Yep.
Yeah,
That's it.
just Perilous Pastry the Nexus, follow that up with a Ram Stance, and you got it all. Or you could condense your Tibble and just Perilous Pastry for the win. Broken Ball trying desperately to pass the turn. It's not going to be enough. There is Tibble number 2. A surrender from Broken Ball means Alexander will be moving on to the top 4. Got Ryzen top 4, T. And, okay, no other matches have resolved just yet, so we don't know if we've got double rise in top 4. Actually, we do know that we don't, because B just took it 2-1 over Pat Pat, going the same way that it did in the Swiss rounds when those players ran into each other.
Which should only leave the sorry game left. He's going up against Hobbitses, so probably trying to jump into that one as well. So we catch all games from the top 8. Every quarterfinal game. Let's go.
Kind of. I mean, we only watched 2 of them, but
I mean,
we got you the results.
one-
That's what matters. I mean, we already
that's what
saw
matters.
B play Pat Pat, right? We have a general idea of how that one played out, though. Pat Pat did pick up a game this time around.
wow.
Wow, timelines. That's because Hobbitses has to be running timelines. But it does mean that Orange Trundle was the timelines that was not banned. I'm really curious about what the ban strategy into triple timelines lineup is going to become.
One troll to rule them all.
There's just so many timelines, T.
Dude. So lucky that
back. I won't.
there is no actual summon effect on the timelines. Because otherwise, Hobbitses would have just rallied.
No problem.
But it's now sorry I can start rallying. The Samira being flipped.
Oh man, I did not think I was gonna see a flipped Samira today, if I'm being honest.
Me neither.
That's all we got?
I do think
Hey,
Sorry
I've
might
done more
be
with
losing this
less.
because I see an Ornn, I see a flipped Ornn, and you know what that means.
Yeah, here comes the Ram.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
Okay,
good, so-
yeah, that'll do it.
Yep.
You know, I've been very critical of the Ornn Timelines decks, and the biggest reason really has been the lack of Buried in Ice. And I'm checking to see if Hobbits is actually main decking this card, or if it... No, yeah, Hobbits is actually does have the Ithid Stairs Buried in Ice combo, which is one of my favorite parts of Timelines. So, Hobbits is good on you.
It's nice to see both BB and Sorry going out the same round. It's,
Oh, that's nice, is it?
It's not
Someone
hurting me
clip
at
that.
all. It's not hurting me at all.
Someone clip that. He hates them. He likes to see them fail.
I wish it was so. This is it's quite painful actually.
I believe that means that the European Menace has been defeated, and all 3 EMEA players are out in the top 8.
Oh, it is approaching 2 a.m.
You
know
just
what?
love to give yourself excuses, eh?
Yes, I love the inbuilt excuse. Of course I love it. What?
Yeah. Well, you know, we could play at 2 a.m. if there were any European tournaments, but
I don't think you could.
I don't think we could either. I think we'd have to play at like midnight, 1 a.m. I don't know what time your tournaments would start.
Yeah.
Discipline
Like if you want to play at 2 a.m., like the tournaments
Yeah.
for us,
The problem is,
they
you
end
know,
at, like,
we've always
8.
said it's easier to stay up late than wake up early. Which is why you don't see a lot of Americans in European tournaments, because we'd have to like set an alarm for like 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Also, there are no European tournaments.
Yeah, also there are no European tournaments. But I
That's
don't know
sort
if
of the
that's
big
actually
one.
true. I think it's also like an American-European divide because we have some European players who love waking up early. I think there's Marcus who gets up at like 5 a.m. every day just to play Lost Ark before he goes to work.
How does he go to bed?
Dude,
It's
literally,
gotta be like 9 p.m.
yes. No, literally, we will ping him. Hey, Marcus, you want to play a game? It's like, nope, I'm going to bed.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, you still get the same amount of hours in the day, whether you go to bed late or wake up early. It's just a matter of, like, do you want to do something before work or spend all your enjoyment after work? And honestly, I think there's something to be said about, like, splitting it up. Like, have a good time before work, go to work, have a good time after work, instead of just, like, there only exists the waking, the work, and the enjoyment.
The 3 stages of the day.
Yeah.
No, you forgot the agony. When you know, at the end of the day, when you know you have to go back to work tomorrow.
Oh,
And you're
yeah.
like, the fun is like you're having fun, but then you notice like you look at the time and you're like, oh god damn it, it's like what half an hour more fun, and then it
Yeah.
ends. Then
I have made the unanimous decision that if I ever have the option to like stay up late doing something fun, even if I know I'm gonna hate myself tomorrow morning, I'm gonna do it every single time. If my friends want to stay up until 3 a.m. on a Tuesday, I'm staying up till 3 a.m. on a Tuesday. Yeah, I'll be miserable tomorrow, but what does it matter, man? I got
Yeah,
to stay up
no.
and play games.
Agree, absolutely agree. But with that, I think we have every game done from this round. It looks like we are gonna have Hobbitsis versus Ash Wilson and Alexander versus B moving on. Exciting bracket, as you mentioned. Unfortunately, that does mean that
So you have an option here, T.
all the European players are out.
One top 4 matchup is 6 timelines decks, and the
Yeah.
other top 4 matchup is not 6 timelines decks. Which one do you want to watch?
I honestly don't know.
I honestly don't know either, because I'm kind of down to watch a 6 timeline mirror.
Okay. So it would be kind of crazy, right? Because it could go very wrong, right? One player draws timelines, the other player doesn't draw timelines.
Yes.
It's really boring. It could also be they both draw timelines, and it's really exciting. Or you know what? I actually think if both don't draw timelines, it could also be really exciting because we just see like people
a
fighting
wet
in the mud.
noodle fight.
Yeah, a wet noodle fight in the mud. Okay, so maybe we should go for that matchup. But before we do that, we are going to send it to a very, very quick break. And once we are back, you guys are going to see the semifinals of the Mastering Runeterra Open for June. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody. We are straight into game. The players had no intentions of waiting for us, and it looks like Timelines has resolved on one side of the table, but has not yet on the other. That's right, folks. We have gone with that Ash guy and Hobbitses for the 6th timeline mirror.
Bury me at sea.
The one difference being that that Ash guy is running triple Nora. You know, we saw earlier in the day someone putting like one Jinx in here so as to not have a championless deck for some reason. Maybe just really wanted the one Jinx. It's not like they had a championless deck elsewhere in the lineup and actually had to abide by the rules of not overstepping with 2 championless decks. But so far, looking bad. I mean, obviously it looks a lot better for that Ash guy because they have resolved timelines and their opponent has not, but that's really all it is, actually.
Yeah. As soon as we find timelines on Hobbits' side, it also looks pretty good with the Banana Blaster already being hand. Can take down the Nora already if you don't find timelines, but we already have the Mystic Shot and other cards for that as well.
Is Conchologist capable of finding timelines? He is, right?
Yes.
I know they like took some cards out of random generation pools and then they like put some back in. It was never, like, super announced.
What wondrous discoveries await below.
But Hobbitses doesn't have a Conchologist. Oh, wow, I think I just broke my neck.
Oh, God.
Hobbitses doesn't have a Conchologist, so just kind of checking to see if it is a possibility, but I don't think... Is Conchologist a standard card in this deck?
Maybe. I mean, it transforms into something that has... more stats is better.
Yeah, no copies of it in Hobbit's list.
We're taking on the
Man,
Nora here.
Scout Nora would have been something, eh?
Unfortunately, we still have all the removal from the world to get rid of her. Nice try to keep her alive, though.
Yeah. This is what happens when you don't draw timelines, right? Like, you draw removal. There are other cards in your hand. Honestly, we might even see Get Excited used to take out this Navori Conspirator.
Walk softly, strike
Sure.
quickly.
It is a lot of damage threatening here, right? If you take that much damage, all of a sudden you do get into some danger with all the burn that is in these kind of decks. You already see 2 Get Excited plus the Mystic Shot, plus the Perilous Pastry, so 9 damage already in your hand from that Ash guy.
The one I was gonna say, like, there's really not much else to get excited, but in this matchup, you do have that Storm Cloud off of Rissu that comes down, but Hobbits finds timelines and has some better ways to make use of it than that Ash guy currently does.
Yeah, both have Banana Blaster, so who blasts their banana first is the question.
That's certainly a question, T.
Hey, you don't want to be the first one unloading, you know?
No, you do not. That said, Ash guy's got a lot more in the tank in terms of load than Hobbits' does. Double Get Excited, the Mystic Shot, Scout Weapon. I don't think the Scout Weapon is as good as the Quick Attack Weapon currently, but it really does depend on what that Ash guy does develop here.
The President goes in. 9 lives, go get it. Rocket Barrage.
With timelines online, Rocket Barrage very unlikely to get value from this point forward, but it would give you an answer to the Storm Cloud off of Rissu the Silent Storm, which is a quality that Hobbits is currently lacking.
Ooh, Abyssal Eye.
Go get it.
Alright, Banana Blaster. What do we get? Ooh, there's a 3-5.
Ooh.
Yep, just enough.
This is a 3-5 that, what does this thing do? It takes all the damage for its supported ally or something? Or is that just another card that looks like this one?
There's another card that, I don't think any card in the roster looks like this one. Like, the Kale cards do all look kind of weird, you know? Like, Biblical Angel kind of things.
Astounding curiosities
So,
lie
what this
ahead.
one does is, if it's empowered, it gets Overwhelmed, I reckon.
Oh, is this... Yeah, it's just the Overwhelm and Power guy?
Yeah.
I'm looking.
It is.
Okay. Luckily for me, Petricite Stag is also a 4-mana 3-5 that takes damage for its supported ally this round, so at least I have the right stat line and stuff. Okay, this is Seraphic Wyvern. They do... yeah.
Weirdo.
One has, like, wings where the horns should be, so, like, similar body types, but definitely different arts.
Okay,
do
kind
manage
of
to
low
get
rolling
it.
here.
Against Intel going to be cycled into a draw. Hobbitses doesn't have a way to finish this off. On top of that, Ashguy's going to be able to throw down Nora.
This all we got? Hey, I've done more with less.
Oh my god, that's a 5-5 with impact.
That's the beauty of timelines, baby.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, Hobbits is just sitting there with a rather small board compared to what that Ash guy has been throwing there, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. You kind of
I feel like Ash guy... Oh yeah, Ash guy... I'm a little confused about the equipment of the weapon. Maybe just... my main thing being Ash guy has Perilous Pastry face up in hand. Which is probably going at that baboon.
I seem to have misplaced.
And now, Hobbitses
myself.
doesn't have an answer to the Nora.
You know, what? I hate to mention it every tournament
Been a hop.
because it just kind of feels wrong.
To the world below.
But at the same time, it is kind of true. We've been 6 hours, 45 minutes into this tournament. Remember, we have like 5-minute breaks between each round. Let's say the players, like, you know, because they only play one game, we cast multiple games.
Yeah.
They have like 10 minutes break between each round. That is
If they take the whole time.
Yeah.
If they
that
take
is
the whole
still
time.
Portals everywhere.
Still get no sympathy from me on that one, players.
The other side is not really helping your case here.
Meanwhile, just more burn actually drawn by Ash guy. And taking out the Conchologist rather than aiming all of their removal at the Nora, or at least setting it up for the Perilous Pastry, draws parts made. That's not actually great in this situation. You really
It's
wanted
okay.
something to get Timelines value out of.
Well, you got
Not
timelines.
another Timelines. Eh.
That is not what Boulevard meant, game. Hello?
It's a great Electro Harpoon discard target.
Or get exiled later.
Yeah. And that said, I mean, at the moment,
Oh, spittle spat.
like, Ash guy might have to just Mystic Shot this 3-2. Nope, I lied. We'll actually be able to cycle through weapons in order to get there. Oh, no. Ash guy. Oh, right. Ash guy equipped the scout weapon to Nora this turn, so actually isn't able to cycle through and put some health back onto the Sump Dredger.
Yep, also doesn't get excited. Meanwhile, we get Banana Blast
Oof.
on the other side. Okay, I mean, we told you guys this. Either this is going to be a great game with some crazy turns, or this is going to be some mudslinging. And we are here, and it is wet noodle fight in the.
It was. Ash guy started off this drag race ripping out of the gate. Eventually, Hobbitses was able to start their car and kind of, got out there behind him. Now they have both crashed into the mud, and unexpectedly, we are having a mud fight mid-race.
Can we
gonna
take
be
this one
able- This is probably the best case of go get it you're going to get, but it doesn't... I don't think it still kills the unit. I think it's a different entity entirely.
now? Yep.
Yeah. I don't know that it was worth it to save the Void Blaster. But I think your Evolve is now at 5 out of 6, so maybe the Wandering Shepherd can actually get you to Evolution?
Sure.
Well, Boom Baboon's going to transform into... Not Sea Scarab. Avoid the Sea Scarab at all costs. We saw that deck out earlier today. Yeah, Chemtank Pickpocket a much better choice.
Yeah, stat-wise also probably the best thing you can get. Okay, so we are actually kind of like close to evolving. 5 out of 6 keywords. We could potentially get rid of the Wandering Shepherd.
That's what I said.
Yeah, but I wanted to like say it again.
That's fair. It was a really smart thing to say. Good job, Ice-T.
Thank you.
Okay, Hobbits is... I'm not sure how much I love doing it. I mean, this is your chance to like get a really good keyword and actually push through the advantage with the evolved Void Blaster, right? But now you lose out on the evolution value onto the Wandering Shepherd, and you're left with this 2-1.
It's a nice 2-1.
You're really into the grandpas, huh?
Oh god.
You don't discriminate against grandparents, do you, T? You'll take them all. This is an absolute disaster for Ashkai, though, as they are going to lose their Sump Dredger to the Get Excited. And that 7 damage from the Scout with Overwhelm is going to connect onto the Nexus, and now Ashkai gets to go in for round 2 of attacks with a Challenger.
Oh, are we like just throwing our whole hand at the 7-6? I guess we are.
It looks to be the case. I don't see much of a choice here from Ashkai either. And this feels like it's an advantage for Ashkai because they have better weapons.
Spear blade or palm.
Well, yes. But it also means that if we don't trade down, we are unfortunately going to take another 5. Which means that we'll be dead to Get Excited. I don't even know if there's still one more in the deck for this. I believe so.
We've seen so many Get Exciteds and Mystic Shots out of both players, T. I don't actually know.
And who keeps track of these things? Ooh. That's a card I haven't seen in a while. Oh, and another weapon master drawn.
What are we looking at here, T?
Apparently Fearsome and... Oh! Anything good here? Assembly board? No.
You can fix
That's only
anything.
stuff.
No.
That's bad.
I'll prove it.
You know, for a long time, as a Shoutcaster, it was totally fine to just not know the names of, like, random cards. I'm going through the list right now. I'm looking at Scholarly Climber, Shrieking Spinner, Stargazer,
You know, with that card.
the Lady of Blood, and now Vicurian Safecracker. Timelines really pushes you to the limits on what you need to know to articulate to the audience, and I don't know if I can memorize all these card names, T. You know how many followers are in Legends of Runeterra Sparkling Ice Tea? 1,429.
Oh my god.
Oh, I lied. That's total cards in LR. 733.
Oh, it's still too much.
That's way too much.
You know what the card is called that
Cortisol.
we just transformed into?
You face a ghost.
Scar something.
I think it's called Security.
My
But...
cat.
Oh, I meant the 2/4.
Oh, okay. You know, that was last round, okay? Keep up.
I'm sitting here looking at the Mobalytics list of cards, okay, T? I'm trying to learn names. It's so
Dude,
hard.
no, any slower and you enter my dating pool, okay?
I know Squeaker. Wait, is Squeaker main decked here?
Check out the goods on this one.
I think we just transformed into it.
This way, come along.
More blocks coming out. Impact on a Weirding Stone. Some people are gonna love this. Some people are gonna hate this. But the fact that we have gotten down in this game state, right, where like Weirding Stones with impacts are coming in and making a difference, versus. Oh my goodness! Finally, we get a good top deck out of one of the players. Ash finally breaks the stalemate by drawing the first Risu the Stormcloud.
That flash bomb.
And the Flash Bomb aiming straight for the one threat in Hobbits' field, meaning that an open attack was off the table. And now Kato the Arm comes down alongside the Stormcloud, and suddenly the game has ended. Ashkai will be picking up game number 1 here on the open attack. Even finds a burst speed attacker to pair with it. And the first who draws timeline shall be the victor.
That was too much. That was too much for a log. Woo!
Are you ready to do that exactly a second time in a row? Because
I'm not.
all the decks are timelines?
Oh, I'm not. I mean, the end was really exciting. That flash bomb was
Get
kinda
2
hype.
opens like this, T.
Well, maybe there's a balance patch. Maybe they were like, okay, gotta patch this one out. Time Inspector 2.
Forget it, man. Put timelines to 3 at this point.
Okay, we got timers on one for hobbitses. I like that they also changed the deck, so it's like a true mirror again. They're like, okay, yeah, you know what? Can't have it any other way.
And this is kind of what I expected, that Freljord timelines would be the ban in a lot of situations.
Right. Probably going with the fearsome, I would imagine. You could also just go for the pain. Want some additional health, Stir Spirit, Sky's Shadows.
Sometimes you're the
just
fish,
take the biggest steps.
sometimes you're the bait.
Yep. Nice little... I mean, this is kind of what the initial complaints on timelines were about, right? When your opponent just suddenly makes a 5-3 on turn 2 with Fearsome. Suddenly you have to trade a whole champion for that next turn just to do it again. But, I mean, Hobbits is the one that draws timelines this time. Ashkai a little bit behind the curve.
This round's on me.
Here it comes. Is Jack's willing to
Need a
trade his life?
weapon?
And the answer is yes.
And that immediately puts you behind already. Especially considering at hobbits, it's not gonna like step off the gas pedal.
Absolutely not.
Oh, what we can actually do is we can actually play one drop.
For
if we
Acacia.
really want to, don't really need to. Yeah, let's go to blacksmith. Oh, I think it's probably still quick attack. I mean,
Yeah, I don't think the rake is doing a whole lot. I think you're going to constantly be trading into your opponent's board, and so the quick attack is going to make that much more efficient. I also think that just gives you a better shot of pushing the advantage of timelines that you have over your opponent currently.
yeah, the only consideration is, okay, how many like quick attack units outside of champions are on the 3+2? If it's like a decent chance that you will actually hit quick attack, obviously like getting the rake would be absolutely insane.
That said, I don't think there's a lot of quick attack cards in the 3-mana pool. And now, like, because you have so many weapon masters, you can probably find the scout attack weapon later if you need it.
Jack
That
said
was
there'd be
pretty bad,
contenders out
but
here.
we do get another quick attack unit.
Quick
this
attack,
is
best
like-
keyword.
Yeah, no pings in this
Wipe it off.
matchup, right? So
You
you
face
actually
a
just kind of
ghost.
have to take the damage here.
I'm not surprised.
You know, would timelines be such an issue if it wasn't in the Mystic Shot Get Excited region?
I don't think so. I don't know what other potential pitfalls that could open up if you put it in any other region.
I mean,
Like, I'm sure
Vandal
that,
City,
like,
I think, is the only other region you could put it in, because that's the other, like, transform region. But
that's
I don't
not
really
so
want it
true.
in Vandal City either.
Put it in Freljord. That's also transform.
There we go. That's how you get. That's how you get them.
You have like 2 whole transform cards. No, 3 whole transform cards in Freljord.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. So we've got timelines now for Ashkai as well, who has a fan club president and nothing else to pair with it at the moment. But Hobbits is also united out for the time being. United out. What a
Oh
what
my-
a sentence, Boulevard.
You know what? You gotta clap
Beware,
for that
the
one.
Reaper of the Sands.
Thank you, T. Let's see what we can find. Okay, these are not great considering you have no access to plunder.
It's probably cool.
Yeah. I mean, the unit's good, but the spell is mediocre, which, honestly, probably the better way to have it than a mediocre unit and a good spell. But this Bruiser's also not doing much into these 5-attack, quick attack units that Hobbits has spent the early game developing. And now going into Hobbits' attack token, no choice but to open. Jack's off the top. What is with these players unable to draw units, T?
Who's next? Bring it!
The same thing as last game.
All I know is that Hobbits is an
My
absolute
heroic last
curving
dance
it down
never
right
seemed
here,
to
and
stick.
Ashkai is just watching this. Oh, nothing to see here. Yep. Oh. Oh. Oh dear.
That's a good one.
Yeah, this might just be game, huh?
If not now, it's getting close to it. Ashkai just doesn't have the mana to fight back here. I mean,
Did I see you
guess you
using
take
my
the
lamp to stir the
pause
pot
for the
last
fearsome?
night?
I don't know if it
Sorry.
actually
All the
matters
spoons
as
were
much as
dirty.
the stats on the Profiteer.
I guess it does.
Well, actually, I think I hate this now that I think about it, because your opponent has resolved timelines. What are they playing that doesn't get through fearsome? Now that I've thought about it for a second.
Well, I mean, you just.
Here we go.
Go for string
You're
volley for you.
futile.
Fine, you have a get excited in hand already.
Yep.
This'll look great on my
And I
mantle.
can't imagine Ashguy's going to be able to really claw their way back into this one. Like, Jax with Challenger sure can take out one unit. Don't have
Oh,
a clean
that's
way to
done.
take out the other, though. Okay, yeah, there's the Mystic Shot. Get excited. The classic combo.
And you know what? That means one more. One more,
Wanna
Boulevard.
line up for your beatdown?
One
One more time
more.
for those timelines. Let's go.
I'm trying to, like, write up a top 8 breakdown, and I don't know how to classify these decks. I'm like, all right, there's 8 timelines, but here's the breakdown. Then there's, like, 4 Seraphine decks, and I think, like, it's 3 different variants of it.
You and you, switch.
And there's Bees lineup. You know, there's no Nasus in Top Cut.
Crazy. What's happening is the deck up like crazy.
Yeah. Good thing Sorry invented it, man.
Yeah. Great job,
And
sorry.
he didn't
Inventing
top
something.
with it.
Yeah. Great job, sorry, inventing something that loses to timelines. Okay.
Can't all be winners, but we are going to get a game 3 of this timelines turmoil, trickery, T words. Drawing a blank here, T. More timelines on the way, folks. And then when this is over in the finals, we'll have triple timelines yet again up against whoever won the other side of the bracket. No timelines, full ship the hand. Did we find it? No, but we have Station Archivist, so if it's anywhere near the top, we will find it. And if it's not, thank goodness we shuffled our deck. Meanwhile, on the side of Ashkai, there's the timelines. No
On one.
followers, though.
I mean, still, the talent on display here.
What
skill.
talent would that be?
Throwing timelines at one? Throwing a unit
Yeah,
on
that's
two?
true.
Jack said there'd be contenders out here.
Oh, wait, that's a pretty good unit as well. Oh, no. Wait, this is insane. Oh,
Well.
we find timelines on the other side. Okay, we have
All
ourselves a
right.
game.
Finally get a game where the players find timelines at around the same
Where's
pace.
my hammer?
That is a
Slight
pretty insane
adjustment.
2-drop, though.
Oh, yeah. Durant Sculptor's going to be going a little crazy here. Stupid Demacia card. Meanwhile, you main deck that?
What, bird?
No, the
You can fix
new
anything with
card,
anything.
Captain
oh.
Indari.
Yeah, honestly, just from the picture, I didn't know what card that was.
I recognized it, but I couldn't remember the name for a second there. But
A little
yeah, I did
reinforcement
not.
at the
I thought
seams.
of all the new, like I was looking through the new cards that they released, and I was like, yeah, you know, it's kind of cool. Some of them are finding their way even in Eternal, right? Like the Shadow Isle Dog is finding its way into Iceborne Spiders. Captain
Sword,
Indari was the
staff,
one where I was
fist,
like, okay, this is
nothing
the one that
speaking to me.
nobody is playing. But apparently, that's not even true. It's in the top 4 of this tournament.
Respect.
I even had someone pack attack me on ladder.
This all
That
we
is a
got?
card, I'm sure.
Hey, I've done more with less.
Yeah, it's the one that starts a free attack with an exact ephemeral copy of each cat ally.
How many cats are in the game? That is.
Doesn't matter. They were only using the 2/3 that gets +2/+1 and draws a card if it was created.
Okay, and then they're just like copying this over and over again.
They like counterfeit copied it because it counts if it's a created version of it. And I guess they were just trying to like draw. I don't know. I killed all their cats in response to it and they conceded. So
Okay, that's kind of cool.
yeah,
Weapon roulette.
you're not gonna transform. Jack's coming in. Nothing to be said about this one. We're gonna take the block though because the weapon is not on Jax. There's no quick attack.
Can't win 'em all.
Oh, you just wanted to get in there. Just want to cause a little fun.
Yeah. I just please stop putting keywords on the weapon instead of the champion. That makes it. I get so confused.
Alright, Station Archivist going in, finding Electro Harpoon, not a bad card, especially if you have some discard targets. Petty Officer, nope. Quick
Nothing's
attack,
more
yes.
exciting than an unsolved mystery.
Yep, there it comes. And we've equipped an ally this game, so here's Shadow Fiend as well, because that is not non-summon ability. That is once an ally has been equipped. A little different, and means that Hobbitses will get another 1-drop to play out on a future turn.
Not orders.
Ash Guy,
Discard target.
Give it to me!
Ash Guy not doing anything. They said, you know what? You've got a fleeting spell. I'm not playing this Jax. I'm going to Parts Made Whole, draw a couple of cards, throw out a blocker.
Strike if you must.
And actually going for the damage block rather than the trade here for 2 damage at 20 life. I don't think I like that, T.
No. And what are you gonna do now? Probably just gonna pass over. Oh! Nice! Got the spell out. Now we can actually somewhat safely finish the Jax.
My heroic
Not a lot
last
of reason not
stance
to.
never seemed to stick.
Alright. You reckon we play a 6-drop?
I don't see what else you could possibly do. I mean, maybe you send in Jax and try to bait them into getting Mystic Shotted. Or I guess we're going to wait until we can activate the Plunder ability of Captain Indari, which forges all of your allies.
Hey, Captain, how's the ship?
Okay, that would be
holding up?
pretty
Still
insane.
full of holes.
Is that
after
a
you
Yeah,
hunted
like-
that
Is that
sea
a
monster,
does it
you
go in the
dope.
stack? Or is it just like an ability?
No, it's a Plunder ability.
Oh ho ho. What? That could still go in the stack, no?
I don't think any Plunder abilities go on the stack. Outside of Riptide Rex?
Yeah, Riptide Rex, for sure.
Well, actually, hold on. Is Riptide Rex a Plunder effect?
Yes.
Or are they like play if I've damaged the Nexus this round?
Oh,
Her
Oh,
songs
I
just
actually don't
make you
know.
feel like you can do anything.
Yeah, I'm looking it up. Oh, yeah, Riptide Rex is a Plunder effect, and I believe the only one that actually uses the stack.
that's a pretty nice piece of trivia. Put it in the trivia.
I think
Maybe a lot
I think a
for this.
lot of the other plunders either have to do with drawing cards or buffing allies, which are inherently things that don't use
Hey,
the stack.
Captain, how's
I
the
mean,
ship
you
holding
also
up?
have the one where you
Still full
steal
of
like
holes
half
after
of
you
your
taunted
opponent,
that
but that's
sea
like a
monster,
slow,
you
that's like a
dope.
spell.
Yeah, that's a slow speed
Like
spell at
monkey
that.
business.
Let me change up
when
Yeah,
it
the
comes to-
spells use the stack.
Weapon
Yeah, when it comes to
roulette.
cards, no. They
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rhymefang Wolf is gonna get to take out the beard that was unblocked earlier
For
on. We're gonna get to see a
Acacia.
Jax level
And
up.
you know what? Also for me.
boom.
And now, I mean, Combat Cook from Ash Guy, followed by, I don't know if it has to be Mystic Shot into Captain Indari, but that Forge is about to go stupid.
I mean, right now we can actually take down a couple of 1, 2, 3 hobbitses.
Did I see you using
Oh,
my
the
lance to
Crocolith!
stir the pot last night?
Oh.
Sorry. All the
You
spoons
knew
were dirty.
that at some point during the day we were gonna have to get an Ancient Crocolith out of a timelines, and it finally happens here in the top 4. Ash Guy getting the first one on camera. And now the Bellows Forge is looking to take out a Castaway.
Bury me at sea.
Oh, so big pearl. So now we can also take down Jax if we want to. With the
Ash Guy
Poke Kick.
can try to combat Reel to heal the Jax back up. I believe that's a forged weapon? No, it's not, is it? Why was that Castaway a 4-2? I'm so lost, Ice D.
It's been so long. It's 7 hours.
Oh, no, that's right. Yeah, combat Reel is not a forged weapon. It just inherently gives health.
Yes.
So Ash Guy could choose to save either the Jax or the Wolf from a ping.
So what now? You poke stick the 3-1? Nope.
Doesn't want to do it. No interest in it. T wants to get on board a little bit more. And now with the Fleet Feather Tracker, actually has a way to take out the Jacks as well.
Yeah, oh yeah, it makes way more sense than pokey sticking. I'm sorry for even suggesting that, Hobbitses. I hope you can forgive me from the bottom. In your soul, I hope there is some place that forgives me.
I must have it.
Now we're just
Give it to me.
rearranging a little bit. Okay, rearranging again. Nope, just pulling them back. I was going to say, why are we rearranging the attack order? The attack order does not matter here.
Okay, so I guess this is not Captain at Heart. I mean, maybe we just play it, but we're not gonna get the insane forge.
I mean, it is a 6-mana card, so you might as well throw it down.
Oh wait, I'm just gonna go for it
Okay.
anyways. I mean, at least block the 1/1. Choices.
Thinking real hard. How?
I love how we like slowly like go down to the level of like, you know, like football, or you would call it soccer commentary. You know how bad
Yeah.
it is actually? It's so
No.
bad. Like if you actually listen to like, at least in Germany, if you listen to like football commentary, it's like, now you got a ball. Oh, great pass.
I just got done watching Ted Lasso, which is a show about football, and yeah, I could, you know, they do have commentators in there, and every time I'm like, could have done that better.
Yeah, we're at that level right now.
We're slowly, Timelines is about like advancement, all of these things transforming into bigger versions of themselves. Me and T are on the opposite hill right now. We're devolving it. We're going back to monkey.
I would not insult our fellow monkeys like that.
Speaking of going back to monkey, B has 2-0'd Alexander, and that super heavy monkey Samira Fizz build will be making an appearance in the final against the winner of this game.
Oh, so we missed some Samira face slapping another Rise.
Yeah. Unsurprising, I would say, that B is taking out all the Rise players on their way to the top.
Really, I
But
actually
honestly-
appreciate them so much for that.
Yeah, I gotta say, I do not think I wanted to live in a world where we had Rise versus Timelines as our finals and the stats for people to look at going into the Open.
Also, holding it down for the standard decks, okay? Just bringing a standard legal deck to this format saying, hey, I don't care, this is a strong deck. Okay, so we didn't win this turn for that Ash guy. Does that mean we win next turn for Hobbitses?
I don't know, T. Hobbitses can't clean up much of the board here.
Yeah, it does not look like it.
And at the moment... Okay, well, we'll see what the draws bring. Augmented Experimenter does make things spicy.
I don't know if we play it.
I don't know either. That said, like, all of Hobbits' units died a Mystic Shot, which is a bit of a scary prospect because I don't believe Hobbits is playing catch.
No, he can't.
Close their deck list? Oh my
No,
goodness.
no, don't look, they can't play catch. It's not in the region.
Oh, right, this isn't Jax. Oh yeah. Why did I think Hobbits was on Jax this whole time? What does it matter, dude? Oh my god.
Alright, we did draw more burn though. We actually have lethal. If we resolve this, you win the game.
Yeah, so resolve it.
Resolve it.
Hit resolve.
And resolve.
Hobbitses, hit resolve. Hobbitses, no.
I like this.
No, Hobbitses.
Okay, I get it. No, this makes sense. You are afraid of the 3-drop, right? So you like committed on the stack now, and I think you're.
3-drop.
I think that Ash guy has it in hand. Oh wait, I think you had to commit it.
Oh, the one that like heals?
Yeah.
What does this thing do? When I'm summoned, improvise each round. The first time you forward or equip an ally, heal your Nexus one.
Opposites, we're sorry. We told you the wrong thing. You had to commit it.
Yeah, you had to. Oh, he's got an opportunity.
Yes.
Ash guy played the wrong card.
Oh, another 7/7?
Second Crockle, it doesn't matter.
All right, we got it.
Here comes the
Wait, we actually have to
lethal.
Woo!
See, I think that I might rather watch Karma Seraphine matchups than
Yeah.
a triple timelines mirror ever again.
No, I'm also very done with this.
The fact that this game has been going on for like 15 minutes and I thought it was a Jax mirror the whole time, despite having just watched a Jax mirror. You know how many different tabs of Mobalytics I have open trying to find card names? And this Captain and Dari never even got played.
True. Alright, there we go.
I have so many decks open. My brain is so fried, T.
Probably a bit of salt on Ash Wilson's side because we could have survived this if we just played the 3-drop, if we just healed for 1. But Hobbits takes the win there with exact lethal, gets it done in the grueling timelines mirror, which signals the arrival of the grand finals soon. And we are going to have more timelines in there. You know, all the time we need. All the time we need.
Triple timelines up against the most unique lineup in the top cut, maybe even in the tournament. We have Draven Scion, we have Fizz Samira, and then Elise Teemo Burn. So technically we have triple aggro in the finals. Draven Scion always sort of cosplaying as that third aggro deck. No Poppy Ziggs here for B. No Pirates, no traditional Burn Spiders, no Annie Jin. Doing it a bit of a different way.
I feel like that is the way that you actually have to go about this. Whenever I played the Ziggs deck, the Poppy Ziggs deck, it did feel a bit slow. It did not feel powerful enough. And I feel like the combo potential you have of that Samira Fizz deck just provides you a whole nother plane of playmaking, basically, that you don't have in these straightforward aggro burn decks like Ziggs Poppy.
I will say I've been playing a little bit of Ziggs Poppy on ladder just because I don't usually play aggro. I'm like, all right, let me see what the deck is about. Feels great when I draw Poppy. And when I don't draw Poppy,
yeah,
I'm just looking at my board like, I win if I draw Poppy. I just win if I draw Poppy. And that's what I just repeat to myself over and over again until I either lose or draw Poppy. Spoiler alert, I have a 100% rate of drawing Poppy. But
were you?
Over the course, I mean, I've played like 3 games. So over the course of a tournament, probably unlikely to hold up. But that does mean we get a very interesting Teemo Elise in the finals. Like, Used Cask Salesman is in the grand finals of the Maru June Open. Not a sentence I would have put money on 12 hours ago. Not a sentence I would have put money on 2 hours ago.
Well, now you can't put money on it anymore.
AST, you want to make a bet on what cards in the finals?
Yeah, sure. I think it's gonna be Nasus. It's gonna be Karma Set, and it's gonna be Rise.
That's a good bet. I'm gonna bet $10,000 on Used Cask Salesman up against those 3 decks. If any of those are in the finals, you win. If I win, if it's just Used Cask Salesman, that's a good deal, right? That's a good bet.
Yeah, it's a very good deal. I think I'm taking
That's a good
that.
bet.
I actually double that for 20k.
Yeah, 20k, absolutely,
20K.
absolutely. All right, there we go.
See you
Shake
guys
on
in the
it.
finals. Yeah, I'm shaking.
Yeah.
See you guys in the
See you
finals.
at the homeless shelter, Ice Tea.
Oh god. All right, we're gonna go to a quick break, and then once we get back, you guys, I mean, you already found out, but yeah, I'm gonna lose 20k. So we might not be able to stream the finals. I already have to pawn off everything I own. But maybe I can get to keep just my PC and my streaming gear. So we are gonna see you guys for the grand finals. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MR June Open. I am Boulevard, joining me is Sparkling Ice Tea, and we are at the end of a very long day here, folks. We are after 7 rounds of Swiss and a whole top 8. We have arrived at the grand finals.
Finally, it is here. We had to go.
This is
through
what
all
it
the
looks like.
timelines. Yep, it's gonna be B versus Hobbitses. We saw the game of timelines, the ultimate duel of Hobbitses versus Ash Wilson. What a great best of 3 that was. It was actually full of surprises, to be honest, because again, it's timeline, so of course it's full of surprises. And
Kinda hard
we
to predict.
unfortunately did not see Alexander versus B, but we kind of knew that this would be potentially going this way, just because we saw B already like dominate these Rise matchups back in the Swiss rounds.
Yeah, B making it to the finals with triple aggro in a way that you might not expect. And we're actually going to take a look at B's lineup in order to give you a better idea of what we're looking at here, because it is not what you were going to be expecting, right? Draven Scion, off the top, not a true aggro deck, but definitely consistently being used to round out aggressive lineups in the Eternal format. And this is a bit of a staple of the Eternal format, right? This one might be a little bit more aggressively postured, going for like the triple pirouette, but Draven Scion is a deck that we expected to see today.
Yeah, for sure.
On the other hand, then we go to the next deck, and you have standard legal Fizz Samira with 9 followers, which, like, I don't even know if I don't know much about Samira post nerf. I didn't think we were like cutting Inferno and all that, but just full in on the monkey game plan.
No, I absolutely like this. I think this is also what we actually saw, at least in EMEA, during the WCQ, because we also saw a lot of players advocating for taking out Inferno, or maybe just running Inferno as a one-off, and just going more into the burn and monkey game plan. And this is the evolution of that, and we have seen it work not only in the WCQ, but also now in Eternal. So this is a deck, doesn't need to hide, doesn't need any Eternal cards, just needs the cards that it was given, and the monkeys will do the rest. All right, but then, and there's the biggest surprise, the last deck is a deck that has been in and out of tournaments, actually. Not necessarily in and out of the tournament meta, because it was never really meta, but a lot of people actually kind of brought it. I think I saw Smooth compete with decks like this a lot, and Burn is always the favorite of a couple of players, right? But now it's actually in the finals and could potentially take this off Hobbitses.
It's definitely not the aggro deck that we were expecting to make it to the grand finals. Even if you had told me, like, yeah, there's an Elise aggro deck in the finals, I'd be like, oh yeah, you know, it's Spider aggro. But no, it's much more of a burn style game plan. Be just all in on burn. Really liking the addition of blowback into the game, taking that in, and just summoning Stygian Onlookers turn 1, and then kind of crying at a hand of double get excited, double blowback, because this is not the Scion deck.
Nope.
I will tell you.
Really old.
B put Time Trick in their aggro deck. What are we looking at, Ice-T?
Oh, it's a one-off. So again,
Yeah, still.
another whiff. Another whiff, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, so the good news is Hobbitses has not drawn timelines. So, still in this one
There's the cost.
for the time being. Yeah, there's a Boom Crew, too. What do you... I mean, Clockling might have to be the play, because you kind of just need more cards.
Look, ironically, all we need for those timelines is time. We have a lot of
Lines.
lines. Yeah, actually, we do have the time, because they don't have timelines. We don't have the lines.
Yeah.
I
You know,
don't see
I
any.
gotta say, I am a little surprised that this is the list that B left open.
Proud to be sailors,
Not
but this
because I
looks
think
fun
that the
too.
Prelude version is sort of the most consistent, especially when not drawing timelines, but because it's the one with the most healing.
Righty-tighty.
Yeah, we got the 3-drop already. We have the 5-drop.
You got the 5-drop in hand.
yeah,
That's just a,
man,
for those of you that
that's-
don't know, that hooded man, that is just a big, kindly tavern keeper.
It is. I like how you call them big hooded man. I think it's half of mana, right?
He's
Oh
what?
my God. Yeah, it's half of mana. Let's go. I love how you you specifically are forced to learn names of cards, and once timelines is gone again, you will never see it again.
I know, man. I hate it here. I thought I did my time learning card names, and they just kept printing useless cards. And I'm like, okay, I don't have to learn that. And then it's so much easier to learn new useless cards than useless cards that came out 4 sets ago.
Yeah, especially half of mana has never really seen any play. Now we go another stitch and onlooker. Unfortunately, there are a lot of blockers.
King of Trolls coming through.
We do find it a little bit more burn, but that's really it. We can push 6 damage this turn if we want to, but that backswing is looking kind of dangerous.
Not only that, but B did lose their Doom Beast a little earlier, and all of a sudden these Unto Dusks not looking great. I mean, B's going in for the fences here, you know, sacrificing this Boom Crew rookie to get a little bit of additional damage in. But down to 14 on the side of Hobbits is who gets to open the turn, going back up to 17 should they choose, as well as forging an ally twice.
You know, if Simon was in the finals,
Stand with me by the light,
Simon
as my
could right here.
ancestors did.
Yeah, actually going back to 18 because of the Forge as well, so...
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
I think
B
that
draws
would
a
just
Boom
be it.
Crew rookie.
Yeah, I think for Simon this would just be it. And I honestly, B might not see it yet, but I think for B this is also it.
I was going to say, you know, regardless of whether you're B or Simon, this might just be it. Use Cask Ailment is going to do a good amount of blocking here, though, and sort of prolonging the game. But Hobbits is no timelines, no problem. We've got healing.
And that is basically what we were talking about, right? Like, this is, I think, the deck out of all the timeline decks that it can handle a non-timeline hand the best.
Maybe you need a closer look.
I would agree. Also worth noting that, like, without access to healing, Hobbitses would be at, like, 10 or 8 after this combat resolves. Which would actually, like, be lethal range for B.
Yeah, you could do it. Which, again, brings up the question why this was left open, right, out of all the decks.
Yeah.
B probably has
And that said, like, obviously, really bad opener from B, right? I think, like, turn 2, they had no hand other than double blowback, double get excited.
Oh, no. Yeah, we have to recognize that that B is actually not playing the game.
I know you've been
He will continue to not play the game as this Freshword
real good.
Grandma keeps healing up the Nexus. People were really... Honestly, people were kind of big on the Innovative Blacksmith when she was spoiled. And I am not necessarily in love with the fact that they were correct because of eternal timelines. But...
I pull the
I'm definitely going to play on
strings.
Senna. I love that card so much.
2, 3,
She is literally
4.
perfect.
she does have a Poro holding tools for her. That is very cute.
There's timelines just as we can kill her down. Nice.
Oh.
And then we can also play Ornn.
Yeah, we can also play Ornn. Astute Observation, Sparkling Iced Tea. Here comes, I guess Arsenal was the biggest unit there. Here comes a Trundle level up is what's happening.
Fantastic.
Let's make a deal.
He will.
Yo, I think you're not surviving this.
This is gonna be fun.
He can double get excited their own Nexus, discarding both blowbacks.
Oh, you gotta show what you have, right? You're like... yeah,
And that's
come on.
about the only sort of like play that B has available. So dropping down to negative 22 there, that is going to be a loss for B. Can't survive that low. And now we move on to Timeline's deck number 2, up against B. And here's the worst part. You just got hosed when your opponent didn't draw timelines. Which means now, obviously, they're going to draw timelines.
Oh, yeah. I forgot that rule is in the game.
It's not like you can play a best of 3 against timelines and they just don't draw timelines any of the games, right? Like that. I think we can all agree that doesn't happen.
Okay, whoa. Technically, they did draw timelines, though.
Yeah,
Didn't
okay, let me
matter, but,
rephrase.
like...
I don't think you can play a best of 3 against timelines where they don't open timelines by turn 3 in at least one of the
Ooh.
games.
Okay, yeah, well... that's bad.
Probably 2 of the games.
Oh, that's really bad for B.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
But
I mean, look, B has been making some buzz this tournament with the
Another
creative
day in the field.
lineup, but is it enough to overcome?
I know what
Timelines.
lurks
Yeah,
in
so-
the shadows.
Timelines is kind of the format defining deck right now, right? We had 8 different Timelines decks in the top 8. We had 2 triple Timelines players in the top 4.
Need a
B made it to the finals by beating up Rise players.
Oh, look, no timelines. And a 6-drop in hand.
Turn 3, though.
Oh.
Turn 3. Can you draw Timelines?
Weapon roulette.
Nope, parts unmade. Which means next game, Hobbits is guaranteed to open Timeline.
Yeah,
Of course I'm ready.
that's how it works. This hand from B is looking quite good. Let's switch fire is also looking quite good.
Backfired.
That Jax is almost flipped. Ooh, not re-equipping the weapon means that if we have to forge that Jax for some reason, like this Mystic Shot, we are actually not going to forge the weapon. We're just going to forge the unit. Slightly worse. Actually going for the Mystic Shot, potentially taking down the Jax. Or just saying, hey, this is more burn. Cheap
Yeah.
burn, activating, activating the Doom Beast.
Swiftly.
Hope you stretched.
Still gonna get the Jax block here. Catch gonna keep the Jax alive. Mystic Shot to take out the Teemo as well, rather than the Clockling. Valuing not having Shrooms in deck, which honestly, like, Hobbits does have a good amount of draw power, and is going to have to draw a number of cards in order to make it through this game, so I don't hate this. I think the Teemo is, like, because you are the Jax Vi version, right? You don't have the pings from the Vandal City version.
Can't win 'em all.
I like trying to block the Jax there, and then I also like B actually taking down the Jax, because this was all about flipping Jax. If Jax would have gotten a book, Jax would have flipped, and this could have been potentially Hobbits is trying to get back in the game,
Sword,
just Jax
staff,
being like a
fish,
big unit swinging in
nothing
every turn.
speaking to me.
Hobbits gives up the ability to draw, like, discard the Jax weapon to draw 2, and then just sort of manifest it again out of
Hey,
mid-air
Captain, how's
with the
ship
Jax
holding
summon,
up?
instead deciding to get down the Filth Open Castaway this turn.
You
You know, just kind of deciding that, like, they...
Let me change up my
I
style.
was going to say that they need to get on board, but, like, the draw spell would have made it 3-2 as well.
Who's next?
But doesn't want to do that.
Bring
Instead
it
is going to run out both units, and that means Jax is going to level up.
No refunds.
And B, I mean, you know, this time around, has the double Unto Dusk again, and this time actually has the Doom Beast to pair with it, with a Teemo off the top.
Reporting in.
While Hobbits is looking pretty dead in the water. No way to activate the Plunder for the Captain and Dara. Is probably going to have to just run it out as a blocker anyway.
Leave glory to the soldiers. We get paid.
Ooh, overwhelmed though. I don't think that's actually. There's so much healing on the side of B as well, so much drain.
Yeah. Question is whether B wants to go in with this Doom Beast or Unto Dusk, like wait until they've taken a little bit of damage to Unto Dusk it for maximum value. But either way, I don't think it really matters. I mean, B's gonna push through, at minimum, the 3 elusive damage this turn. Hobbits' goes down to 7. Unto Dusk puts Hobbits down to 5. Blowback puts Hobbits at 2. And from there, B is not really running an aggro lineup. B is running much more of a burn lineup. B will find burn.
I'll scout ahead. A Vandal Scout learns
Yeah, if we actually
by
take a
doing.
look at the deck list. You also have Unspeakable Horrors, Mystic Shots. Get excited, a bit
for
awkward with the
everyone.
Glowbake in hand as well. Shock Blast as a one of the deck as well.
Yeah. Post-combat gonna draw. Finds an Augmented Clockling. Just, there's a good amount of draw in this list as well. Also, there's Shrooms. Like, Teemo's connected twice.
Yeah, already 10 for the deck, and there's one.
There's one of them. And
Oh,
there's an
lethal.
Unspeakable Horror for lethal. Hobbits is unable to find the timelines at all this game.
You know what? At least these ones are going quick. I appreciate
you.
not seeing a timelines mirror. So great. Oh, we get healing. Hold on.
Well, no, it's gonna... Oh, actually, yeah, because we didn't draw timelines.
I think... Does it still heal on summon? I think it still heals, right? At least the one.
Yeah, because it's when I am summoned or I or no, it's when I'm summoned I improvise, and then when an ally is forged. The first... Oh, hold on. The wording on this card is weird. Each round, the first time you forge or equip an ally, heal your Nexus
Okay,
1.
so
So I actually don't think you would get the heal. Or I am not 100%. Doesn't matter because B draws Get Excited.
At loggerheads, eh?
I've actually never played this card in Timelines, so I don't know.
You know, B was actually almost close to dead here. There's a lot of overwhelm. There's a mystic. No, they were always fine. There goes all of their units. But what does it matter when you've got burn in hand?
Miny burn.
There's a mystic shot to save the healing unit. Unfortunately for Hobbitses, it's not going to be nearly enough. B currently sitting at a very high amount of damage in hand. I think it's about 7, but I'm not. I think like if you get excited first, then you Unspeakable Horror, you get that card, you discard that to blow back. Just gonna use it now. Same thing. Moonlight Affliction comes out. Does not matter. That's just looking like a juicy discard target.
Yeah, probably swinging into the team for good measure. Oh my god, another mystic shot as well. Yeah.
Yeah, here comes Teemo with a Mystic Shot on the stack, and a Get Excited on the stack,
And a blowback.
and a blowback on this stack.
Oh, it's just 8 damage. That's fine. We can out heal that.
Yeah. Hobbitses can draw 2 here, so they can die to shrooms before all this burn connects.
You really want to go for it. Going out of style? Almost.
Almost. Draws timelines.
Oh,
What can't Hobbitses do? Always drawing timelines.
you know what that means? Not guaranteed timelines for the third game.
Ooh, that's a rough beat there, Hobbitses.
Yeah.
Maybe should have held back on that one. Should have known the rules.
That's a small mistake that can cost you an entire series. Doing that at the end of the round there? I don't know.
Knowing how to manipulate your karma is, and not the card karma, your spiritual karma, a very important part of card games. You've been testing with people, and you have 100% heard them say, "At least I'm getting all my bad luck out now."
Oh yeah. And that's real. That is real. You do get your bad luck out. Oh, we do get to see the Scion finally. This should be a pretty even matchup. Like, obviously, if you don't find timers, I think this should be favorable.
Hobbitses isn't finding timelines.
Uh-oh.
You know, I actually like this a lot because it's a cautionary tale to people that are watching this, thinking about the Runeterra Open, and they're seeing this triple timelines, tear it up. They're going, yeah, that's such a good lineup, and then we get to the finals and like, yeah, homie, sometimes you don't draw timelines, and then you lose to Teemo at least burn.
Okay,
That's what you want to. That's what you want to stake your Worlds qualification on.
Yeah, but how likely is it that you actually meet that deck? That's the question.
It's not that deck. That's my point. My point is like, there's a reason that deck's not popular, right? Because there are better burn options out there. You're losing to low tier burn. Oh shit! I told you. Guaranteed to draw it by turn 3. Question is whether it's too little too late. This is a matchup where you kind of need to get that online like immediately. Granted, it would have helped if you just had anything to play alongside it. In this exact instance, like, Hobbits isn't losing any value by not drawing the timelines until this late. Like, they would have played Jax on 2. That's not getting timelines. You're still getting your combat cook on 4.
Yeah, I actually think it's not too late. I actually think it's just on time. I can turn the game around here. I mean, if we see another Croc.
Hobbits has pulled 0 Crocs. They were both pulled by Ashguy.
That's it.
So Hobbits has been crocked twice. Oh, Fishawak versus Rake, and
oh, T-Dactyl.
If it was Scout Croc, if that's how we ended this, well, we're sitting here like, oh yeah, this is a cautionary tale. Sometimes you don't draw time, and then Scout Croc comes down. It's like, okay, well, that's not. You're not that guy like Hobbits is.
Okay, but look at this. 6'4"
It's
tough.
still good.
All right.
I mean, B can.
Yeah, you can take
B
it
can
on.
take it out with Axe plus Mystic Shot, and I don't think you can really look 12 damage in the eye and say, we could just blow the jacks out and say, yeah, I'll take 12. I want that smoke.
I mean, I think if you do it the other way around, you kind of like try to move the jacks up left. Also, it's not nice at all. But yeah, this. No, you can't. Yeah, you can't take it. You can't go down to 4. This deck plays a ton of burn as well.
Yeah, B's thinking about it.
I mean, there's no burn in hand currently for hobbitses, but like still down to 4. Oh no.
Got an axe with
Yeah,
your
no.
name
Not even on, like,
this.
mind you, it's turn 4, right? Like, B's gonna, B's not killing hobbits anytime soon, right? They will have
Yeah.
plenty of time to draw those Mystic Shots or those Get Exciteds.
Yeah, there's 3 of them. Mystic shots, 3 get excited.
You
And 3 pause that hole as well, so that is not...
Yeah.
There's a lot of draw in this deck.
That said, like,
There's a lot of
how does B get back into this, right? You develop a unit, it immediately
I
gets hit
have
with a
the
fish
best
fight,
job.
and then Hobbits develops another Weapon Master. You don't even have Get Excited mana to threaten this.
Well, and just as
There-
you mentioned, the fish fight comes out, gets rid of the Draven, no interaction there for B, and we can immediately throw down a timelines unit right after.
If B's gonna
Time
just
for the
discard to
moneymakers.
progress the Scion level up as well as get a slightly stronger unit in play to contest whatever Hobbits follows up with.
Draven down.
I guess now we'll figure out if the heal does still happen.
Okay, overwhelm. Oh my
Ooh.
god, let's go.
Heal
My
does
boy
still
Edwin.
happen.
My boy Edwin.
My bloodkin. That was my Edwin impression.
Very good.
Thanks.
I like it.
He is debating the attack, I guess. You know, does have the spinning axes to actually trade onto Edwin.
Go right ahead. Hey, you dodge the impact. Sure. Wait,
Goes for it.
What if we just block with the 4-2 because we know they want to use the axes anyways?
So I don't think you know that B has to use an axe here, because otherwise B will not have a blocker next turn. Or I guess B like could open that turn with like rummage. Does get a lot more awkward here. I also think Hobbits really likes the idea of like putting the Pot of Pain onto the 4-2.
Oh yeah.
Another fish fight off the top.
That is a buy, and she is gonna get a quick attack.
Yeah, that is a... B, what unit would you like to sacrifice here? A Boom Baboon? Excellent choice.
Okay, so are you ready for like?
Scout Vi? No, I'm not ready.
Oh, no, sorry, Scout Vi. Oh yeah.
Justice for trouble.
First quick attack Vi, she flips, then Scout Vi, just dealing 10. Hope you're ready.
Oh, this still hasn't drawn any and like B can play Scion and Hobbitses can just take it.
Yeah, no care in the world.
Yeah,
9?
Hobbitses can say,
Whatever.
yeah, I'll just take 9. Whatever. I have a level 2 Vi. You know, what do I care? Does get to take out this arena from under.
Justice is served.
To the spinning axe, but now like B's hand just looks so weak, and Hobbitses, it doesn't even really feel like it matters what they top deck. They should be able to just win with the cards in hand.
Not even death can stop me.
You could just fish fight Scion here and then tank Scion Reborn. Okay, yeah. You can just like Mystic Shot the O2, fish fight the Scion, tank the damage. B will not have enough cards in hand to physically kill you. And you still get to run out your Weapon Master. Just in
Use
case.
this one with the open attack, I guess. Even if
You
don't
do have to
develop a
be-
Weapon Master.
You have to be cognizant of the fact that B can develop a burst speed blocker.
That is true.
So you probably I think it's fine not to develop the Weapon Master if you are going to Scout Weapon Vi. And you could also just Scout Weapon Vi here, send it in, and, you know, hit for 5, and then swing again for 5 again.
We're doing exactly that.
Okay, I know that card's name, but it's really hard to pronounce. It's like Nukk something.
Chief Narcotic.
That's probably it.
It is Chief Narcotic.
I think it was a U and a couple Ks. I had some letters right. Wheel of Fortune would have given it to me. Here we go.
Oh,
Yep, there's
that's
one of
the
the
best
boost speed
blocker.
blockers I was talking about, but it doesn't matter because the way that Hobbitses went for this with the Scout attack, we're going to deal 5 off the viability, and then 5 off the viability again. B going to have to run out the second rummage here at some point, because you might as well.
You know what turns out? Timelines is pretty good, and I think your dream does not come true. I think people are gonna think this. They're not gonna realize that it does work. They realize that it does work. And that
Sometimes-
is a great lineup for the
Sometimes
open.
being an analyst is pain, and today it is pain. Why did I devote the last 3 years of my life to tournament statistics and meta-analysis on Legends of Runeterra, all for it to culminate in a summer of triple timelines? I've been
Some
betrayed.
timelines.
I've been betrayed by the game that I love, that I have devoted my COVID lifespan to, by triple timelines in Eternal format.
All right, that's it. Great play there from both sides. Obviously, there was
A couple more decisions
Yeah.
to be made on the side of Hobbitses than Bees.
that is true. And to be fair, B only played 2 real games that whole best of 3. You know, the first game, I think we can forget that one. I think that was not a real game that B played. So still, well played by B. Well-deserved second place there with a very creative lineup. And Hobbits is just reigning supreme over all the other timelines lineups with the better plays, the better draws, and probably the better deck selection, the better bands as well.
I still don't know why they banned the. I mean, this is what we talked about, right? Because B banned the Piltover and Zon and Bandle City championless version, right? The one that the high rolls the hardest, which is really funny considering how bad Hobbits was at drawing timelines in that final series. And instead just left open the healing list, didn't have a hand to really play the game anyway, but still did get punished. I think Hobbits is healed for like 7 or 8 in that opening game and could have gone for more. So, you know, it's definitely going to be fun to try and talk players through, like, which timelines deck are you supposed to be banning? Does it have anything to do with your matchups, or does it have to do with your feelings on, like, how high am I going to get high rolled this round? And then do you feel the same way through the first 7 rounds of the event? You know, you play triple timeline 7 times in a row, you're banning the same way every time, or do you just follow your gut on that one? On, like, nah, I don't think this guy's going to high roll me. I can go ahead and leave open, the Bandle City variant. I don't think that's really the case. I think there's going to be a correct choice. And, yeah, sometimes it's going to feel bad. Sometimes you're going to get punished for it. It is what it is, folks. That's card games.
That's card games. All right, we're gonna see if we actually get an interview with the winner.
I'm sorry, you want to talk to the triple timelines players? You want to give them a platform to spread
wanna give them a
that
platform.
gospel?
No, we're gonna grill them. We're gonna grill them live on air.
Hobbits just, what the fuck, man?
What? Who do you think you are? First of all, how dare you? Okay, but yeah, we'll see if we actually get an interview. Maybe we don't. But we're gonna be right back with that answer for you guys.
For better or worse on how it affects the Legends of Runeterra cinematic universe, we have been unable to get into contact with Hobbits' for an interview, which means the Triple Timelines player is not going to be available to spread the gospel and let you all know about the ins and outs of the lineup, for better or for worse. But we do have someone else here. We have Sparkling Iced Tea. Iced Tea, we have had one Eternal Open, and Vi won it. How do you feel?
Woo! Okay, I'm actually feeling great about this one, okay? For those who don't know, big Vi fan, was my first main in League of Legends, and I'm one of these players that whenever they have like a main in one game and then there's like a side or like a new game with the same characters, I obviously like find the same characters cool, even if they don't necessarily play the same way. You know, Vi here is like more of like a mid-range control tool, like actually more of a control tool, and not very often gets used for the big damage, but this time she actually got used for the big damage just like she is in League, which was, for me, a lot of fun to see. What wasn't as fun, obviously, was that Timelines actually is it's a good deck, and apparently it is enough to build whole lineups out of that we can actually get full Timelines mirrors out of, which I don't think I'm like mentally ready for this to be the meta for like the next two opens, but as always, I do have the hope that this is actually going to evolve, because LOR metas are not as stale as people might think. They always keep evolving a little bit. Obviously, in standard post-rotation, this hasn't quite been the case as much, even though the meta does, it did evolve, especially with the newest balance patches that came out, and with the nerfs to Samira. Kaiser found her way in. It did evolve a little bit, but not as much as it used to in the past. But in Eternal, with so many cards being there, I can see, even without any new balance patches, a new meta evolving in the next 2 weeks that could potentially look a little bit different. That said, I'm a little bit afraid that time ramps might be too powerful to get out evolved.
I would say we're in a very unique position where people that go to the first open with triple timelines and do very poorly based off of not drawing timelines, very, very, very low chance they run that back for open number 2. Whereas I think if we were in like a standard meta and like you just like don't draw your champions or something, or like you get some bad matchups, I think you're much more likely to run that lineup back in open number 2. So I think that like because of the inherent RNG of like being so reliant on opening this single card, we might just see a shift in the feels bad factor that changes the meta, which is like, how am I supposed to analyze that and make it make sense to anybody? I think that's real. I think that really could and will happen. And it's not based in logic. So, like, we're in a bit of the Wild West here. And I gotta agree with you, too. I also like playing my League of Legends champions in LOR. The problem is that my League of Legends mains became very mainstream LOR champions. It's like Twisted Fate, Lee Sin, Ezreal, Aphelios. So, like, no one could tell that I was playing my mains. They just thought I was playing the good decks.
All right, okay, that was quite unfortunate for you, but maybe maybe you have like a secret hidden main in League of Legends that isn't quite released yet, and you know
Dr. Mundo.
If Mundo
Dr. Mundo and Olaf. In the last like 5 years, I've become full ape top lane. Like I'm just like, yeah, dude, Mordekaiser as well. Like Mordekaiser, Olaf, Mundo are like, once those are in the game, I'm really unleashed, baby.
Okay, I'm excited. You know, there are quite a bunch of champions that I'm also waiting for, mainly Void champions. Okay, once Shogath gets released, I'm in it to win it. Okay, that's gonna be my champ. That's gonna be my time. But until then, again, we have to deal with timelines currently, and as you mentioned, the drop in confidence from getting a few low rolls in the first open could lead to maybe less timelines in the second open. But this is all speculation for now. All I can say right now is that I believe that timelines will be a huge factor, at least in the first open, so be prepared either to play it or to counter it. One thing is for sure, you are gonna encounter it. But that, I think, about wraps up this tournament for now. Again, just to show you guys again, or just to reiterate, we did have a giant prize pool here with over 1.6k that in the end will be divvied up, and I think $645 now actually go to Hobbitses and $322 to go to B. So again, another huge Mastering Runeterra open. It's kind of crazy that these do not stop with the huge prize pools, and these do not stop in the participation. Really happy for the huge turnout, and again, huge shout out to all the players that played today, to all the players that did give us their POV so we could cast their games.
Huge shout out to the TOs in the background, obviously, and to Mastering Runeterra for setting this one up. And obviously, huge shout out to Boulevard for mainly carrying this because I'm doing production on the side. The casting sometimes takes a little dip from me, and then Boulevard just has to, Boulevard has to deal with me just sometimes saying points that he just said because I could not listen to him, and he deals with it fantastically.
I love you, T. Yeah, I know. We only had, well, I say only, we had 88 players sign up for this open, which the public opinion of Eternal does seem to be a little fluctuating. I know the EMEA players definitely seem the least happy with it for the time being, but hey, the Mastering Runeterra Opens are going to follow whatever the tournament format is, and for the next, 2 of these in July and August, that is going to be back to standard. So if you wanted to sit this one out because you're not a big fan of Eternal despite the double open weekend, hey, we get it. You don't have to jam every tournament. You play these games for fun as well as the money. So, we'll see you at the next one. But this was the one-time Eternal thing just to prepare you for the Opens. Next time we'll be back to standard in case this was not your jive. But hey, at least it was fun to watch.
That it was. And with that, Boulevard, I'll leave it to you to sign off.
Shout out to Boulevard and nobody else. See you bitches next weekend for the first Runeterra Open.
Shout out to Boulevard's mom.
Thank you.